Chapter 1, I chased after my girlfriend and instead I moved the school beauty? Give me a kiss, give me a kiss. On the square of Jiangzhou University, the roars of young boys and girls struggling to get their attention could be heard. In the middle of the square, a huge heart was made out of roses. In the middle of the heart, a young boy, holding flowers in his hands, knelt down deeply in love, looking at the woman in front of him. The woman had a pretty face and a good figure. The young man is Jiang Yi, and the woman is also Jiang Yi's high school classmate, Li Jiawei, whom he has been pursuing for 5 years. Since the second year of high school, Jiang Yi has been in love with Li Jiawei. He has been tutoring Li Jiawei for a long time and has been sending her food. As a top student, he has literally coached Li Jiawei, who was at the bottom of the class, to become a first-class student. When filling in the college application, Jiang Yi could have gone to a better top university, Zhejiang University. But for Li Jiawei, he filled in Jiangzhou University, which was nearly 100 points higher than the admission score. Although Jiangzhou University is the best university in Jiangzhou, it is not even comparable to Hebei University. Even when he enrolled, the principal personally received Jiang Yi and asked him a question: "What do you think, classmate?" After asking, he also asked the security guards to watch this guy go through the admission procedures and resolutely not let him run away. Today, Jiang Yi, a junior, is finally ready to confess his love. He called over a few of his best friends from his dormitory and his roommate from Li Jiawei's dormitory to help him. Jiang Yi is very handsome. At 178 centimeters tall, he has an heroic face. Many passing students gathered around. Wow, he's so handsome. How lucky to be courted by such a boy. The girls covered their mouths and said enviously. Yes, in 4 years of university, if I can have someone courting me like this, I'll be satisfied. This girl looks familiar, isn't she the one who got out of Li Xiao's car last time? In the middle of the scene, Li Jiawei hesitated to respond, her expression was very complicated. The roommates of the two people on the side couldn't help but urge her. Jiawei, what are you waiting for? Jiang Yi loves you so much, treats you so well, what are you hesitating about? Hurry up and hug him. Yes, in this situation, it's hard to find a lover. Don't be shy. Everyone thought that Li Jiawei was inexperienced and was therefore a little hesitant and shy. However, Jiang Yi, I know you love me very much and that you have sacrificed a lot for me, but you cannot give me the life I want. When I fall in love, I want to get married right away. I can't imagine our life together. You are too poor, you can't even afford a house in our county town, can you? We are not a good match. Let's not contact each other anymore. Li Jiawei turned her head and walked away. Jiang Yi is a good person, but he is too poor. At first, she thought that eating shaxian, taking the bus, and shopping at the mall together, but only buying a cheap cup of milk tea, and the two of them saving money to buy a mobile phone, were all very happy things. It wasn't until she met him that she realized that this was how a woman could live. So what's the point of struggling with Jiang Yi? Struggling your whole life just to reach someone else's starting line? Li Jiawei left, resolutely, leaving a stunned crowd behind. Only the figure was a little enchanting. The roommate immediately ran over. Jiang Yi, a woman like this is not worth it, she's too snobbish. Let's find someone down to earth, I think my cousin is good. Fuck you, your cousin just graduated from high school, she's underage. My sister is suitable. Your sister is 27, 6 years older than Jiang Yi. You know nothing, 6 years older means carrying 2 ingots of gold. That's a fortune-making life. Jiang Yi was very touched when his roommates went to great lengths to cheer him up by using their relatives. However, at this time, the onlookers were furious. Cut it out. You're courting someone even though your relationship is unstable. Isn't courting supposed to be the icing on the cake? It's not supposed to be the beginning. Typical loser, a bit good-looking and he wants to chase girls. Nowadays, girls are not that easy to chase. If you don't have money, you'd better go back to your dormitory and play games, don't come out and embarrass yourself. I remember, this girl is the one who went out with Li Xiao last time. No wonder, this loser is nothing in front of Li Xiao. What's the use of having a face? You can't even buy the cheapest new Apple model, right? Jiang Yi's roommate heard the jeering from everyone around him and was about to rush up and scold someone. However, suddenly a light voice rang out. Jiang Yi, do you like me? I can be your girlfriend. The scene instantly fell silent. Some people were thinking, someone like Jiang Yi, I guess only those who are ugly to the extreme, or fat as hell, would look at him. Yes, that must be it. Even Jiang Yi's roommates were a little afraid and didn't dare to look, for fear that it really was an incredibly ugly girl, like Jiang Yi courting. And then, because of his emotional frustration, actually agreeing, then it would be over. Wouldn't he be harming his own brother? The dormitory head Zhong Chao whispered to Jiang Yi, "Xiaoxi, let's not look, go back, you're so handsome, you won't lack a good woman." But as soon as the words fell, Zhong Chao, who was a little curious and glanced at the woman, was stunned. His mouth was wide open, as if he could stuff a goose egg in it. He was the same as everyone else. Following their gaze, they saw a girl wearing a tracksuit with an extremely beautiful figure, with a protruding buttocks and a cute and delicate appearance, slowly walking towards Jiang Yi. Shit! Did the school flower just say that? One of the onlookers pinched the person next to him hard. Normally, that person would definitely fight back, but right now, he was too busy being surprised. I can't believe it. Is the school flower blind? Jiang Yi has just been dumped. The school flower actually likes someone who has been dumped. Yes, the one speaking is Jiangzhou University's school flower, Lin Wanqing. She is also Li Zhouwei's roommate. Are you sure? Jiang Yi said, unable to believe his ears. Lin Wanqing crossed her arms, her impressive figure clearly on display. Of course I'm sure. I've seen how you've pursued Li Zhouwei, and I'm so jealous. If a guy pursued me as persistently as you have for 3 years, I'd say yes. And you've brought breakfast to the whole dorm for 3 years, rain or shine. I'm touched. In the past, when Li Zhouwei was dating you, I was embarrassed to intervene. Now that she has set you free, of course I want to seize the opportunity. Lin Wanqing said this and looked at Jiang Yi lovingly. So, do you want me to be your girlfriend? Jiang Yi was stunned. What the hell? I had been chasing Li Zhouwei for a long time, but Li Zhouwei wanted to sever ties with me, and instead she moved the school beauty queen? But it is still a bit shocking that the school beauty would confess her love to him like this. If you don't believe me, ask your school beauty to confess her love to you. Did my ancestors' graves start smoking? No, smoking is not enough, it has to be struck by lightning and the ancestors' grave set on fire? Call 119, no signal? Jiang Yi muttered. Lin Wanqing heard what he said and laughed. You do have some sense of humor. So, will you say yes or no? If you don't, the guys on the side will think Lin Wanqing is just going to say no and give up. Lin Wanqing thought about it and continued. If you don't say yes, I'll ask you again tomorrow. The group of guys fainted. The sound of wailing and howling filled the sky. The school teachers thought a celebrity had died. P.S. New book, please pay attention. Chapter 2, the system is here, and it's a bit against the odds. Oh, my eternal goddess in my heart, how could you like such a person? Goddess, you can't like him, you have to give me a chance. Apart from being a little shorter, uglier, having poorer grades and coming from a poorer family, I'm better than him in everything else. Amidst the wailing of the crowd, Jiang Yi said firmly, I agree. I also want to be your boyfriend. Don't worry, although I'm poor now, I will definitely find a good job and make a lot of money for you in the future. I will definitely make you the woman that makes all the women in the world jealous. Jiang Yi made a solemn promise to Lin Wanqing. I believe you. Lin Wanqing's face was beaming with a smile that made her even more beautiful, and Jiang Yi couldn't help but stare. You're so beautiful. Seeing Jiang Yi's mouth watering, Lin Wanqing smiled. Idiot, why don't you give me the flowers? No, Jiang Yi swallowed hard. These flowers obviously don't match your beauty. I'm going to go buy you a bigger, more beautiful bouquet. He turned to his roommates and said, guys, help me clean up this mess. I'll treat you to dinner later. Fuck you. You stole my crush. My heart hurts. Zhong Chao covered his chest and fell to the ground. Me too. I feel like my heart is broken and my world is crumbling. Jiang Yi, can I beat you up later tonight? Count me in, I want to beat you up twice. Zhong Chao got up from the ground with a roll. If you dare touch him, I'll demolish your dormitory tomorrow. Lin Wanqing turned around and stood in front of Jiang Yi. Zhong Chao immediately fell to the ground again. It's over, he's protecting her. Roommate Chen Jie said to Lin Wanqing, sister-in-law, if Jiang Yi treats you badly in the future, come to us, we'll take care of it for you. Yes. The third brother quickly agreed. Jiang Yi's face was full of black lines, saying that the brotherhood was deep. What happened to not asking to be born in the same year, but to die in the same year? This is betrayal? But the next second, one of Lin Wanqing's roommates said leisurely, "Wanqing is a master of taekwondo, and ordinary people can't last 2 moves under her." Gulu. Zhang Yi's roommates, the 4 of them, swallowed at the same time. "Well, Zhang Yi, you can go wherever you want, we'll help you clean up here. By the way, take care of yourself." The 3 of them threw a sympathetic look at Zhang Yi, and then instantly started tidying up the floor. Zhang Yi looked at Lin Wanqing. "Are you really a taekwondo master?" At this moment, he really wanted a shaking head for an answer. "Yes, someone like you, I can beat 3. Zhang Yi, pawn. The campus of Jiangzhou University. An enviable couple has appeared. Zhang Yi is holding Lin Wanqing's hand. No, Lin Wanqing is holding Zhang Yi's hand. They are walking on the tree-lined path of the university. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves and drizzles down, illuminating the two with a sparkling feeling. Zhang Yi felt the warmth and softness in his hands. He was a little worried that he would never be able to force himself on her in the future, otherwise he would immediately be overpowered by her sweeping leg. However, since she liked him so sincerely, he had to do well for her and give her a good life. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully reversed the situation and awakened the perfect love god system. Reward the host with 100 billion in love life funds. Note, this money can only be used in your love life with Lin Wanqing, but you cannot give Lin Wanqing the money directly. At the same time, the system rewards the host with the voice of the future. You can get a prediction of the future once a week to help the host embark on the road to true godhood that is rightfully theirs. Also, if the host spends 100 million yuan on Lin Wanqing, the system will reward the host with 10 energy points. Energy points can be used to enhance any of the host's abilities. The money has already been transferred to the host's account, so the host can use it without worry. This money will not cause inflation. Zhang Yi suspected that he had heard it wrong. "So you're encouraging me to spend money on Lin Wanqing in disguise, and all you're giving me is 1 skill? And I can only use it once every 7 days. But what the hell is an energy point? What abilities do I have?" The host's personal ability panel is as follows. Strength, 2100. Intelligence, 6100. Looks, 7100. Stamina, 3100. Other abilities, medical skills, 0100, cooking skills, 10100. The rest of the abilities have yet to be unlocked. The author said that in order to prove that my existence is not just a number of words, he requires me to write the system personal attribute panel in the author's note of each chapter, so everyone can find me there in the future. Fuck, with my high IQ and stunning looks, I actually don't get full marks here? If I get all 100 points, wouldn't that be awesome? No. I'm already a cow. Zhang Yi was a little bit looking forward to it. If he had so many points, and they were all filled up, what a godlike feeling that would be. In the future, he must love Lin Wanqing well and spend money on her. But for the time being, Zhang Yi set a small goal for himself, to spend 100 million yuan on Lin Wanqing first. Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi? Lin Wanqing looked at Zhang Yi, who suddenly looked a little dazed, and shook the hands the two of them held tightly. Ha? Ha? What did you say? Zhang Yi suddenly withdrew his consciousness from his own system space. What were you thinking? I was talking to you, but you weren't listening. Lin Wanqing pouted, a little upset. Oh, that. I was just thinking, on the first day we're together, we have to go somewhere to eat and have a good time. Zhang Yi touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. If it were the old Li Jiawei, she would have jumped with excitement and immediately started to plan where to go. But after listening to Zhang Yi's words, Lin Wanqing not only didn't express her happiness, but instead frowned and hesitated, persuading him. Zhang Yi, don't spend money recklessly. Didn't you say you want to give me a good future? You can't save money if you spend it recklessly. Besides, I'm not with you because you buy me things. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Zhang Yi listened to Lin Wanqing's words and thought about Li Jiawei's previous behavior. Immediately, a warm current surged in his heart. This is the person who really wants to be with me. That Li Jiawei really only used me. How can that be okay? In the past, no matter what I did to Li Jiawei, now I must treat you better. Besides, I still have some money in my hands. Isn't the money I make for you to spend? Let's go to Jiangzhou's Hansher Square today and spend a wave. Zhang Yi patted his chest and pulled Lin Wanqing out of the school gate. At this time, downstairs in the girls' dormitory, a BMW 740 Li pulled up in front of the dormitory. A young man in sunglasses got out of the car, slicked back his hair, leaned against the car, and enjoyed the envious glances of the students coming and going. In a moment, a beautiful figure in a beautiful dress ran out of the dormitory building. The deep cleavage and the large V neckline was faintly visible, as if she had deliberately run very vigorously, causing her breasts to rise and fall violently. Li Xiao, you're here. This woman was none other than Li Jiawei, who had just broken up with Jiang Yi. She intimately held onto Li Xiao's arm, pressing the softness of her body against his arm. I've already broken up with that loser, and from now on I'll all yours. Li Jiawei's words were extremely gentle. If Jiang Yi were here, he would definitely feel that this woman had such a gentle side. Of course, Jiang Yi now already has a better partner. As for Li Jiawei, she can only be considered a scumbag. Okay, then let's go to Hangzhou Square together and have a good time. Li Xiao nodded his chin slightly, indicating for Li Jiawei to get into the passenger seat herself, and there was no way he would open the door for Li Jiawei like a gentleman. Even so, Li Jiawei pretended to be very happy and kissed Li Xiao on the cheek, then got into the passenger seat with a smug look on her face. Many people in the dormitory building poked their heads out to look, some envious, some jealous, and some disdainful. It's just a 740 Li, what's so great about it? What's with the pretense at school? A nerdy-looking guy munching on a steamed bun said resentfully, and then took a big bite out of the bun. This girl is so happy, Li Xiaoyi will buy her a lot of nice bags later, right? Ha, later, instead of bags, he'll give her a baby. What's the difference between this and pimping? At this moment, in Hangzhou Square, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing also got off the subway, holding hands. Chapter 3, the school beauty took the initiative to buy clothes for Jiang Yi. In the underground garage of Hangzhou Square, Li Xiao's hand was recklessly playing with something through the deep V neck. Li Jiawei's pretty face was flushed, and she kept saying no, be careful, someone is coming, but her body was trying very hard to accommodate something. It's okay, I'm not going to strip you naked anyway, Li Xiao said nonchalantly, showing no desire to protect Li Jiawei. After a while of kneading, Li Xiao looked at Li Jiawei's face and laughed, not bad, very perky. Tell me what you want in a while, but first say okay, you can only buy one. You can't be greedy, I'm not stupid. Okay, as long as Li Xiao likes it. Li Jiawei intimately took Li Xiao's hand and went to the mall. Wanqing, are you thirsty? Let me buy you a drink. Jiang Yi had a lot more confidence in himself since he had 100 million yuan. A man with money, without money he is a son. Now, apart from not daring to act on Lin Wanqing, he has already taken advantage of her verbally. Of course, Lin Wanqing was happy to accept this. She liked Jiang Yi herself. Lin Wanqing was happy that Jiang Yi called her affectionately. You can just buy me a bottle of mineral water, I don't like drinks. Jiang Yi knew that Lin Wanqing was afraid that he didn't have enough money, so he deliberately said that he didn't drink drinks. He casually glanced around and noticed a Starbucks in front of them. Let's go. If you don't like drinks, I'll buy you a coffee. Lin Wanqing was dragged into Starbucks. No, Starbucks is a drink too. Then get me a matcha frappuccino. Jiang Yi glanced around, ignored Lin Wanqing, who wanted to leave, and directly chose the drink that looked the best. He also wanted to try it with this card to see if it would work. After the 33 yuan was debited, Jiang received a text message from his bank card. The balance on it was a long series of nines, filling up an entire row. Holy shit, it was the first time Jiang had seen so much money, and he almost dropped his phone. Since it was still early, and not yet time for dinner, the two of them started wandering around the mall. Lin Wanqing held the frappuccino in one hand, took Jiang's hand with the other, and from time to time, fed Jiang a mouthful. Hey, Jiang Yi, let me buy you a whole new outfit. You've been wearing the same clothes for years. And since my scholarship came through the other day, let me buy you some clothes. Lin Wanqing suddenly pulled Jiang Yi into a men's clothing store. Jiang Yi looked up and saw that it was CK. The prices inside must not be cheap. But Lin Wanqing didn't hesitate. She carefully picked out one item after another for Jiang Yi, and finally chose a hoodie and sweatpants for him. It cost a total of more than 2,000 yuan. Lin Wanqing quickly scanned the QR code to pay and packed it up to take away. Jiang Yi softly refused several times, but Lin Wanqing ignored him. Jiang Yi knew that Lin Wanqing's scholarship actually only totaled 3,000 yuan. The college had first-class scholarships for one person, and Lin Wanqing was the one. Unfortunately, Jiang Yi's scholarship had already been spent on Li Jiawei a long time ago. Wanqing, let's return it, this scholarship has been used up by this set of clothes I bought. Zhang Yi quietly pulled Lin Wanqing as he left the shop. No need, Zhang Yi, you're my boyfriend now, you have to listen to me. I just want to be nice to you. Lin Wanqing explained softly without any regret. Zhang Yi's heart warmed. The first piece of clothing his girlfriend bought him was not from Li Jiawei, who he had been dating for 5 years, but from Lin Wanqing, whom he had only known for a day. What more could a man ask for from his girlfriend? The heavens really had opened up. But then, it was time to repay the favor. He took Lin Wanqing into a Gucci store nearby. Lin Wanqing's pretty face turned pale with fear. No kidding, the cheapest bag in here is enough for the two of them to live on for a year. Zhang Yi, don't be ridiculous, let's get out of here quickly, don't be a disgrace. Lin Wanqing anxiously whispered in Zhang Yi's ear, urging him not to lose his temper. She thought that Zhang Yi was angry because she bought him CK and had randomly chosen a shop to buy her something. In front of the Gucci store, a receptionist with a pretty face was standing guard. Her name tag read Zhou Jia. She saw two people who looked like students walking in with a CK clothing bag in their hands, and she looked down on them a little. Especially when she saw Lin Wanqing's pale and panicked expression, she was even more certain that these two people were definitely poor. She didn't even have the desire to go up and serve them. She had seen too many people like this. They would come in, casually take a look around, and finally shake their heads, pretending that they didn't like it, and then escape without buying anything. Only those people wearing high-end custom-made suits, clutching the keys to luxury cars in their hands, and spraying expensive perfume on their bodies are worthy of her warm hospitality. Zhang Yi, however, calmly reassured Lin Wanqing, "What's the panic? The store is open, so they just want us to come in and look around, and if we find something we like, we can buy it, and if not, we don't have to." Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Zhou Jia felt even more contempt. The world is truly full of all kinds of people, and they really come in all shapes and sizes. They actually came to our luxury store to pretend to be cool. She could tell just by looking at them that he would definitely say this wasn't suitable. Sure enough, she looked at the two of them. Lin Wanqing picked up the cheaper bags that cost more than 10,000 yuan, while Zhang Yi shook his head. At this time, another salesperson in the store saw that Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing were not being attended to, so she gave Zhou Jia at the door a reproachful look before walking up to them cordially. She came up to Zhang Yi, "Dear guests, is there anything you like? There is a mirror over there, you can try it on." Zhang Yi looked at the salesperson, who was wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, as tall as Lin Wanqing, with fair skin, and a name tag stuck to the front of her tight suit, Lu Linger. "Oh, let's take a look first. And, whatever she looks at, you take note of it." Zhang Yi nodded at Lu Linger and thought to himself that this person was much better than the one at the door. At this time, Zhou Jia was at the door and was about to burst out laughing. "Lu Linger, are you lacking in performance so much that you've gone crazy? How can you waste time by treating someone like this so seriously?" At this time, Zhou Jia saw a pair of extremely gorgeously dressed men and women walk in. In particular, when she saw that the man was wearing Armani and Gucci shoes, she immediately went up to him with a smile on her face. The people who came in were Li Xiao and Li Jiawei. Li Xiao's full name was Li Tianfu, but since he disliked the name his nouveau riche father had given him, which he considered too common, he preferred to be called Li Xiao. As soon as Li Jiawei came in, she went straight to the second floor of the store to the special display rack, where she saw an exquisite handbag. Zhou Jia hurriedly followed, and this kind of person with a clear goal is really a local tyrant. After all, the ones on the second floor are called boutique products. "Li Xiao, I've had my eye on this bag for a long time," Li Jiawei said, leaning her body against Li Tianfu and acting coquettishly. "Wow, the beautiful woman has a good eye. This bag is the latest model for the new year, and there are only a few of them in the whole country. If you go out on the street with it, everyone will definitely envy you for having a good husband." Zhou Jia's words were very well spoken, praising Li Jiawei and secretly praising Li Xiao's wealth. It was also with this mouth that flatters the rich that she successfully became the top seller in our store for several months. Sure enough, after she finished speaking, some smiles appeared on Li Jiawei's face and Li Xiao's face. Not bad. Li Xiao picked up the bag and took an unobtrusive look at it, while lightly glancing at the price in the corner of his eye. Over 20,000, not bad. His original plan was to spend 10,000 to 20,000 yuan on Li Jiawei, and now that he was already in, a little more than 20,000 yuan was just a little more. After all, this woman had very perky breasts, which should be fun to play with. It was also said that she was still a virgin, and a bag like this would be a good deal if he slept with her for a few months. After he got tired of playing with Li Jiawei, he could use her to get close to Lin Wanqing. Zhou Jia's face lit up with joy. "Look, This is what a rich person does, buying it at the first opportunity. Lu Linger, you will never catch up with me in this lifetime. That's for sure. This one is new, so the price is at its lowest. Besides, for you, boss, this price is just a number. Li Tianfu gave Zhou Jie a knowing look and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered that he needed a belt. You keep this in mind, I'll come back to buy it later. I'm going downstairs to buy a belt. At that moment, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were led by Lu Linger to the second floor from the other end. As soon as they arrived, Jiang Yi set his eyes on a beautiful bag on a special display rack. Wanqing, go try it on, you'll look great with this bag. Chapter 4, Please leave, I'm calling security. What girl doesn't love these nice bags and clothes? If she says she doesn't, she's just being sensible. Lin Wanqing couldn't take her eyes off the bag. She carefully put the bag over her shoulder. Even though she was wearing sportswear, Lu Linger couldn't help but praise her. Wow, girl, you really rock this bag. If Gucci were to hire you as their spokesperson, you would definitely attract a lot of people to buy. Lu Linger had grown up in the countryside and had never experienced the life of the rich. Coupled with her extreme aversion to the exchange of money for sex, she could only use her hard work to barely fulfill her duties as the store manager in this store. So beautiful. Johnny Du was mesmerized. What is meant by icing on the cake? This is icing on the cake. A bag that immediately and once again enhances Lin Wanqing's beauty by several notches. Lin Wanqing secretly glanced at the price when no one was looking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my, this bag costs over 200,000 yuan. She was a little afraid to accept it, as this price was way beyond what the two poor students could afford. Although it really is very pretty. I'm more of a sporty person, and I don't think this bag is quite right for me, Lin Wanqing said tactfully. She looked at herself in the mirror again, enjoyed the experience of this luxury bag a little, and then obediently put it down, returned to Jiang Yi's side, and took his hand again. Only Lu Linger had already written down the number of this bag in her little notebook. The second floor had very few products, all of them were high-quality items. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up when she saw them. After all, if a luxury goods store could set them as its high-quality items, they must be the best of the best. After Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing finished shopping, Lin Wanqing hurriedly took Jiang Yi downstairs and fled. As a result, as soon as they arrived downstairs, they ran into Li Jiawei and her friends. Jiang Yi. Why are you here, and what are you doing here? Li Jiawei was a little shocked, rubbed her eyes, and couldn't believe that Jiang Yi was actually walking with Lin Wanqing, and also came to visit this Gucci store. These two are poor students. Although they are both very good at studying, their families are ordinary. It is said that Lin Wanqing only has a mother, and no one knows who her father is. Hey, Jiawei, thank you for letting me have him. I've liked Jiang Yi for a long time. Lin Wanqing took Jiang Yi's hand in a big way, proving their relationship as a couple. At this time, Li Tianfu also noticed Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. His gaze swept Lin Wanqing's body several times with burning heat. Wanqing, if you want a boyfriend, just tell me, and I'll introduce you to one of my rich friends. Why settle for such a poor loser? Li Tianfu had just tried on a new belt and was casually talking, his hands pinching the Gucci logo. In fact, what he wanted to say was, if you want a boyfriend, then find me. No need, I think Jiang Yi is very good, I like him a lot. Lin Wanqing, however, didn't even look at Li Tianfu. She thought Li Tianfu was too high profile, not at all manly, and only had a stench of money. She was about to pull Jiang Yi away. Unexpectedly, Li Tianfu laughed mockingly without mercy. Did you two come here to smell the Gucci bag? Li Jiawei, who was standing next to him, felt a little sorry for Jiang Yi being mocked like this. After all, Jiang Yi had really been good to her before. So she gently patted Li Tianfu on the shoulder and said, Young Master Li, although people are poor, they still have dreams. Don't laugh at others. Li Tianfu laughed heartily. This kind of behavior of belittling others and elevating oneself made him feel very good. Who says I'm here to smell? Jiang Yi didn't even look at the two of them, but just smiled and turned back to Lu Linger and said, Young lady, pack up everything you've written down for me. I'll take it all. Ah. Lu Linger immediately covered her mouth in surprise. She had just written down a total of 20 or so items, which would cost millions if she bought them all. Even Zhou Jie and the other sales assistants in the store looked over in surprise. Shit, this inconspicuous guy is actually a big spender? Zhou Jie felt a little remorseful in her heart. She was the one who saw it first. Could it be that the kind of melodramatic situation that can only be seen online would also happen to her? Snicker Li Tianfu suddenly snickered. You've come here to act like a big shot, but you've come to the wrong place. If you can't pay later, the security guards will probably have to remove you. He said this while greedily looking at Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, you stay away from him. If the security guards kick people out in a while, they might hurt you. You are Jiewei's roommate. I think I'll give you a belt as well. Thank you for taking care of Jiewei. Of course, Li Tianfu wanted to do everything he could to establish his image in front of Lin Wanqing. Li Jiewei was also a little anxious. Could it be that Jiang Yi was so hurt by her rejection today that he had acted so recklessly? She anxiously said to Jiang Yi, I know better than you how much money you have. Don't pretend to be proud. Go back quickly. Wanqing, if you don't want to see him go. She deliberately let Wanqing send Jiang Yi away, because she had already sensed that Lin Wanqing's appearance had caused Li Xiao to lose interest in her. After listening to what the others had said, Zhou Jie suddenly felt a huge weight lift from her heart. I told you, I've never been wrong about these things. Sir, shall I go calculate it for you first? Lu Linger watched as the others disparaged Jiang Yi so much. Although she had some doubts, she was still willing to believe in Jiang Yi. She felt that this man was not someone who liked to act cool. Jiang Yi nodded and patted Lin Wanqing's hand again to indicate that she didn't need to be nervous. Lin Wanqing looked at Jiang Yi's indifferent expression and her heart was also in turmoil. Could it be that Jiang Yi really has that much money? Sir, that's 1,176,000 yuan in total. Soon after, Lu Linger came over with a calculator that she had calculated several times. Everyone looked at Jiang Yi with a smile on their faces, waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Zhou Jie in particular felt that Lu Linger was really stupid to actually calculate the money. Jiang Yi took out his mobile phone and went to the counter. Do I scan you? Or do you scan me? Ha ha. Zhou Jie couldn't hold back any longer. This bumpkin. Sir, I'm sorry, if you don't have the money, it's not too late to leave. You may not know, but your payment platform can only pay 50,000 yuan at a time, per day. Zhou Jie's whole face turned red with laughter. The other sales assistants in the store also looked at Jiang Yi with contempt. I've really never seen anyone so uncool come to our store to act like a big shot. Yes, that's why I didn't bother to serve him. Only Lu Linger, whose sales this month are still far behind, is willing to serve this kind of trashy customer. Look at that man, all in cheap clothes. I guess the total is not even enough for a belt here. He doesn't think that just because he can afford CK, he can afford Gucci, does he? Li Tianfu laughed even harder, slapping his thighs. Lu Linger picked up a POS machine with some embarrassment. Sir, this large amount needs to be paid by credit card. Jiang Yi felt a little bitter. He was also a rich man for the first time and knew nothing. He could clearly feel Lin Wanqing's hand squeeze his own hand, which had suddenly become much tighter. In fact, Lin Wanqing was already prepared to dismiss the security guard who came to chase them in a moment. Let's swipe the card then. I don't know if I brought my card with me. Jiang Yi took out his wallet and looked for it. This sentence immediately caused everyone to shake their heads. Such an old trick, and you're still using it? What do you mean you haven't brought your card? Your phone is out of battery. These are all old tricks, okay? I think your card is a bank card, isn't it? Li Tianfu leaned over to the side, afraid that Jiang Yi was going to lie to everyone and say that he hadn't brought his card. Oh, yes, I'm lucky to have brought my wallet. Jiang Yi took out his bank card from his wallet and sighed in his heart, I'm lucky to have brought it, or I would really be humiliated. Lu Linger quickly swiped the card on the POS machine. Please enter your password. But Jiang Yi took the POS machine and hesitated to enter the password. This scene was also naturally interpreted by everyone as Jiang Yi being gutless. In fact, everyone had already stopped laughing at Jiang Yi, they were tired of it. The sales assistant Zhou Jie couldn't bear to watch any longer. If they kept delaying like this, they would be delaying the transaction for their own customers, right? She bowed deeply to Li Xiao. I'm sorry, sir, but this person is affecting your enjoyment of the purchase. I'll call security to get him out of here right away. Zhou Jie then said to Jiang Yi, Sir, I hope you will stop teasing. Please go out and don't affect our business. If you don't go out by yourself, I'll have to call security. And you, as his girlfriend, don't you know how to get him to think clearly? Why are you standing here like an idiot? Chapter 5, Recharge 10 million, is that enough to kick her out? Jiang Yi was at a loss at this time, and he couldn't think of the numbers for his password. He could hear Zhou Jie laughing at him again and again, and she even dared to talk about Lin Wanqing? Lin Wanqing is now his heart's desire and is Jiang Yi's taboo. How can he bear it? Is this Gucci store's shopping guide really that rude? Shouldn't the customer be God? How can she be so mean? Which one of you is the store manager? Jiang Yi was a little angry, and he yelled at the store. Immediately, a man in formal attire ran out. Sir, what's going on? Her face was full of a smile, but when she saw Jiang Yi, the smile froze a little, but then she recovered her smile. This person has repeatedly mocked me. What do you think should be done? Jiang Yi pointed at Zhou Jia. The store manager immediately turned his head to look at Zhou Jia and Lu Linger, and understood the ins and outs of the matter. Then he said with a forced smile, Sir, you see, you are delaying the shopping, so our salesperson Zhou is a little angry. Salesperson Zhou is the top salesperson in our store, and she can do hundreds of thousands of yuan in sales in a month alone. I hope you can understand, and I apologize to you on her behalf. The store manager actually bowed on Zhou Jia's behalf. Is several 100,000 a lot? Jiang Yi said nonchalantly, I bought all this today, and the sales champion this month should be her, right? Jiang Yi also nodded at Lu Linger. Yes, sir. The store manager's face showed no expression, and it was obvious that he had some ability to be in the store manager's position. By the way, Li Jiawei, what's your birthday? I set up this card when there were several birthdays in the month, and I forgot what month and day your birthday is. Suddenly, Jiang Yi looked up at Li Jiawei and said. The whole audience was stunned. There was no way around it. At that time, Jiang Yi was head over heels in love with Li Jiawei and would have been happy to be associated with her in any way. The bank card password, of course, could not escape Li Jiawei's birthday. But just now, Li Jiawei had broken up with him, and Jiang Yi's emotions had relaxed, so much so that he had actually forgotten Li Jiawei's birthday. Everyone looked at them with some surprise. What is the relationship between these two? The man is holding the woman's hand, but he is asking the woman for her birthday, saying that the password is her birthday? A salesperson is confused. Maybe the man and the woman used to be together, but then they broke up. But the woman is pretty lucky, because after she broke up with this loser, she immediately hooked up with Mr. Li, who spends tens of thousands of dollars in our store every year. He must be a rich second generation. You don't say. Look, this guy is quite generous, he ordered the whole takeaway. You're kidding, he'll be lucky if he isn't thrown out. I'm beginning to believe he must be rich, he's just keeping a low profile. Li Jiawei said awkwardly, September 8th. Of course she was disappointed, who wouldn't like to be remembered by a group of men? Now that she and Jiang Yigang had split up, he had actually forgotten her birthday. Oh, yes, now that you mention it, I remember. Jiang Yi said excitedly, gesturing in the air with his hand, and at the same time turned to Lin Wanqing and said, You're not angry, are you? I'll go change it all back. Lin Wanqing had no heart to listen to Jiang Yi's words. She was so nervous inside, and Jiang Yi had really bragged too much. If he really couldn't pay on time, he was finished. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Yi entered the password. Drip. The payment was actually successful. There was a sudden sound of people gasping in shock. Everyone was shocked. Over 1 million yuan was spent in a flash, and this was just a random purchase. Lu Linger's hands were trembling with excitement as she handed the bill to Jiang Yi. First, sir, I'll start packing it for you. This order today has directly pushed her sales to the top. She has set a new record, with a monthly sales of 1 million yuan, which can even be said to have broken the store's historical record. Zhou Jia's hands have been twisted hard on her thighs. She hates it. Why didn't she see that this kid was so rich just now? Otherwise, her sales this month would have set a new high. Now it's fine, and Lu Linger has taken it all. Lin Wanqing even exclaimed directly, covering her mouth with her hands, and said incredulously, Jiang Yi, where did you get so much money? Don't worry about it yet. Jiang Yi suddenly stopped Lu Linger and looked at the store manager. I want to ask, is this performance enough to kick her out? I don't want to see this person in this store. Zhou Jia panicked. But soon she calmed down. Her performance of several million a year was incomparable to this single order of 1 million. Manager, over the years, I have done more than 10 million yuan of business for the store. You can't give up on me just because of this single order. Zhou Jie said to the manager, but she was thinking that the manager would probably come up with a compromise, except that her bonus for this month might have to be docked a bit. The manager of the Gucci store was a bit torn, her brows knitted together, not knowing how to make a decision. Both sides were precious. How she wanted to yell, can't you all just get along? However, the next moment, Jiang Yi's words completely made her fall. I want to charge my girlfriend's spending card with 10 million, what do you think? Can I charge it here? Ghoul. Everyone made a sound of swallowing their saliva. Li Tianfu silently took a few steps back. Jiang Yi's handwriting was a bit shocking. Li Jiawei was completely dumbfounded at this point, and a flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. My god, wasn't this person always very poor? How did he suddenly become so rich that he had to use his scholarship to buy me something for a few hundred yuan? Did he just pretend to be poor? This is too much of an act, isn't it? He's so good at pretending. Is he an Oscar-winning actor? If I had just agreed to him, then I would be the one being showered with so much love. The store manager was also taken aback when she heard Jiang Yi's words, but she quickly recovered. She had seen the big world. Yes, of course, I will open the card for you now. Open them all in my girlfriend's name, not in mine. Jiang Yi pulled Lin Wanqing, who was in a state of shock, up. Wanqing, give them your ID card, and put the card in your name. Jiang Yi, no need, I can't use so many luxury bags. Lin Wanqing repeatedly refused, and her hands were about to squeeze tightly into Jiang Yi's arms, wishing to knock Jiang Yi unconscious with one blow and carry him back. You can use this money to invest and spend it elsewhere, don't waste it. I really want to use it too, but I'm not allowed to. Jiang Yi felt bitter in his heart, really unable to express his feelings, and was still being treated like a spendthrift. He really wanted to press the system to the ground and rub it hard. It's okay, money is meant to be spent. If you use it up, just throw it away. From now on, when you go to the supermarket, use this to wrap things. It's environmentally friendly and convenient. Just like your coffee, it fits perfectly in this bag. Jiang Yi waved his hand casually and picked up one of the bags that Lin Wanqing had just selected as an example. After hearing Jiang Yi's words, everyone's faces turned weird. Why do I feel like punching him in the face? Stop it, don't tempt me, I've held back until now. A Gucci bag worth tens of thousands of yuan to hold coffee and buy groceries? I wouldn't dare do that in my dreams. Lin Wanqing was completely flustered. At Jiang Yi's urging, she took out her ID card blankly and watched as Jiang Yi swiped another 10 million yuan. Sweat was pouring from the palms of her hands. However, when setting the password, she had written today's date in, so she would always remember today. It was the first day she belonged to Jiang Yi. No, it should be the first day Jiang Yi belonged to her. I've already transferred 10 million yuan, so shouldn't you do something about it? Jiang Yi played with the bills in his hands, and with a lowered head and expressionless face, he signaled the store manager. Chapter 6, That girl is so lucky. Although the manager was in a difficult situation, he looked at the sudden entry of more than 10 million yuan into his store and his eyes hardened. Zhou Jie, settle your wages later and go back. Don't come to work again. Starting today, Lu Linger is the deputy manager of this store. The manager closed his eyes and made his decision, fire Zhou Jie and promote Lu Linger. Sometimes, taking shortcuts can indeed make quick money, but people should always keep their feet on the ground. If you work hard and diligently, without being servile or arrogant, like Lu Linger, you will succeed one day. Even if she fails in the end, she won't have any regrets, because she has walked the path herself, step by step. Zhou Jie's mind went blank, and many of the store's sales assistants looked at her with displeasure. Zhou Jie despised them because she had a few regular customers, and now she was finally reaping the consequences. Humph. Don't let me see you again, or I'll make you regret it. Zhou Jie angrily left after snatching off her name tag and dropping it on the floor. Do you think Zhou Jie will go to her big brothers? A salesperson said quietly. Maybe, it seems that she does know an old man, a very rich old man, but the old man's physical ability is not good, and there is a reason for Zhou Jie's bad temper. Let's not talk about it. Will her big brothers really do something to this kid? Don't worry about it, they are not in the same world as us, what's the point of thinking about it so much? Just make your money. Jiang Yi looked coldly at Zhou Jie's back. If you only scolded me, this situation might not have happened, but you even dared to bring Lin Wanqing into it, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Sir, after we pack these bags, we can deliver them to your door. Can you leave us the address? Lu Linger asked Jiang Yi carefully, holding a list. This is a difficult problem. There are so many bags, I don't think they will all fit in Lin Wanqing's dormitory. How about you add me? Oh no, add my girlfriend to WeChat first, and we'll tell you where to deliver them on WeChat. Jiang Yi said after thinking about it. He almost let the woman add his WeChat, but he refused, absolutely refused. Just because Lin Wanqing doesn't despise him and used almost all of her savings to buy him clothes, he must also be faithful to her. This kind of contact with the opposite sex is of course the less the better. Jiang Yi's side of things was settled, but how could the store manager let go of these two big clients, Li Tianfu and Li Jiawei? She looked at the list that Zhou Jia had just written up, and it was also a bag that cost a couple 100,000 yuan. Today was really the smoothest day of the month, no, of all time. Zhou Jia had left, and her clients naturally fell under the manager's purview. She asked with a smile, "May I ask, sir, if you would like to pay for these two items now or take a look at them some more?" Oh. Pay for them now, how much are they? Li Tianfu obviously hadn't recovered from Jiang Yi's generous offer. He had directly offered over 10 million, and none of the rich young men around him had been able to do the same. I really don't know which dog's eye Li Jiawei has blinded herself with, to have given up on such a diamond in the rough and chosen herself. Besides, she doesn't even like Li Jiawei, she just wants to use her to get to Lin Wanqing. Unfortunately, Lin Wanqing has now been won over by Jiang Yi, and it would be difficult to win her back on one's own merits. Li Tianfu sighed. "Sir, that'll be 217,000 yuan. The manager's gentle voice came over. "Oh. Just swipe your card, no pin." Li Tianfu didn't listen carefully, still immersed in Lin Wanqing's grief. He handed over his bank card in his hand. "Only. Sir, your bank card, the balance is insufficient." The store manager tried 3 times and still said to Li Tianfu with a face full of apologies. However, Li Tianfu didn't react at all. Li Jiawei kept watching and felt a little embarrassed. She gently nudged Li Tianfu. "Li Xiao, the store manager is talking to you." To go. Li Tianfu suddenly twitched, came to his senses, and said he wanted to go. "Well, sir, your card balance is insufficient." The store manager had to remind him again. "What? Insufficient balance? That's impossible, it's only something worth 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Li Tianfu said in surprise. He clearly remembered that he had more than 50,000 yuan for living expenses these past few months, and he hadn't spent any money outside these past 2 days, so how could his balance be insufficient? "Sir, that latest model bag of yours costs more than 200,000 yuan, how can it only cost 20,000 to 30,000? You must have made a mistake just now." The shop assistant laughed secretly, but she wasn't worried that Li Tianfu wouldn't be able to pay, because when Li Tianfu was taking out his bank card just now, she clearly saw the keys to his BMW. So the shop assistant believed that for someone who could drive a BMW, buying a bag that costs more than 200,000 yuan would be so easy. It's just that. The veins on Li Tianfu's forehead started throbbing. More than 200,000 yuan, that's his living expenses for almost half a year, and his family only gives him 30,000 yuan a month. This would take half a year to spend. The more critical problem is that the invoice has already been issued here, and if he says he doesn't have the money and can't buy it, he would be so embarrassed. Not to mention being laughed at by all the shop assistants, the goddess Lin Wanqing has been watching him the whole time. Just as he was about to persuade Li Jiawei not to buy it for the time being, Lu Linger seemed to have remembered something. She was sorting through Jiang Yi's things and looked up, saying, "Are you talking about the one on the second floor? That bag seems to be the last one, and it was bought by this Mr. Jiang." After hearing this, Li Tianfu let out a long sigh of relief. He really wanted to rush up to Lu Linger right now and give her a big hug. But he still had to put on a slightly apologetic expression. He took the card from the store manager with a very apologetic face, and then took out another card from his wallet. "It's all my fault for taking the wrong card just now, but fortunately I took the wrong one, otherwise if you had used my card and there was no bag left, I would have had to refund it to you." He looked sideways at Li Jiawei, his face written with 2 big words of guilt, and said politely, "Jiawei, it's all my fault. If I had bought it earlier, it would have been fine. If we can't buy it here, shall we go to LV and have a look?" However, Li Jiawei's eyes never once looked at him, but instead, she was transfixed by the scene in front of her. Zhang Yijing was trying hard to slide the bag that Li Jiawei had her eye on onto Lin Wanqing's shoulders. His eyes were full of affection. While stuffing it in, he muttered, "This store is really cheating. There should be more of this color. I'll buy you one of each color." What is meant by comparison makes people feel bitter. Without comparison, there is no harm. Li Tianfu's smile was about to overflow when he heard that the store was sold out. And Jiang Yi still complained that there were too few bags in the store. Not to mention that the person who should have been the favored person should have been himself, but he watched helplessly as this opportunity to be the princess slipped through his hands. Li Jiawei wanted to vomit blood in her heart. She wished there was a Doraemon robot that could give her a time machine to instantly return to a few hours ago, when she would definitely have kissed Jiang Yi, who was on his knees, crazy with love. No. She should have just knelt down herself and proposed to Jiang Yi. However, Li Tianfu's relief didn't last for more than 3 seconds. A salesperson in the store looked at the computer and said, "Manager, I just checked, there was a new one that arrived yesterday, but it wasn't recorded in the system, so there is actually one left." Poof! A gush of bitter blood welled up in Li Tianfu's heart. The heavens spared no one. The store manager was quick-witted and took the new card Li Tianfu had just taken out from his outstretched hand, and before Li Tianfu could react, he swiped it on the POS machine. Insufficient funds. There was an instant silence in the room. Li Jiawei had just heard that there was another bag, and the glimmer of relief that had risen in her heart was instantly dragged back down to earth by reality. It seems that the person who just screamed for help doesn't have any money either. Jiang Yi heard the store manager say that the balance was insufficient, and he also mocked and teased. Just now, Li Tianfu had a terrible time, and now it was his turn to be taken advantage of. That day, Li Tianfu, who had left the Gucci store, didn't even know how he got out. Anyway, he only knew that he was full of disgust for Li Jiawei, and this woman didn't even know how to save face for him. He had hinted so blatantly, he was just short of shouting in everyone's face that he had no money, and yet she was still acting aggrieved. Not only did the words that had just mocked Jiang Yi slap him in the face with a resounding sound, but they were also all returned to him at this moment. All the sales assistants were looking at him like he was an idiot. Jiang Yi also cast a contemptuous sneer at him. But Jiang Yi didn't bother arguing with a nobody like Li Tianfu. He was too busy spoiling Lin Wanqing and spending money on her. These little clowns, after dancing around for a while, fell into the pit they dug for themselves. After half an hour, Jiang Yi finally finished handing over everything. Holding Lin Wanqing's hand, he was about to continue his shopping spree amidst the praise of the sales assistants. After all, there was still 100 billion to spend. The sales assistants at the luxury goods store are used to seeing local tyrants who come with their mistresses or sidekicks, but it is really rare to find someone who was willing to spend a fortune on their girlfriend and still be so loyal. I'm so jealous. That girl is so lucky to be spoiled by a man like that. If I had a boyfriend like that, I would wake up smiling even in my sleep. Lin Wanqing was the only one with a depressed and puzzled expression. Jiang Yi knew that he would definitely not escape Lin Wanqing's interrogation. Chapter 7 Jiang Yi, you should turn yourself in. Lin Wanqing dragged Jiang Yi to a place with few people and refused to go. Jiang Yi, you better explain to me where you got all this money. Did you rob a bank? Heaven's net is vast but has no holes, you can't escape. You'd better turn yourself in sooner rather than later. She had never seen what 100,000 yuan looked like, not even when she was a child. Today, this poor guy, who had been despised by Li Jiawei, had suddenly spent more than 11 million yuan, and he didn't even blush. That's not normal. Definitely not normal. Jiang Yi shrunk his neck. Do you believe me when I say I won the lottery? Lin Wanqing shook her head. Nonsense, who would believe such a lame excuse? But looking at Jiang Yi's appearance, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do anything bad. Besides, there doesn't seem to be any reason to explain why Jiang Yi is suddenly so rich. Anyway, don't think too much about it. I will definitely love you well. No matter how much money I have, I will definitely only be loyal to you. Jiang Yi affectionately took Lin Wanqing's hand and kissed it. Oh, I don't care where you come from, as long as you're clean, otherwise I'll disassemble your bones. Lin Wanqing glared fiercely at Jiang Yi. However, the fierce glare, placed on this white and cute face, somehow looked a bit out of place. Jiang Yi thought about her martial arts skills, and his muscles trembled. I know. It has to be absolutely clean, or I won't have a good death. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Yi's mouth was covered by Lin Wanqing's delicate hands. Don't talk nonsense. You can't say things like that anymore. I hope you'll be good. And, can you stop being so extravagant with your money and be more thrifty? Lin Wanqing's hands smelled very nice, with a faint scent of milk. Her delicate hands touched Jiang Yi's lips, which were smooth and delicate. Jiang Yi didn't know why he couldn't control his tongue. He stuck out his tongue and licked Lin Wanqing's hand. Rascal! Lin Wanqing instantly withdrew her hand and looked at the surveillance camera not far away. There are surveillance cameras in public places. You wouldn't find a place without surveillance cameras either. Jiang Yi turned his little head. I suspect she's hinting at something, but I don't dare to think about it, mainly for fear of being beaten. Let's go, let's continue shopping. We agreed, no more spending money recklessly. This habit must not be cultivated, it will be impossible to change in the future. I know, Wanqing, you're the boss, I'll do whatever you say. Zhang Yi had just exchanged the CK that Lin Wanqing bought for convenience directly at the Gucci store. The old clothes were to be sent by the clerk together with the bag when it was delivered to Lin Wanqing later. It has to be said that Lin Wanqing's eye for choosing clothes is still very good, and of course Zhang Yi's figure is also quite good. Clothes make the man, as the saying goes. Zhang Yi now seems like a different person, standing next to Lin Wanqing, they are simply a match made in heaven. Passers-by on the street praise them. I always thought that only handsome guys go out with ugly girls and beautiful women with losers, but today I finally saw a perfect match. I suspect it's a rich guy with a beautiful girlfriend. This afternoon, Zhang Yi profoundly demonstrated what it means to have his eyes and hands on the job. Cartier jewelry, Chanel, Burberry, Louis Vuitton, the latest Pingwo models. As soon as Lin Wanqing gave them a few looks, Zhang Yi bought them all. This one is nice, buy it. Are there other colors? I'll take them all. This one looks good. Pack it up and add me on WeChat. I'll send you the address later. This one, and this one. Well, except for these, pack up everything in this cabinet. These lipsticks are nice. How about this, pack up all the shades for me, and get me 100 sets of La Mer. In the future, Wanqing, you can use it to wash your face and feet, and it should be pretty good. Wait, all the clothes in this pile that she has seen, wrap them up for me. The shoes on the shoe cabinet, according to her size, each come with a pair. My girlfriend can't wear the same thing every day. Bird's Nest Beauty? Add a WeChat, I'll start with 1 million, and send a bowl to my address every day in the future. It has to be the best bird's nest from Sumatra, Indonesia. The price doesn't matter. At first, Lin Wanqing would refuse and persuade a little. Later, she got used to it herself, and she even started to be afraid to touch it, to look at it casually, and to try it on. Because once she took a second look, Zhang Yi would immediately pay. Among the vast array of products, my girlfriend took a second look and bought it. Thinking back to when Lin Wanqing said she liked a sporty style, Zhang Yi directly ordered all the nice clothes, pants, and shoes from several sports brands. Once he said he couldn't wear that much, Zhang Yi said, you can wear one set in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one in the evening. You can wear one and throw one away. That's 90 sets a month, rounded up to 100 sets. I bought less than that, so I'll take these 10 sets too. As a result, later on, there were always men and women in suits and jewelry near the addresses Zhang Yi had left at various stores, rummaging through the trash cans at the entrances to the residential areas. By the time the two had finished visiting all the shops in the mall, it was already 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The two stood in front of the floor index in Hongshire Square. Wanqing, it's time to eat, isn't it? Are you hungry? Zhang Yi patted his stomach and looked up at the food court on the top floor. Lin Wanqing nodded slightly, pursed her lips, and said with a pout, Zhang Yi, I really don't want to be with you for the money. I'm a little scared of your spending like this. She was already a little uneasy. Zhang Yi was so rich, and she felt that they were completely different in terms of their social status. Compared to the things Zhang Yi bought for her, the CK set she bought for him with her entire savings was nothing. She had always believed in the value of marriage based on social status, and now she felt the class difference. Zhang Yi had actually realized this problem just now, but he was thinking differently from Lin Wanqing. He was more worried that after spending so much money today, Lin Wanqing would not want to go shopping with him in the future. Plus, he couldn't give him money, so he could only buy it all at once, and live frugally afterwards. Anyway, they had spent more than 10 million yuan today. It was the one that just charged the card, and the system actually said it didn't count, but it made Zhang Yi feel so worried. It's hard for others to make money, and I find it hard to spend money. Wanqing, actually I don't have much either. I'm in the same situation as you. You've almost emptied your wallet buying clothes for me. I'm also willing to empty my own wallet for you. By tomorrow, we'll just be ordinary college students. Zhang Yi used his hand to brush a strand of hair that had fallen from Lin Wanqing's face behind her ear, and stroked her cheek, gently reassuring her. He was also delighted in his heart. This kind of girl is sensible and reasonable. She doesn't think it's natural to spend a guy's money, but instead wants to give back. She can be said to be a rare animal in this society. After Zhang Yi's soothing, Lin Wanqing slowly regained her natural complexion in his repeated promises. The two of them got up and walked upstairs, leaving the rest of the couple, who had come to see the floor index, eating dog food. You bastard, listen to the others. They all want the girl to beg the boy not to spend money on her. But you're the opposite. I'm begging you to spend some money on me, and you're not even happy about it. The girl tugged on the boy's ear. The boy was about to cry out of frustration. People are not like us, we still have to buy a house. Oomph, you always have your reasons. I'm so jealous of other people. The girl's face started to glow. It was as if she was imagining she was Lin Wanqing. Every girl has their own Prince Charming in their hearts, and Jiang is handsome and rich, just the perfect guy in their hearts. I have to say that this floor design is really smart. Everyone who comes to eat has to go up floor by floor, and all the escalators are staggered. The one from the first floor to the second floor is on the east side, and the one from the second floor to the third floor is on the west side. Lin Wanqing and Jiang Yi, after waiting for a long time for the elevator, could not wait any longer and had to take the escalator from the second floor to the fifth floor to the food court. All the sales assistants in the shops along the way greeted Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing warmly when they saw them. They wanted to ask them to go back in and have a look, but they thought that the people in the shops had already bought all the best products in the shops. The managers of those stores really regret it. If they had known, they would have bought more colors and more best-selling items. Jiang Yi led Lin Wanqing into a seafood restaurant that looked very nice. Of course, the reason why they chose this restaurant was because Lin Wanqing thought their menu was very unique. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when the two of them finished eating and drinking. Yes, they had eaten for 2 whole hours. In fact, Lin Wanqing had already eaten her fill a long time ago, but looking at the king crab, abalone, and shrimp still left on the table, she really didn't want to waste any of it. She even stuffed her mouth with it and took it home with her, packing it up so that not a single bit was left behind. Jiang Yi also followed the principle of not wasting food and took it all home with him, so that he could have it for breakfast in the morning. The waiter at the restaurant looked surprised. He had seen wealthy people before, but never such frugal ones. They ordered 1 dish each when they bought it, and took it all away when they left. While Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were laughing happily with their bellies full, in the girls' dormitory, Li Jiawei was in a daze, looking at Lin Wanqing, who had not yet returned. The other 2 people in the dormitory, among their compliments to her, looked at her with some disdain. Li Jiawei knew that they despised her as a woman who fawned on the powerful. However, after seeing Jiang Yi's handiwork, Li Jiawei now felt that all the compliments were sarcastic. Why is Jiang Yi so rich? Chapter 8: Jiang Yi is a failed playboy? On the campus of Jiangzhou University, Lin Wanqing and Jiang Yi sat together on a bench by the river. Jiang Yi's arm was wrapped tightly around Lin Wanqing, and she let the short hairs that had escaped from her ponytail tickle her face. In the past, Li Jiawei would never have dragged Jiang Yi to sit on a bench like this. She would have felt ashamed, afraid that someone would see them. But Lin Wanqing took the initiative to drag Jiang Yi here to sit and chat. Hiccup, Wanqing, let me change your phone for you. Jiang Yi thought of something and burped, taking out the latest model of the Pingwa 13 Pro Max from his tote bag. Why don't you use it? Your phone is so old. Lin Wanqing took off her shoes, put her legs on the chair, leaned her upper body against Jiang Yi, lying horizontally, and put her arms around Jiang Yi's waist. Compared to using it herself, she would rather have Jiang Yi use this latest model of mobile phone, because Jiang Yi's mobile phone is still a broken domestic machine, and it got stuck a dozen times just now when paying. But Jiang Yi has been buying for Lin Wanqing all afternoon, and has never bought anything for himself. Even for the Pingo mobile phone, he only bought one. This made Lin Wanqing feel doubly touched and distressed. No, I'll replace it after a while. Anyway, I just use my phone for simple things now, I don't play games. Jiang Yi said nonchalantly. This money is his love fund, and it's okay to spend it on Lin Wanqing, but not on himself. He has to find a way to earn it himself. But as long as the expenses of wooing a girl are solved, with his own wisdom, and the energy points given by the system, when the skills are full, earning money will be a breeze, right? It's just a matter of time. Jiang Yi reached out and took Lin Wanqing's phone over, shoved the SIM card into the new phone, and installed the software for her. From now on, my Wanqing will use the best of everything, and be the happiest woman in the world. Jiang Yi looked at Lin Wanqing as she didn't care that he was taking her phone, and he loved her even more. This showed that Lin Wanqing had a clear heart, and nothing shady or embarrassing. Many girls, like Li Jiawei, like to check the phones of boys, but they never dare to hand their phones over to boys to be seen. It is reasonable to check the boys, but to check yourself is a sign of distrust. Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel that the latest model of Pingo is indeed smooth, and the software does not lag at all. He downloaded a number of software at once, and also downloaded the King's Pesticide for Lin Wanqing. If it were his own phone, when downloading software, basically no other apps could be opened. Ding dong. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing received a message. Zhang Yi wanted to return the phone to Lin Wanqing and let her see for herself. He just didn't expect Lin Wanqing to say with no concern, "Just open it for me, I just want to hug you, I don't want to let go." Zhang Yi touched his nose and opened the message nervously. He was really afraid that it was an ambiguous message sent to Lin Wanqing by some rich second generation. He found out that it was a message from Lin Wanqing's roommate, Li Chaonan. He let out a long sigh of relief. "Wanqing, look. The school forum has exploded." Li Chaonan only sent one sentence. "Help me reply." Lin Wanqing looked at the message and continued to rest her head on Zhang Yi's shoulder, greedily breathing in the manly scent of Zhang Yi. Ding dong. It's from Li Chaonan again. "So are you going back to the dorm tonight? If not, remember to take precautions. It hurts the first time, and remember to bring a towel to cushion your bottom." The sudden silence was the worst part. Zhang Yi felt Lin Wanqing's hand stiffen for a moment. Then, very quickly, Lin Wanqing's hand wrapped around Zhang Yi even tighter. "I kind of don't want to go back to the dorm," she whispered in Zhang Yi's ear. Boom! Zhang Yi's scalp went numb, his adrenaline surged, and he felt his heart beating much faster. No way, Lin Wanqing is so proactive. "I'm talking to you." Lin Wanqing shook Zhang Yi's body a little bashfully. "You're a girl and you're saying it so obviously, you blockhead, and you don't even give me any response. You're really making me mad. I want to punch you in the chest with my little fists." "No, I can't punch him myself, or I'll lose control and throw him into the river with an octopus throw." "How about we go somewhere else? There's a 5-star Sheraton hotel near the university. Those cheap little hotels aren't safe or hygienic. Is that okay?" Of course Zhang Yi wouldn't turn down such a good thing. Isn't it said that no college student is successful if they haven't had sex before graduation? Under the moonlight, Zhang Yi waited for Lin Wanqing's reply. Looking at Lin Wanqing's smooth forehead and slightly puckered, rosy lips, he couldn't help but peck on them. Lin Wanqing's lips were very soft, with a hint of sweetness, and he didn't know if it was the sweetness of love or if they were really sweet. A little fishy snuck into Zhang Yi's mouth, and his tongue played mischievously with Zhang Yi's tongue. Zhang Yi couldn't help but greedily enjoy it. 10 minutes later. "This is my first kiss." Lin Wanqing stood up and straightened her clothes. "I said this is also my first kiss, do you believe it?" Zhang Yi said helplessly. "I believe it." Lin Wanqing looked at him teasingly. "Zhang Yi. I feel the ridicule. Aren't you leaving yet?" Lin Wanqing stood up and stretched, and when she turned around, she found that Zhang Yi had not yet gotten up. She asked doubtfully. "Give me 5 more minutes, I need to calm down a bit." Zhang Yi was a little embarrassed. Kissing was fun for a while, but after the kiss, it wasn't. With such a beautiful woman provoking him, he had already had a reaction. Standing up would just expose it all. But standing in front of her, what good would that do? The Sheraton Hotel is more than 500 meters away from Jiangzhou University. Usually, the school receives important guests here, but very few students can afford the room rate. After all, 1,288 yuan for one night, 1,988 yuan for a weekend night, these prices are no joke. "Hello, do you have any king-size rooms?" Zhang Yi asked the receptionist, rubbing his nose. This was his first time booking a room, and he was a little excited. "Oh, hello sir, we still have king-size rooms, but they're not cheap." The receptionist was a very mature and charming woman, and looking at the student-like appearance of Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing, she kindly reminded them. "It's fine, just get me a room." Zhang Yi took out his phone and paid the bill cheerfully, before taking the room card. The receptionist looked at the two of them in a daze, and nudged her colleague. "My, are students these days so rich? Over 1,000 yuan and they don't bat an eyelid." But her colleague didn't react at all. He just stared at them with stars in his eyes and said, "I can't believe it. That's supposed to be Gucci's latest bag. Only Redstone Plaza in Jiangzhou has it, and there are only a handful of them in the whole country. Could it be a fake? Are you kidding? The new model has only been on the market for a month. Do you think the manufacturers of fake goods are donkeys on the production line, working so fast? They won't spend the time and cost to make a fake until it's been popular for at least a year and sales are still good. If you say so, they are actually so rich?" The ID card shows that he is only 20 years old. He must be a second-generation rich kid, and he looks so low-key. I feel that the woman is rich and beautiful, but the man is not necessarily so. The woman's phone is the latest model, and so is her bag. Her whole outfit must cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. The man is still using a domestic phone, so he is probably a gigolo. In that case, this little white face is also quite a failure. If you want to get ahead in the world, you have to pay for it yourself. Isn't that like licking a dog's ass? It also looks a bit like he might have spent money here to get a massage for the girl. I guess if Jiang Yi in the room heard this, he would definitely faint. Made a failure of a little white face? Wow. Lin Wanqing stood in front of the window, looking at the lights and neon in front of her, and couldn't help but exclaim. They were living on the 20th floor, so the view was unobstructed and they had a panoramic view of the entire city. The most dazzling place for the lights was, of course, near Donghu. Donghu was on the west side of Jiangzhou University, about 2 kilometers from Jiangzhou University. Along the entire Donghu, the colorful lights illuminated Donghu brighter than in the daytime. The sound of various sports cars shuttling back and forth came and went, and it was a paradise for the rich. Wanqing, would you like to have a house over there? Jiang Yi asked softly as he embraced Lin Wanqing from behind, buried his head in Lin Wanqing's hair, and looked at the resplendent area. Chapter 9, Turning the Tables and Becoming the Master. That kind of life, although it looks good, is actually the same. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the city, I prefer the quiet life in the countryside. Living in those high rises is like living in a matchbox. Lin Wanqing glanced back at Jiang Yi, afraid that Jiang Yi would get carried away and buy another expensive house. Now that the two of them don't have a job, and they don't know where they will go in the future, it's not the time to think about a house. Okay, I know. Jiang Yi responded carelessly, but he already had a plan in mind. Shall I carry you over? Jiang Yi suddenly picked Lin Wanqing up in his arms. Lin Wanqing was startled and almost reflexively elbowed Jiang Yi to knock him out. She felt that if she was going to be with Jiang Yi in the future, she would have to change these instincts of hers, otherwise one day if she wasn't careful, she would knock Jiang Yi into a wheelchair, and that would be the end of the world. Lin Wanqing had been the one taking the initiative with Jiang Yi, and she, being held by Jiang Yi, hooked her neck around his neck and kissed him on the lips. The firewood was dry, and the fire was just right. Jiang Yi fell on the bed with Lin Wanqing in his arms. The curtains are open. The curtains are open. Lin Wanqing anxiously reminded. Fortunately, the Sheraton has electric curtains, and Jiang Yi knocked on the switch, and the curtains closed. Lin Wanqing's body trembled gently, making a little cat-like sound. After a long time, Lin Wanqing looked at the towel stained with blood and collapsed on Jiang Yi's body. Jiang Yi wrapped his arms around Lin Wanqing's body and felt the warmth coming from her body. He gently stroked Lin Wanqing's smooth back with his hands. Jiang Yi, baby, I like you so much. Lin Wanqing said shyly, hugging Jiang Yi. She felt what love was like and felt like getting addicted to it. No wonder those people in the dormitory always ran out to spend the night with their boyfriends. Jiang Yi looked proud. Of course, I work out a lot too, don't I? But what did you just call me? Jiang Yi looked puzzled. He was a man, and he was called baby? I'll call you baby, and you'll be my baby from now on. You can't beat me anyway. Lin Wanqing gave Jiang Yi a gentle finger snap. Don't you think so? Jiang Yi gave a bitter smile. What's all this about? It's obvious that we're in love, but why do I feel like I'm being supported? But it's still pretty cool to be called baby by the school beauty queen. The two of them were lying there without any clothes on, looking at their phones. Jiang Yi's hand was still perversely placed on Lin Wanqing's body. But Lin Wanqing's hand was not showing any weakness either. Just now, Li Chaonan said that the forum had exploded, and the two of them wanted to go take a look to see what was going on. Jiang Yi picked up Lin Wanqing's phone and logged onto the school forum. Lin Wanqing was happy that she was not allowed to take the phone, because her hands were running amok on Jiang Yi's body. The school forum had almost all the news today, and it was monopolized by Lin Wanqing and Jiang Yi. There were only a few scattered posts, and they were about Li Tianfu's BMW. Shock. Jiang University's most beautiful girl, actually confessing to a loser. Let's all take a look together, how beautiful Jiang University's goddess Lin Wanqing is. I can't stand it. Jiangda goddess Lin Wanqing was fed a line of mind control and confessed her love to Jiangda Zhengyi. The third year I had a secret crush on Lin Wanqing, but the goddess confessed her love to someone else. I wanted to kill myself. Did anyone else feel the same? Jiang Yi, all these things are empty, don't look at them. Lin Wanqing felt that these people's statements were all exaggerated, and she was a little afraid that Jiang Yi would get angry. No, don't you think that the more they shout, the more outstanding I am? Other people can't chase you, but I'm being chased by you, ha ha ha. Who would have thought that their goddess is doing naughty things in my arms at this moment? Jiang Yi's smile was radiant. Then his smile immediately froze. Well, we just finished. Jiang Yi was a little incredulous. Lin Wanqing, the goddess of aloofness in public, actually had such a free-spirited soul? Lin Wanqing lifted her red face and looked at Jiang Yi with her sweet eyes. Jiang Yi was also a pure man with a hot temper, so how could he hold back? Woohoo, once again, I'm the master. They say women are like demons, insatiable. Lin Wanqing was really exhausted this time. She fell asleep directly on Jiang Yi's body. Jiang Yi on the side let out a sigh of relief. Luckily she fell asleep, otherwise I'll need a walking stick when I wake up tomorrow morning. I really don't know how Wei Xiaobo survived in the midst of all those women. He got out of bed quietly and cleaned up a bit. Then he gently lay down next to Lin Wanqing, who was like an octopus. When she saw Jiang Yi come, she wrapped herself around him in a daze. Jiang Yi picked up Lin Wanqing's phone and operated it with his own. Since the face setting of the Pingo 13 Pro Max could only record the face of one person, Lin Wanqing told Jiang Yi the password, which was the day's date plus 520. So Jiang Yi could enter Lin Wanqing's phone at will, and of course Jiang Yi also told Lin Wanqing the password to his phone. It seemed that there was no privacy between the two anymore. After a few operations, Jiang Yi threw the phone aside and lay down hugging Lin Wanqing. In fact, he was preparing to give Lin Wanqing a surprise. Jiang Yi, lying on the bed, kept his eyes wide open and stared blankly at the ceiling. He always felt that everything that had happened was so unreal. It was as if he had been in a daze and had just had a dream. But feeling Lin Wanqing's back, the pride of her breasts, and the comfort of her body pressed against his own, Jiang Yi had to believe that this was indeed reality. Wanqing, are you really only attracted to me because I am so persistent in pursuing Li Zhouwei? He leaned into Lin Wanqing's ear and asked softly. Lin Wanqing heard the sound and woke up slightly. Why do you ask? Think for yourself. At that time, apart from the fact that your family's conditions were slightly worse, where else did you have any shortcomings? After saying this, Lin Wanqing continued to hug Jiang Yi and fell asleep. She was too tired, as today was another day of being surprised by Jiang Yi's big spending, and she also explored the magic cave with Jiang Yi twice. A word awakens the sleeper. Jiang Yi suddenly woke up with a start. Since childhood, due to the family's poor conditions, he has had a sense of inferiority. The reason why he was so impressive when pursuing Li Zhouwei was because he was afraid that he would be rejected because of his poor conditions, and he could only make up for that slight inferiority in his heart by being endlessly good to her. He made himself feel that at least he was still good to her, and that would make Li Zhouwei stay attached to him. In fact, Jiang Yi is perfect in every way, from his appearance to his studies and emotional intelligence, except for one thing, his family background, which he was born into and cannot change. The original Jiang Yi kept amplifying this one flaw in himself, while ignoring his own brilliance. Today, Lin Wanqing successfully pointed him in the right direction and made him aware of his own strengths. And the system has fundamentally boosted his confidence. Jiang Yi thought about it and fell into a deep sleep, his mouth curling into a smile, and his arms wrapped tightly around Lin Wanqing. Meanwhile, in the 500 yuan a night business hotel next to the school, Li Zhouwei couldn't sleep at all. She felt uncomfortable from not being fed, and looked at Li Xiao, who had surrendered after a while and was now sleeping like a pig. Although Li Xiao finally bought her more than 20,000 yuan's worth of LV today, it really wasn't anything compared to Lin Wanqing's spending spree on bags that amounted to more than 10 million yuan. Zhang Yiren was handsome and had a great body, but she had abandoned all of Zhang Yiren's good qualities for money and chosen Li Tianfu, who was inferior in every way except money. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yiren had instantly become rich, even richer than Li Tianfu. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Li Zhouwei. She had been with Jiang Yi for 5 years, so she had an advantage over Lin Wanqing, right? Maybe she could still catch him back? She sneaked into the bathroom and sent a message from her phone. Chapter 10, Some People Are Just Cheap. The next morning, Jiang Yi was woken up by Lin Wanqing. Baby, get up quickly, there is a class at 10 o'clock in a while. Lin Wanqing had obviously already got up, and at this time, she had already showered, and her hair was still a bit damp. Jiang Yi reached out and felt for his phone, which said 7:30 a.m. He was startled and thought he had overslept. Every morning at 7:30, he would go to the cafeteria on time to pack delicious and cheap scallion oil noodles for his roommate Li Zhouwei. If he went a little late, the noodles would be sold out because they were only sold in limited quantities every day. Then he slapped his forehead and thought, right, I'm now Lin Wanqing's boyfriend, why would I bring her lunch? Isn't it 10 o'clock? Can't you sleep until 9:30? The battle was too intense last night, and Jiang Yi felt that his body needed sleep to recover. Baby, don't forget, this hotel has breakfast, and we still have to go have breakfast. It's over 1,000 a night, and it's a shame not to have breakfast. Lin Wanqing still felt a little bad about the money. Last night, she was thinking about staying at a chain hotel, where a night costs 100 or 2, and she would pay for the hotel. What she didn't expect was that Jiang Yi would bring her directly to the Sheraton, where the price of over 1,000 yuan scared her into keeping quiet. But since they were already staying here, they should take a bite out of capitalism, go to breakfast early, and eat more to get their money's worth. Jiang Yi's heart melted at the sound of a baby crying. He sat up dazedly and saw that Lin Wanqing's hair was still wet. She had just wiped it with a towel. Why didn't you use a hairdryer? I didn't want to disturb you, you were sleeping so soundly, I always wanted to let you sleep a little longer. Jiang Yi looked sad. Then why are you waking me up now? Because I want to ask you to go have breakfast. Okay, the stomach is the most important thing in the world. Let me blow dry your hair. Jiang Yi asked Lin Wanqing to get the hairdryer, gestured for her to sit in front of the bed, and then seriously began to blow dry her hair. Lin Wanqing was only wearing a dressing gown. Even through the dressing gown, one could still see her faint outline. Plus, the boy had just got up in the morning, so there was always something abnormal about him. So Jiang Yi, who was wearing only his underwear and spinning around in front of Lin Wanqing to blow her hair, looked at Lin Wanqing, whose face was getting redder and redder. He couldn't help it. Lin Wanqing, I don't think we should go down for breakfast. Why? Because I want to eat you. That's just what I've been thinking. Lin Wanqing grabbed the object in front of her. So while blowing her hair, they got a little inappropriate. Hey, but that's only natural, isn't it? Desire is the ultimate manifestation of love. An hour later. Oh no, it's already 8:30, there's definitely nothing good to eat left. Lin Wanqing looked at her phone in dismay. It's all your fault, you always take so long, you're delaying my dinner. Lin Wanqing was furious, it seemed that she had lost out today, and she had been taken advantage of by a capitalist. Jiang Yi looked aggrieved. What? It was you who started it. What? You were the one who spoke first. Anyway, I don't care, this time you were on top for longer, so it's your fault. Jiang Yi acted like he didn't care. No way, you were inside me for so long, of course it's your fault. Lin Wanqing slapped Jiang Yi on the shoulder. Shit. Jiang Yi was speechless, what kind of twisted logic is this? You tried it outside? Murder your husband. Inside the business hotel, Li Jiawei woke up. Last night, Li Tianfu snored, grinded his teeth, and farted, all at once. In the hotel room, they performed an extremely wonderful symphony trio. She stretched and listlessly got off the bed. Li Tianfu had already woken up a long time ago. Seeing Li Jiawei, who looked tired, a trace of smugness flashed across his face. What do you think, did I tire you out so much yesterday? You can't even walk anymore. Li Tianfu looked proudly at Li Jiawei, who had just stumbled. Li Jiawei was full of black lines on her face. How can you say that? I was itchy all night last night, and I took 3 showers to wash the feeling off my body. Besides, I was unable to sleep well because of your noise at night. But she said, flattering on her face, yes, Mr. Li was too amazing last night, tossing and turning me all night without letting me sleep. Hey, that's for sure. Li Tianfu instantly felt a sense of superiority and came over and grabbed Li Jiawei's breasts. Want to do it again? No, Mr. Li, I have a stomachache and want to go to the bathroom. I have a class in a while, and I'm afraid I won't be able to walk. After finishing speaking, Li Jiawei picked up her phone and rushed into the bathroom. Leaving Li Tianfu outside, he hummed a little tune. After playing with so many women, finally one has realized how awesome I am. However, inside, Li Jiawei checked several times, but she didn't see the information she wanted. She instantly felt a sense of loss. Her phone had vibrated a moment ago, and she thought he had replied, but she hadn't realized it was just the mobile company. 9:55 a.m. Jiang Yi finally managed to drag Lin Wanqing to the classroom. Zhong Chao waved at Jiang Yi as soon as he saw him. Jiang Yi, over here. They had already taken Jiang Yi's seat for him, and of course they had also taken one for Lin Wanqing. Li Chaonan gave Lin Wanqing a look full of resentment and handed her school bag.
Since Lin Wanqing's roommate did not have the same tacit understanding as Zhong Chao and the others, Lin Wanqing had specifically asked Li Chaonan to bring her school bag in the morning.
Zhang Yi, on the other hand, simply chose to trust his roommate. They had had 3 years of tacit understanding, and their relationship was even stronger than that of the girls in the dorm. Ding ling ling. The bell for class rang. The teacher walked in from outside the classroom on time. No wonder so many girls want to get a PhD and become a university teacher. It's a really cool profession, only a few classes a week? After class, they can run faster than the students. Today, the classroom was full, which surprised the teacher. Yesterday, in that classroom, less than half the seats were filled, and they were all filled by women. It was said that the men went back to the dormitory and wailed like ghosts. He looked up and saw Lin Wanqing sitting next to Zhang Yi, and instantly understood everything. Good grief, it turns out that the school flower is here for class. Although it is a university, the pressure to study is not as great as it was in high school, but everyone still has the inertia to study. Either they don't come, or if they do, they will listen carefully. Oh no. Suddenly, Jiang Yi felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and saw that it was actually a message from Li Jiawei. And there was more than one message, there were actually 2. One of them had been sent last night. At that time, he should have given Lin Wanqing the mushroom stew. Jiang Yi clicked on the message from last night to read it. Jiang Yi, I've thought about it, and you are still a better boyfriend for me. How about I chase you next time? I've been chasing you for 3 years, so give me another chance. And there's one today, Jiang Yi, why didn't you reply to my message? Did Lin Wanqing deliberately delete your message? I heard that Lin Wanqing didn't go back to the dormitory yesterday, was she with you? Jiang Yi was just about to ignore it, but then another message came through. I don't believe you've forgotten me so quickly. You've been chasing me for 5 years, I'm sure I'm deeply ingrained in your heart. We can still try being together, I can even go out with you tonight and go to a hotel. Jiang Yi sighed to himself, some people are just cheap. He sent a message back, actually, I don't have any money, and that money belongs to Lin Wanqing. You know the situation in my family. Don't contact me again. Lin Wanqing and I are a good match, but you and I are from different worlds. Ding. Chapter 11, You Have to Spread the Love in Class. After Jiang Yi sent the message, he felt a hand touch him and squeeze his hand. It was Lin Wanqing. She had seen clearly when the phone vibrated just now. However, she did not say anything to intervene, but looked at Jiang Yi sideways, rejecting Li Jiawei. Although she really wanted to go up and scold Li Jiawei, how can you be so despicable? Is there anyone like you in the world? Will you stop at nothing for money? Jiang Yi glanced at Lin Wanqing. Her profile was also so beautiful, and it felt like her appearance made even the sun pale in comparison. Their hands were clasped tightly under the table. Damn it, I'm stuffed with dog food, I'm not going to eat lunch today. And don't even think about dinner. Zhong Chao, who was sitting behind Jiang Yi, couldn't help but hiss in a low voice. Can you just pay attention in class? Spreading dog food around like that? If I fail this semester because of you, you'll have to buy me dinner. The second person in the dormitory room fell straight onto the table. Jiang Yi blushed and tried to let go, but found that Lin Wanqing was holding on very tightly and didn't want to let go of him. He could only apologetically give the 2 guys sitting behind him a look that said, I didn't mean it. However, this look was a bit like Wang Zhi's contempt. Boss, why do I feel like this guy is showing off? Showing off that he is so popular with the school beauty queen? I'll go back to the dormitory and close the door behind me. I can't let this son of a bitch in the dormitory anymore. Aren't you sending Jiang Yi to the bosom of the goddess? Shit, it seems like it. Zhong Chao was already completely disorganized. However, Jiang Yi quickly regained his composure. His thoughts were immersed in the voice of the system. Congratulations, host, for overcoming the temptation of your ex-girlfriend. As a special reward, you will receive 10 energy points. Where would you like to add them? Of course I want to add them to my physical strength. Jiang Yi was dissatisfied with his physical strength of only 30. I'm also a man who can only have sex for an hour at a time, okay? Why should my physical strength only be 30? Received. We'll add to the host's physical strength points, now physical strength points, 40, personal ability panel, please see the author's words. A strange feeling ran from the top of his head to his feet, flowing all over Jiang Yi's body. At random, he felt that his breathing had become a little easier, and the phone in his hand had also become a little lighter. It seems that my physical strength has indeed improved. Jiang Yi can't wait to try it out. He coughs and tries this physical strength with Lin Wanqing in actual combat. Today is Friday, and Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing only have 2 classes, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. After class, Lin Wanqing drags Jiang Yi to the library to read. Now that they are both juniors, they will have to do internships and prepare to find a job when the summer vacation comes. Lin Qingxue plans to work in the financial industry after graduation because she has heard that it is a lucrative industry. So she spends as much time as she can reading in the library. Jiang Yi originally just wanted to return to his hometown and get a job at a bank. But now that he has Lin Wanqing and this system, his mind is more active. Piggy, what are we going to do tomorrow? I saw the weather forecast say it's going to rain. Usually, students like to go out and explore on the weekend, especially those who don't live in Jiangzhou, and they'll go to the major tourist attractions in Jiangzhou. Jiang Yi's face fell. Yesterday I was still your baby, and today I become a pig? Lin Wanqing giggled, perhaps because she had been nourished 3 times, her smile had become even more charming, and the boys passing by on the roadside almost bumped into the telegraph poles. Because you called me your baby, I'll call you my baby. No, from now on you'll be my piggy, and I'll be your baby. Why should I be your piggy and you be my baby? I'm not fat at all. Are you saying that I should be called your piggy? Do you think I'm fat? Lin Wanqing used her convoluted brain to think about Jiang Yi's words, and asked a rhetorical question. At the same time, her eyebrows stood upright, and her small hands squeezed tightly. Feeling the breath of death coming from her hand, Jiang Yi shuddered violently. Shit, what arrogant words did I say? No, you're not fat, but you're big, Jiang Yi whispered, his eyes fixed on Lin Wanqing's chest. Get out. Or shall I call you hard, thick, long? Lin Wanqing leaned into Jiang Yi's ear and said, her eyes darting around to see if anyone was eavesdropping. A pure and innocent school beauty in a sporty style is actually driving in public? Is this okay? Jiang Yi felt like crying but couldn't. Was this still the same cold and aloof school beauty he knew? Why was she so unrestrained? Humph, you have no idea what they talk about in the girls' dormitory. In our dormitory, I'm still the one who doesn't talk much. The 3 of them in the dormitory must talk about driving at least once every 3 sentences. Jiang Yi's worldview was completely overturned. Is this how all girls are? Are all these innocent girls who can't even touch them outside really like this? It's settled, from now on you'll be Pig and I'll be Bao. Lin Wanqing felt like she had won a battle. Why don't we compromise and I'll be handsome? The straight man Jiang Yi expressed his dissatisfaction. But Lin Wanqing rejected his dissatisfaction. Piggy, do you want me to make a plan and we go to a museum? Lin Wanqing continued to think about going out and having fun. After thinking for a long time, she came up with the cheapest way to have fun. She would never dare to go to the mall with Jiang Yi again. This Jiang Yi was really terrible. Jiang Yi was still in a state of grief and anger, and ignored Lin Wanqing. Piggy also has a temper. Oh, don't be angry, then how about I call you handsome Piggy? Lin Wanqing shook Jiang Yi's hand and pouted. Luckily, there was no one around at the moment, otherwise, a few guys might get so angry that they would spit blood and run into a telephone pole. Oh, no. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing's phone rang. She answered it and found that it was Lu Linger from the Gucci store. Hello, is this Miss Lin? It's like this, all your goods in our store have been packed. I'd like to ask, have you decided where to send them? Lin Wanqing looked at Jiang Yi with some embarrassment. It's from the Gucci store. Tell her we'll tell her where to send them tomorrow. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up at the sound of Lin Wanqing's words. Wanqing, Piggy, I've thought of where to go tomorrow. After Lin Wanqing hung up the phone, he immediately clapped his hands together and thought of something very important. What did you call me? Jiang Yi instantly felt a coldness in the air. Wanqing baby. Jiang Yi, who desperately wanted to survive, immediately changed his words. Really? Really? It's more real than gold. Chapter 12, obviously I'm the driver. What kind of car are you driving? That day, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing each went back to their dormitory to sleep. Jiang Yi originally wanted to go on a one-night tour of the Sheraton, but Lin Wanqing refused. Are you kidding? Did you get your money by windfall, or did you install a money printing machine? Lin Wanqing shook her head like a rattle, firmly disagreeing. In fact, what she didn't have the courage to say was that her private parts were slightly swollen, and if she was ravished again tonight, she wouldn't be able to walk.
She also didn't expect that it would be so comfortable that she couldn't help speeding up while driving on it, and she must have got some abrasions.
Zhang Yi returned to the dormitory. Zhong Chao immediately shouted, "Quick! Close the door and interrogate Jiang Yi."
The poor Jiang Yi was immediately pressed into the chair by several people.
"Quick, confess the truth, what did you do with the goddess yesterday?"
Zhong Chao, as the judge, solemnly opened the trial. "Confess and you will be leniently treated, resist and you will be severely punished."
"What do you want to know?" Jiang Yi gave a wicked smile. Seeing Jiang Yi's wicked expression, everyone suddenly understood. "Oh, my heart hurts so much, my goddess actually slept with Jiang Yi."
Zhong Chao immediately knelt on the bed and hit the bedboard with his head.
"Didn't you say last time that you had a cousin and he had a sister, so you could swap?" Jiang Yi gave them a bad idea with a wicked smile. "How can you compare with a goddess? You're still the one, Jiang Yi."
Several people were incredibly envious and jealous.
"Fuck, is it really okay for you to talk about your own relatives like that?"
"If I were your relative, I would definitely cry myself to death in the toilet."
"What is a relative for, if not to betray your brothers?" "Right, relatives are nowhere near as important as goddesses." Jiang Yi. "Luckily I'm not your relative, I'm just your brother."
"Relatives are like shit, brothers are like clothes, only goddesses are eternal."
Jiang Yi finished.
While Jiang Yi was in the boys' dormitory, wailing like crazy, the girls' dormitory had already started the car. At this time, Li Jiawei had not yet returned, and the remaining three, Lin Wanqing, were more open-minded and therefore more unrestrained in their conversation.
Li Chaonan asked Lin Wanqing excitedly, "Wanqing, did you guys do it last night?"
Lin Wanqing, as the school flower, was actually the last one in the dormitory to lose her virginity.
She gave a shy nod.
When the rest of the girls had lost their virginity, they had all shared the experience with her.
So he didn't keep it a secret. "So, Wanqing, was he good or not?" Li Chaonan asked, secretly. Li Chaonan's boyfriend had lasted 20 minutes.
Yang Shui, the other roommate, had lasted 15 minutes.
He was okay, he lasted an hour.
Lin Wanqing felt a little embarrassed. At that moment, Li Jiawei happened to be back. She heard the sound from inside the door.
She was stunned. Is Jiang Yi really that amazing? Li Jiawei didn't dare to go in. If she did, and someone asked her about it, what would she say? 3 seconds?
Li Jiawei really regretted it. That handsome, rich, and manly Jiang Yi was just missed. She was blind and chose a man who was less rich and a real man.
"Hey, no comparison, no harm, why did you let me hear it?"
She stood at the door for a long time, until the sound inside gradually subsided.
Only then did she prepare to open the key and go in. "Hey, you're back?"
As a result, just as Li Jiawei was about to insert the key, Li Chaonan inside suddenly opened the door and came out. This scared Li Jiawei half to death.
"Yes, I just got back."
Li Jiawei stammered, her face a little unnatural. Fortunately, Li Chaonan did not have time to pay any attention to her and hurriedly left, with the two magnificent lumps swaying violently. "Chaonan, you should stop eating papayas from now on. If you keep this up, you're going to lose your balance," Li Jiawei said, changing the subject.
"It's fine, it's not a big deal," Li Chaonan said nonchalantly.
But soon, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. It was too big, and it actually gained momentum during the swaying.
Li Jiawei was silent once again.
Compared to them, she didn't seem to have any advantages. In a dormitory breast size competition, she had come in last. The next morning, Jiang Yi was woken up by a ringing sound.
He picked up the phone. "Piggy, wake up."
Lin Wanqing's voice came from the other end of the line.
Jiang Yi looked at the time and said, "Shit, it's already 9 o'clock. Fuck, I actually dreamed of a goddess, calling me Piggy and telling me to get up."
Zhong Chao, who was sleeping next to Jiang Yi, suddenly sat up and yelled, "Boss, this is Jiang Yi feeding us dog food.
Snap out of it."
Zhong Chao looked back. "Fuck, Jiang Yi, why are you still here?
Didn't you go buy breakfast?"
Lin Wanqing, on the other end of the phone, heard Zhong Chao's voice and gently explained, "I can't bear to see my Jiang Yi get up early, so I've already bought breakfast for all of you and I'm waiting for you downstairs." Because it was the weekend, everyone had slept in. Jiang Yi had recently let go of the tight rope in his heart and couldn't get up in the morning. But the wheel of fortune has turned, and now Jiang Yi has the school flower to spoil him. Even if it was Li Jiawei, if he called her and asked her to buy breakfast for 100 days, she would definitely come running. It's just that Jiang Yi doesn't care. Jiang Yi got up, washed up a bit, and fixed his flowing hairstyle. He hurried downstairs and handed the breakfast that Lin Wanqing had bought to a few roommates.
He then happily took Lin Wanqing's hand and set off.
In the dormitory, Zhong Chao and the others were in tears.
You guys, do you dare to dream of doing this? The goddess buying you breakfast? I fucking still doubt that I was sleepwalking.
I've decided, I won't eat it now, I'll save it for tonight.
Damn, it'll go bad at night. Better wake up. We're just being loved by the goddess along with her house. You're wrong.
This was bought by the goddess, and it just so happens that I'm the one eating it, so 1 + 1 is equal to 2, which means the goddess bought it for me to eat.
Shit, did the cafeteria aunt teach you elementary school math? How can you use this? Jiang Yi took Lin Wanqing by the hand and got into a Didi car. Jiang Yi, where are we going?
Lin Wanqing was curious.
Jiang Yi smiled slightly, to buy a house.
The driver of the Didi car shivered, almost twisting the steering wheel off. He had struggled in Jiangzhou for more than 10 years, and now he had not even dared to buy a house.
You two young people are talking about buying a house?
He thought he must have heard it wrong.
But then he looked at his navigation map. Go to Donghu Jiayuan. Isn't that the rich district of the entire Jiangzhou? A villa there costs hundreds of millions. Are they really going to buy a house? Jiang Yi, are you not running a fever? What house are we two students going to buy? Lin Wanqing couldn't believe it and tried to take Jiang Yi's forehead temperature.
It's getting more and more wrong now, Jiang Yi's handwriting is getting bigger and bigger.
The driver shivered, my god, they are still students, and they dare to buy a house, and they are still going to buy a house in Donghu homeland?
No, we're about to graduate, so we have to think about buying a house. Let's go take a look first, and set a goal for ourselves. I'll be the one to say it first, if you dare spend more than 100 yuan today, I'll be mean to you tonight.
If you're not going to be mean, then I don't care.
Let's play rock paper scissors and see who's on top tonight.
DDD. Driver, I suspect that you two are driving, but I'm the driver, okay? Am I driving, or are you driving? Chapter 13 What is meant by hitting the jackpot by accident. Donghu Garden.
Jiang Yi pulled Lin Wanqing out of the car and walked towards Donghu Garden in the driver's contemptuous gaze.
College students nowadays are really something, with high expectations and low abilities. With your groundless ideas, you will never be able to afford a house here in your lifetime.
Humph, unlike me, I've earned another 300,000 yuan, and I'm one step closer to my 3 million goal of buying a house.
The driver hummed a little tune and went back with the accelerator to the floor.
Jiang Yi and his friend had just arrived at the entrance of the Donghu Jiayuan community when a woman wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase was already waiting at the entrance.
This was the real estate agent Jiang Yi had contacted yesterday, named Fuya. Fuya had talked with Jiang Yi until late last night, and on the chat platform, she had introduced Jiang Yi to several current listings in Donghu Jiayuan. The prices, advantages and disadvantages had all been thoroughly discussed. Seeing that Jiang Yi was quite keen to buy a house, she immediately arranged a site visit and made an appointment to meet at the entrance of Donghu Jiayuan at 10 o'clock today. Once a house like this is sold, Fuya's commission will be a full million. So she had arranged everything by 9 o'clock in the morning, and at 9:30 she was standing at the security booth of Donghu Jiayuan waiting for Jiang Yi to arrive. According to her thinking, someone who can afford to buy a house worth hundreds of millions of yuan must drive a car worth more than 1 million yuan. Generally speaking, they drive Rolls-Royces, Maybachs, or Alfa Romeos. Therefore, when Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing got off a new energy BYD Yuan,
she thought that these two people must be here for an interview for the security guard or cleaner position at Donghu homeland.
Unexpectedly, she noticed that the boy smiled at her, and then he took the girl and walked straight towards her? No way, could there be a mistake?
I'm not the HR of the property management company here.
Fuya was a little speechless, afraid that the two of them would block her view of the arrival of the rich buyer. You are Miss Fu, right?
Jiang Yi saw Fuya, who looked like a salesperson, standing at the door, and went up to greet her.
Fuya's heart paused slightly. Could this be the Mr. Zhang who had chatted with her last night? Or did the HR of the property company also have the surname Fu?
But seeing that it was almost 10 o'clock, the entire Donghu homeland entrance had only Jiang Yi and the two people who had arrived.
She still dared not be rude. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang? Here to see the house? Jiang Yi nodded. Sigh. Fuya suddenly felt like she was being molested.
This is no joke. Most people who can afford to buy a home in Donghu Garden are successful men over 35 years old, or successful women. Although the two young people in front of her are very handsome and the woman is very beautiful, they are still too young and have a hint of studentishness about them.
Obviously, either one is a student or has just graduated. How can they afford to buy a house? So, are we going to look at the house from the front door? Jiang Yi looked at Fuya, who had not moved or spoken for a long time, and said awkwardly, "Do we have to look at the house from the front door?" He knew that this person must have also been shocked by him, thinking that he did not seem like someone who could afford to buy a house here. Hey, he had to make money quickly and buy himself some luxury clothes as soon as possible. "Oh, I'm sorry, sir, then please come in with me." Fuya was completely at a loss at this point, but with a hint of professionalism she still greeted Jiang Yi and the other man politely and with a smile. She was just a little disappointed, though, as it seemed that she would definitely be going home empty-handed today. "Here you need to register first. The property management at Donghu Jiayuan is very strict. Every visitor needs to be able to report the name of the resident inside, the building number, and confirm in person before they can enter." Fuya explained methodically in front of her about the security of the community. Jiang Yi nodded. It seems that this community is still very safe, at least casual people cannot enter. Following Fuya to the security booth. "May I ask if you both have your ID cards with you? Since you are here to view the property, you need to leave your ID cards here before entering. I mentioned this to you yesterday, Mr. Jiang." Fuya politely handed the security guard the visitor's form she had already filled out, while turning back to ask Jiang Yi for his ID card. "I'll be damned." Jiang Yi felt in his pockets and remembered that he had changed his trousers today and his ID card was still in those trousers. He had been in such a hurry in the morning that he had not thought of this at all. Seeing Jiang Yi's dazed expression, Lin Wanqing knew that this careless person must have forgotten to bring his ID card. "Use mine." Lin Wanqing pushed the bag on her shoulder to her chest and took out her ID card from the bag. "Huh?" Fuya casually glanced at it and discovered that this bag was not the new Gucci model. It can only be bought at the Gucci store in Hongshi Plaza in Ganzhou, and the price is at least more than 200,000 yuan. She was very impressed by this bag, because when it was new, Fuya had deliberately followed a few of her girlfriends to the Gucci store to try it on. Thinking that if she could really sell a house in Donghu Jiayuan, she would have to get one for herself. Unexpectedly, she saw it on Lin Wanqing's body. Fuya was glad that she had not underestimated these two people in words or actions just now. Just carrying a bag like that proved that they were not poor. Using a beautiful woman's ID is certainly possible. Fuya's smile grew even wider. The few people checked in and entered the door. The security booth at the door instantly became lively. "Do you think these two people really came here to buy a house? The age on her ID is only 20 years old." A security guard said quietly to his colleague after the few people had completely disappeared. "I don't believe it. Even if they come from a wealthy family, they wouldn't just give their child so much money to buy a house on his own, would they? I have a feeling that the woman is richer than the man. The woman looks like she comes from a wealthy family, and she's so full of herself. I think the man is rich, and that's why he's got such a beautiful girlfriend. My goodness, even if she were a celebrity, she wouldn't be much prettier than this woman. I don't think they can afford to buy a house, so they're just pretending to look." "I think so too." However, while the security guards were discussing this, Jiang Yi felt his throat go dry. It's nothing, because the one in front of him, Fuya, is really enchanting. Just now, looking at her from the front, he didn't feel anything, but now she was walking slowly in front of him, her posture, But Jiang Yi also thought to himself, if you come to such an upscale neighborhood to be a real estate salesperson, if you're ugly, customers will just throw up when they look at you, and what's the point of buying a house? So the boss of the real estate company is not an idiot. He needs to hire someone at least as good looking as Fuya. It's fine if they are just average looking, but they need to have one special thing going for them. Oh, like that little perky but wiggling back and forth. Zhang Yiguan looked at her back, and although it wasn't as good looking as Lin Wanqing's, he couldn't help but be aroused by her. If only Lin Wanqing could learn to walk like this, she would definitely be able to bend over backwards. Jiang Yi was afraid that if he stared at the front for too long, it would make him physically respond, so he tried very hard to divert his gaze. But he didn't expect to hit the mark by mistake. Just then, Lin Wanqing also noticed Fuya's posture in front of her. She secretly glanced at Jiang Yi a few times and saw that he looked like he really wanted to look, but was trying hard not to. She laughed in her heart. She knew that no man would like to be eating from one bowl while looking at another. Everyone online says that men love indiscriminately, and that they love all attractive women. It's instinct. But Zhang Yi was able to resist his instincts and reject these outside temptations, and that's love. I really didn't expect to find such a devoted boyfriend, and I must reward him properly tonight. If Zhang Yi knew what she was thinking at that moment, he would definitely say, no way. With his hands on his waist, I'm just afraid of my own embarrassing physical reaction. Meanwhile, in front of them, Fuya's legs were already aching badly. She had to admit that it was the first time she had ever arrived by ride-hailing car, and she had to ride in the car with the customer and show them around. It was really the first time she had arrived by ride-hailing car. But she was still very polite as she introduced the various features of the community to Zhang Yi and his friends, and she took the opportunity to get closer to the two of them. Soon, Zhang Yi, under Fuya's guidance, arrived in front of a luxurious villa. Mr. Zhang, the one in front of us is the sixth one. There are only 36 villas in the entire Donghu homeland, and only 12 are left, of which only 4 are fully furnished. The current selling price for this one is 180 million with the decoration. You can go in and have a look. Fuya said and waited for Zhang Yi to decide whether to look at this one first or the others first, and then come back to look at this one. Before Zhang Yi could say anything, he felt Lin Wanqing squeeze his hand suddenly. It was only his next sentence that immediately made Lin Wanqing feel an urge to dismember Zhang Yi into 8 pieces. Chapter 14, Just take us to the most expensive one. Just take us to the most expensive one. Zhang Yi knew that this building was not the most expensive one when he heard the price Fuya said. If it wasn't the most expensive, it meant it wasn't the best. The thing he didn't lack the most right now was the money to spend on Lin Wanqing, so there was no need to hesitate or waste time. Lin Wanqing really couldn't help but want to throw Zhang Yi out the 8th floor. How much does this person really spend on nonsense? Even if he wins the lottery, he wouldn't spend it like this. But when they arrived in front of the 8th building, Lin Wanqing was completely won over. Although Zhang Yi had seen the photos yesterday, he was still shocked when he saw the real thing today. All he could see was the light-colored wall, which was made of high-grade marble. Then Fu Yajin entered and saw that the building had a huge courtyard, which had been paved with fine grass. On the left was a small lake with water gushing down the artificial hill in the middle, and koi fish the size of an arm were swimming among the rocks. On the right was an artificial stream with a grapevine trellis and a swing. The house was luxurious, giving the feeling of being in a palace. The furniture is made of solid wood and completely free of formaldehyde. We had the most professional domestic testing agency inspect it during the acceptance process. The house has 3 floors, each with a different mood. The first floor is the brilliance of light, the second floor is the tranquility of night, and the third floor is the freshness of snow. At the back of the house is a swimming pool, 50 meters long, with its own imported foreign pure water filtration device, circulating and filtering 24 hours a day, and the water inside is drinkable. The pool is covered by an automatically retractable titanium roof, which can be opened or closed at will. When open, it gives the feeling of swimming outdoors, where you can bask in the sun and feel the breeze. When closed, it gives the effect of being indoors, and can be used to turn on the heating or provide shade and privacy. Zhang Yi followed Fuya around the house, and could only describe it in one word: absolutely perfect. It had everything he could possibly want. And it had things he hadn't even thought of. The swimming pool in particular is perfect. Just imagine swimming with Lin Wanqing in the pool in the future, and if things get out of hand, all you have to do is press a button and you can do whatever you want inside. 15 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the front door of the villa. Mr. Jiang, Miss Lin, are you satisfied with this house? Fuya asked in a processional manner while collecting the shoe covers of the several people. She knew that as long as they were human, they would definitely be satisfied with this house. Sure enough, Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing both looked back at the house with a fondness. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but blurt out, satisfied. Satisfied. Zhang Yi also nodded seriously. Then the price of this house will be relatively higher because of its location, area, and top-notch presence in every aspect. Behind it is East Lake, and with the addition of Building 8, the number 8 is worth a lot of money. The price is the same as the building number of this house, 800 million. Fuya paused deliberately before saying the price, and after she had finished, she looked at Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing's expressions with a serious face. Lin Wanqing's face suddenly turned pale. If the experience in the house had successfully taken her to the clouds, now she had been suddenly knocked to the 19th floor of the building. She realized that she had been delusional. Just now she had actually been thinking how nice it would be to live here in the future. Now that she thinks about it, What kind of nonsense was she thinking? If she and Jiang Yi worked hard all our lives, it wouldn't be enough to buy a toilet, would it? However, Jiang Yi's face was unusually calm. Nonsense, having met 100 billion people, would he be shocked by 8 billion? A person with 10 million yuan, would he be interested in seeing 8 cents on the side of the road? Well, the price is still considered fair. If you buy it, how long will it take to complete all the formalities? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and then touched his chin and said, "Ha!" 2 exclamations came from the other side. One was Fuya, who was on her back, trying to put on her shoes on the floor, and the other was Lin Wanqing, who was pinching Jiang Yi's arm with her fingers. Just now, Fuya saw Lin Wanqing's expression and knew that although these 2 people might have a little money, they could buy a Gucci bag worth more than 200,000 yuan. However, in front of a house that could easily cost 1 billion yuan, they were still powerless. Even Lin Wanqing, who was carrying a designer bag, exclaimed in surprise, and Jiang Yi, who was wearing ordinary clothes, needless to say, was probably speechless. So she didn't even look at Jiang Yi's reaction. She felt that this trip was a waste of time, and lamented that she, a salesperson who had served thousands of customers, had been teased by 2 young people today. She bent over, her bottom facing the sky, tidying up her shoes, ready to continue showing them a few other cheaper houses in Donghu Jiayuan. Unexpectedly, she heard something she had never thought of. Jiang Yi actually asked how long it would take to complete the paperwork. Isn't that the same as saying you want to buy it? Sir, if you want to buy it, pay in the morning. After dinner, I can complete the corresponding paperwork for you, and on Monday I will go with you to get the property ownership certificate. Well, that's good, let's go, pay. Jiang Yi took Lin Wanqing's hand, which was slightly trembling, and indicated to Fuya to lead the way. Fuya's face showed signs of ecstasy. Today was a good day. This was a closed deal. This young man, who looked so ordinary, was actually a wealthy man. If the transaction could be successfully completed in a short while, she would get her hands on millions. She had already started to fantasize that she could also carry the latest Gucci bag on her back, just like Lin Wanqing. At this time, there is a pair of guests bargaining with the salesperson. It is a middle-aged woman with a bloated figure and her son. Miss, if you make this house of yours cheaper by 10 million, I will buy it immediately. My son is getting married soon, and I plan to use it as his wedding house. The middle-aged woman is full of arrogance. These houses of yours are all worth hundreds of millions of yuan. How many people in the entire Zhengzhou can afford to buy them? There aren't many people as wealthy and decisive as me. As long as you nod, I'll swipe my card immediately. And said as she took out a golden bank card. This middle-aged woman was Go Fangyun, and standing next to her was her son, Huang Shun. Huang Shun was already 24 years old and was of marrying age. In order to let her son marry a more capable and outstanding daughter-in-law, she and her husband decided to bite the bullet and come here to buy a villa. Mrs. Gu, we have already lowered the price by 1 million, and we really can't lower it anymore, said the salesperson with some difficulty. She had just talked her leader into cutting the price by 1 million, and now Go Fangyun was asking for more, ready to cut another 10 million. This is like buying vegetables in the market, just cutting the price indiscriminately. However, Go Fangyun became even more aggressive when she saw that she was the only one in the entire sales department. Look at this, you can't even go to the meeting, and you're already saying that the price can't be lowered. With this kind of attitude, it's no wonder that no one wants to come and buy a house here. Hurry up, if you don't go, I'll find another salesperson. The salesperson had no choice. With such a person, just reject her. The boss won't allow it, and he can't bear to lose such a big client. Continue to please her, she'll just keep asking for more. After a while, the salesperson came out frustrated. Ms. Go, our manager won't approve your price, there's really nothing we can do. Go Fangyun was unhappy to hear this. You guys are really something, you won't even budge on such a small price. You really think you have a treasure here? I was planning to buy the 8th building, but now with this attitude of yours, I don't even want to buy the 6th building. But despite what she said, she didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. Just then, Fuya walked in with Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. Huang Shan looked up and saw Lin Wanqing, and his eyes immediately lit up. Such a beautiful woman, I want to get her. He carefully nudged Go Fangyun's arm with his hand, and Go Fangyun looked along her son's gaze. She also saw Lin Wanqing, who looked like a lotus flower emerging from the water. He thought to himself, this girl would really be a good daughter-in-law for his family. She seems gentle, and she should be easy to handle in the future. She rolled her eyes, a plan came to mind, she greeted her son, and whispered something in Huang Shan's ear.
Soon after, in the sales department of Donghu Garden, all the salespeople, dumbfounded, watched the mother and son act out their little drama.
Chapter 15, The Stupid Son of a Landlord? Mom, this building 6 is really not bad.
I think if we buy it, when I get married in the future, I can just hire a few maids and let her enjoy herself here every day.
Huang Shun suddenly spoke very loudly. Hey, you shouldn't keep your son at home when he's grown up. You haven't even got a daughter-in-law yet, and you're already thinking about your daughter-in-law. I, your old mother, have to step aside.
Gu Fangyun's tone softened instantly, and she was no longer the fierce person she had been.
The salespeople looked at her in surprise. What's wrong with this woman? Has she gone crazy? Miss, if you look at our house, you can get it cheaper.
After all, we're buying it in full, 180 million yuan, not just anyone can afford it.
Gu Fangyun looked at the salesperson and asked again. The salesperson was completely confused at this point. Is this the same person as just now? This, Ms. Gu, the price really can't be lowered anymore.
The salesperson's voice was shaking a little. Hey, Mom, don't make things difficult for the salesperson. We're buying this house as a wedding home, and it's not that much money, so just buy it.
Huang Shan reproached Gu Fangyun with great temperament and grace.
While they were talking, Fuya had also arrived with Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. Looking at Lin Wanqing up close made Huang Shan's heart beat faster. She was the type of girl he liked, and he could even feel the taste of love in the air.
He politely came up to Lin Wanqing. Hello, beautiful, you're here to buy a house too? As it happens, I'm just about to buy the 6th one. Where are you going to buy?
Huang Shan is not stupid, he has confidence, because the 6th one is the second highest price in the entire Donghu homeland, and the next one up is the 8th one.
He doesn't believe Lin Wanqing is here to buy the 8th one. Then he is the ceiling of Donghu Home.
Lin Wanqing can afford to buy a house in Donghu Home, so she must be very wealthy. Besides, the bag she is carrying is not something ordinary people can afford, so Lin Wanqing's family must have some connections, and they are considered to be on a similar level as himself.
Joining forces is the way of the upper class.
I believe Lin Wanqing, including her family behind her, will also carefully consider her own situation. That's why he was so confident in striking up a conversation with Lin Wanqing. Jiang Yi, dressed in ordinary clothes, was in front communicating with Fuya about some matters related to buying a house, so Huang Shan took Jiang Yi for Lin Wanqing's assistant.
Ah! Lin Wanqing was taken aback by Huang Shan's words.
She had not yet recovered from the shock of Jiang Yi buying an 800 million luxury home in one go. Now she heard someone approaching, she didn't know what to say. She didn't even say hello to Huang Shan.
Huang Shan thought Lin Wanqing was charmed by his charisma and didn't even understand what he was saying.
He immediately brushed his hair.
He said again, you're here to buy a house too, right? The houses here are not bad.
I'm definitely going to buy the more expensive one, building 6, for my family. I'll use it as my wedding house.
Which one are you buying? We'll be neighbors, so let's get along. Ah, oh.
Lin Wanqing really hated the man in front of her, but she thought about it. Those who come here to buy a house are either rich or powerful.
Jiang Yi is not well off himself.
Jiang Yi is also lucky to have won the lottery and have so much money. He cannot compare with these real rich people, so he definitely cannot easily offend this kind of real big household. She reluctantly squeezed a smile from her face and then didn't say anything else.
It means that I don't want to offend you, but I also don't want to talk to you. Seeing this situation, how could the salespeople in the sales department not understand Huang Shan's intentions?
They looked at Lin Wanqing with complicated expressions, some looking on with interest, and many more with envy. Even though Huang Shan and his wife were very rude, if she could become their family member, she would at least have no worries about food and clothing, and would directly leap over several social classes. If she said that after going to his house, she would be angry with her mother-in-law and her husband, so what?
It would be great to have money. Besides, I often get angry at work here, too.
I might as well treat his home as my workplace.
After I give birth to a son, I will be the master of the house. Huang Shan obviously did not understand Lin Wanqing's meaning, and once again directly took out his phone. Beauty, let's exchange contact information, okay? We can keep in touch in the future, right? Maybe our two families can do some business in the future. Gu Fangyun also came over. Yes, young lady, leave me your number. I'll visit you when I'm free. Our family is the Hanshin Group in Jiangzhou, which is our family. Let's get acquainted. By then, when you get married, this house will be for the two of you.
I'll give you 100 million yuan in pocket money every year, and if you have a son, I'll give you another 100 million yuan.
Sigh. Hearing Go Fanyun's words, all the sales took a cold breath. What a big spender. This is the way the rich do things. Pocket money is given in billions. Moreover, Hanxing Group is a large group in Jiangzhou, with nearly 10,000 employees.
It started with chemical fiber, and later grew bigger and bigger, with 4 or 5 factories. It also has a listed company, and now it is said that Hanxing Group has also entered the real estate market. No wonder they can afford to pay over 100 million in cash and just buy a house. Many wealthy families come to look at the house. They may seem rich, but they actually only have some fixed assets. They may have bank loans of several hundred million yuan, and of course they need a mortgage to buy a house, so they can't come up with that much cash at once.
But Hanxing Group is in the industrial sector and has extremely abundant cash flow.
Its annual net cash income is 300-400 million yuan, not to mention the appreciation of many fixed assets. It is truly worthy of its wealth. The salespeople were all itching to get up and introduce themselves, hoping to impress them and become the daughter-in-law of the Huang family. If it had been Lin Wanqing in the past, she might have thought 100 million yuan was a lot. But having seen Jiang Yi spend money like there was no tomorrow, casually charging tens of millions or millions of dollars at a time, she felt that 100 million yuan didn't seem like much. Moreover, Lin Wanqing used to really hate this kind of attitude of the rich, thinking that if you have money, you can do whatever you want.
She gave Go Fanyun and his son a cold look. Is having money that impressive? This comment left Go Fanyun and his son speechless.
They had never had a problem that money couldn't solve when they went out, but they had run into a big problem with Lin Wanqing.
They didn't even know how to answer Lin Wanqing's question.
At that moment, Jiang Yi had already completed the paperwork on his side, and all that was left was to sign.
Fu Yashan kindly reminded him, "Sir, do you want to write your name alone, or your wife's name as well? Or maybe your parents' names?"
Because many wealthy families, in order to avoid asset division problems in the event of a divorce in the future, will try to manipulate whose name is written down. The sales department will also give you a yin-yang contract, or add some special clauses to the contract. For example, some people who come to buy a house will show their wife one contract, and write their parents' names on the actual contract. Some contracts will even directly state that the house was purchased with the financial support of the parents in the South.
Jiang Yi froze for a moment. Of course, it can't be written in my name. This money can only be spent on Lin Wanqing. Just write my girlfriend's name. Girlfriend? Fu Ya froze. Not even a wife, just a girlfriend? Sir, haven't you two gotten married yet?
Jiang Yi shook his head. He and Lin Wanqing have only been dating for a few days, and even if they were to get married, it would only be possible after both sets of parents have met. Then I suggest that you write your name on the title, because this is premarital property.
Fu Ya reminded again. Are you kidding? This is 800 million yuan. You're just going to write your girlfriend's name on it so casually? What if she breaks up with you in the future? Won't you have to go to court? It's fine, I have money, so I'll just put it in her name. I'll go get her to come and sign.
Jiang Yi waved his hand nonchalantly after he finished speaking, indicating that they should stop talking, and turned his head towards Lin Wanqing. Leaving Fu Ya and the staff handling the house purchase paperwork, they looked at each other in shock.
What the hell is this? The stupid son of a landowner? Chapter 16, Sorry for the extra zero.
Jiang Yi came to Lin Wanqing's side and looked at Go Fanyun and Huang Shun, who were standing awkwardly, with some curiosity. Wanqing baby, go sign in front. Jiang Yi took Lin Wanqing by the hand and came to the front. Huang Shun immediately felt like she had lost her love. Just now, that person actually called her baby.
Was this a sign of acknowledgement of belonging? Buying a house together, isn't that a wife? Only a wife is qualified to write her name.
Damn, he finally found a girl he likes, but she already has a husband.
Married at such a young age? Is she over the legal marriageable age? He walked up curiously. He wanted to see which building they bought. However, the salesperson's words completely stunned him. Dear, your boyfriend has decided to put this 800 million yuan house in your name. Please confirm the contract and sign and thumbprint here. Boyfriend? 800 million?
Huang Shun felt as if something had gone wrong with his ears.
Was there really someone so stupid in the world? How could someone give their girlfriend a house worth 800 million? And these two people were so young, could they really afford to pay that kind of money?
Not only was Huang Shun stunned, Lin Wanqing herself also realized that something was wrong.
She and Jiang Yi weren't even married yet, and he was giving her such an expensive house?
She had also seen couples break up over who should have their name on the house, and she had even seen women who cried and argued about having their name on the property ownership certificate when they got married. She knew what this was for.
Jiang Yi, why don't we just put your name on it? We can add our names later when we get married.
I won't say that Lin Wanqing thought that Jiang Yi was afraid that she would hold a grudge against him because of this, and that he had no choice but to decide to put her name on it.
However, Jiang Yi acted as if it was no big deal, it's just a house.
Just sign it when you're told to, don't think about it so much. He simply shoved the pen into Lin Wanqing's hand. Lin Wanqing ended up not knowing how she signed it, only that the salespeople who had come over to hear the commotion were saying that she was lucky.
Beauty, your boyfriend is so good to you, do you have another boyfriend like that? Introduce me to one. My goodness, how rich is your boyfriend? He just gave you an 800 million yuan house. What does your boyfriend's family do? Do they print money at home?
Huang Shun still couldn't believe that Jiang Yi had so much money. Perhaps it was because he didn't think he could be as generous as Jiang Yi. A hint of jealousy arose in his heart. But before he could speak, Gu Fangyun on one side spoke first. You guys had better be clear-headed.
Look at the appearance of this person, is he someone who can afford 800 million?
I, Gu Fangyun, have met so many rich people in the city, but I have never met anyone like you.
If you were pretending to buy a 8 million house, I might not have suspected, but 800 million, no way. The salesmen all seemed to agree. After all, Hongxing Group is a well-known large enterprise in the entire city of Jiangzhou. Gu Fangyun, as the proprietress, must know the upper class of the entire Jiangzhou. How could someone who can come up with 800 million in cash be an ordinary person? Gu Fangyun must have seen him before. For a moment, everyone doubted Jiang Yi.
After all, Jiang Yi's attire was really ordinary. Mr. Jiang, the contract has been signed on your side, and you need to pay a 5% deposit, which is 40 million, and then you have 3 days to pay the balance. Of course, if you need to apply for a mortgage on your side, you can also let me know in time, and I will help you contact the bank to apply as soon as possible.
Fuya asked Jiang Yi carefully.
She realized that she had been rude, and just now she had directly signed the booking contract with Jiang Yi without thinking. Although the contract only came into effect after the deposit was received.
But if Jiang Yi couldn't come up with the deposit, wouldn't that be embarrassing for her, and would it look like she didn't ask clearly enough and just brought someone to sign the contract?
Now that she had heard Gu Fangyun's words, she was even more at a loss. After all, it was 800 million, not 8 yuan.
40 million? Jiang Yi was stunned after hearing this. Seeing Jiang Yi's expression, everyone guessed what was going on.
Gu Fangyun in particular immediately smiled with pride.
I told you, if there is really someone with such strength, how could I not know them?
Some people really try to act cool, without even looking at what kind of place this is. Gu Fangyun said this while glancing at Lin Wanqing. Look who is really rich, and don't waste any more time, choose a really good person to rely on. However, Jiang Yi had no idea why this fat woman from the labor union was targeting him.
I didn't dig up your ancestors' graves. And I didn't steal your husband. Jiang Yi looked at Gu Fangyun like she was a fool. Are you stupid? Does it matter to you whether I buy a house or not? Your husband is fooling around? And you come here acting all weird? What a coincidence. Jiang Yi's words hit Gu Fangyun right in the heart.
Her husband, Huang Chang, really was fooling around, and he was openly having an affair with his secretary.
But he makes money.
Moreover, Huang Chang's infidelity was watertight, and she could only know about it in her heart, but could not catch any evidence.
It is only natural to think about it. If someone is worth tens or hundreds of billions of dollars, what can't they settle?
Even the infidelity was in a small hotel secretly bought by Huang Chang.
Gu Fangyun was shocked. Although she had jumped, she was actually an extremely patient person who did not act lightly without certainty.
Take her husband Huang Chang's affair, for example. She knew about it, but pretended to be ignorant, quietly looking for evidence and preparing for a decisive strike. She was waiting. If Jiang Yi did not pay, she would definitely make Jiang Yi regret contradicting her. Of course, if Jiang Yi pays, then he can't move for the time being, and he has to investigate clearly before taking action.
Then you pay first.
Gu Fangyun suddenly laughed, and instead of continuing to argue with Jiang Yi, she acted like she didn't care, as if she was just here to watch the show.
Only Huang Shun winced.
He had seen his mother being scolded and then pretending to be fine. Anyway, a week later, the person who scolded his mother was inexplicably thrown into the river.
Jiang Yi didn't think much about it.
As long as Gu Fangyun didn't jump, Jiang Yi didn't bother to argue with her. He turned to Fu Ye and asked,
I want to ask, can I pay in full today?
I'm not poor, why do I have to pay 40 million in advance and owe the rest for a few days?
The thing Jiang Yi hates most in life is to owe people money.
What? Fu Ye was shocked again. It had always been the buyers who asked if they could delay payment for a few days, if they could pay a smaller deposit, or if they could get their deposit back.
Who would ask if they could pay in full right away?
Yes.
Of course. Fu Ye nodded. Jiang Yi started to operate on his phone.
But Gu Fangyun laughed to himself. Every day, 100 million had to be reported to the bank in advance, let alone 800 million.
After a while, the finance manager from the sales department came out. Did a customer pay 8 billion? There is no order for 8 billion on the system, only one for 800 million.
Please verify. Everyone immediately looked at Jiang Yi strangely, as he was the only one who had paid.
Sorry, I typed in an extra zero. Can I have a refund? 800 million, there are too many zeros, it's inevitable to make a mistake.
The whole audience was stunned.
This guy is kidding. Chapter 17, do you guys pack lunch? Gu Fangyun was stunned. 80 billion in cash, just like that? What kind of card is this?
She had no idea. The system gave Jiang Yi's account the highest global standard, allowing unlimited transfers a day.
100 billion yuan was just sitting in the bank, waiting for Jiang Yi to use it.
It can be said that even the beautiful country's BC Gale does not have such high permissions.
The finance manager looked bitter. This is no joke.
You may have transferred in easily, but we have to transfer out 7.2 billion, and it won't be possible to do so in one day. Sir, your account level is really high, and you can transfer 8 billion out at will every day. Our company may need a few days to return the extra 7.2 billion the same way you transferred it in.
Oh, that's fine, you can take a few days too. I'm in no hurry. Jiang Yi waved his hand nonchalantly.
But just because of this, everyone looked at Jiang Yi differently.
Some female salespersons were even thinking, should I take this guy home? Force him to marry me with a knife? Others were thinking, if I stand in front of Jiang Yi naked, can I seduce him to sleep with me? However, at this moment, in a mansion,
a young man was at his wit's end. The young man is Tang Ziyu. He is sitting in a rocking chair, rocking back and forth while pinching the middle of his eyebrows.
Where on earth is he going to get that kind of money?
If only he had known better, he would never have built Donghu Garden as a villa area.
No one can afford to buy a home here, so how is he going to get his money back?
It's been 2 years and it's still not sold out.
Tang Ziyu is the behind-the-scenes boss of Donghu Homeland.
At the time, his family gave him a sum of money, and he took advantage of the cheap land prices to buy this piece of land by the East Lake. Fortunately, in recent years, Jiangzhou has vigorously developed the East Lake, and the houses sold in the past have already paid back his investment. The remaining few sets can be said to be his profit, except that it is a bit difficult to sell them. A few friends have approached him to partner on a new project. They agreed to each contribute 5 billion yuan, but Tang Ziyu only has 2 billion yuan to his name. He doesn't want to ask his family for money, because he once bragged that with that startup capital he would never have to ask his family for money again and would make a name for himself. Now, after only a few years, he can't go back and shamelessly ask his family for money, not to mention that there is another brother at home who is eyeing him. He can't wait to find something to make fun of him. The deadline is next Monday, and he doesn't want to see such an opportunity slip away, so he is extremely worried.
Ding! Suddenly, Tang Ziyu's phone vibrated. He picked it up and it was an automatic message from the bank.
Your 0695 account received 8 billion.00 at 11:50 on the 14th. Tang Ziyu saw the string of zeros and paused for a moment, then counted them one by one with his fingers.
8 billion?
0695 is the account of Donghu Homeland, but even if his company sold all the villas, it wouldn't sell for 8 billion. He quickly called the person in charge of the sales department at Donghu Homeland.
Hey, what's going on with these 8 billion? Tang Ziyu got straight to the point.
Young Master Tang, it's like this, a customer bought building 8, but when he was transferring the money, he accidentally typed in 8 billion instead of 800 million. The person in charge said with a wry smile, this kind of thing, even the TV wouldn't dare film it like this, but it really happened.
Tang Ziyu was shocked.
My god, how much money does one have to have in the account to be so extravagant as to mistype 800 million for 8 billion? Suddenly, Tang Ziyu's eyes lit up.
Isn't he short of money? Isn't someone sending money over?
He excitedly said to the person in charge, "Quick, keep him for me."
Of course I can't offend him.
I'll be right there, I need to ask him for something. After saying this, Tang Ziyu jumped up from the rocking chair, almost stumbling and falling to the ground. Grabbing the key hanging on the side, he rushed out. In the sales department of Donghu Homeland, Jiang Yi saw that he had done what he needed to do, and the extra money would just have to wait until they returned it to him. He wasn't worried that the people at Donghu Jiayuan would try to shortchange him 7.2 billion. Firstly, the contract stated otherwise, and secondly, it was the new century, so if they dared not pay, he would just find a media outlet to expose them, and they would have a lot to answer for.
Let's go.
Jiang Yi pulled along Lin Wanqing, who was a little dazed, and the house was settled, so the next step was to get a car. However, before he could leave the sales department, a slightly overweight middle-aged man rushed out of the sales department. He shouted as he rushed.
Is the 8 billion customer still here?
Tang Xiao asked him to stay for a moment. Tang Xiao has something to ask him. The salespeople saw the person in charge come out, and those who responded quickly immediately rushed towards Jiang Yi, who was already at the door. And when Gu Fangyun heard that Tang Xiao had something to ask Jiang Yi, she couldn't help but shiver. You're kidding, this Tang Xiao's background is too strong.
You have to know that when the land was first auctioned, there were more than just a few people fighting for it.
Their Hongxing group, along with some other big local groups and bosses, all wanted to get their hands on the land. As a result, the night before the auction, everyone who was bidding received a message from the original owner of the land, asking them to give up tomorrow's auction because someone with a powerful background was going to get the land, and they couldn't afford to mess with that person. You have to understand that the original owner is already a giant-like presence in Jiangzhou, and now from the tone of his voice, there is even a hint of trepidation towards the people who came to buy the land. Later, I heard that Tang Xiao actually bought the land at a very low price, which shows Tang Xiao's background.
Now that Tang Xiao actually has a request to make of Jiang Yi, doesn't that mean that Jiang Yi's background is even greater? Investigate. You must investigate the origins of this young man. Gu Fangyun was still unwilling to give up, and he must find out the real information about Jiang Yi. If he is really powerful, then he must ingratiate himself, even if he has to apologize with a basket of fruit. If he just suddenly found a way to get some stinking money, then it would be easy to arrange a car accident, or something like drowning. At this time, Jiang Yi was stopped by Fuya. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang.
Fuya ran all the way to Jiang Yi's front.
Wait a second.
Fuya said, then propped herself up on her knees and took a few big breaths.
This position. Jiang Yi could just see through Fuya's sagging collar, the black bra inside, and the snow-white roundness.
It didn't look big when standing up straight, but now that she was leaning over, he could still feel that she still had some assets. However, compared to Lin Wanqing's, it is still a little bit lacking.
Jiang Yi casually shifted his gaze to the side. What is it? Did I forget something?
Well, it's like this, Mr. Jiang, our Tang Xiao wants to thank you for buying Building 8 and would like to meet you in person.
It won't take much of your time.
Fuya slightly changed the wording a bit, not directly saying that Tang Xiao was asking for Jiang Yi.
Young Master Tang? Jiang Yi was a little confused by this title. He didn't know anything about this young Master Tang.
Oh, young Master Tang is the owner of our Donghu garden. His surname is Tang, so we usually call him young Master Tang.
Do you provide catering? It's almost dinner time. Jiang Yi looked at his phone. Out of everything, the stomach is the biggest. Yes. What do you want to eat? I'll take you there right now. Let's eat and chat. Chapter 18, Sell me all these houses.
Along with the sound of the conversation, Jiang Yi saw an electric car parked next to him, with a young man sitting on it.
The young man was wearing a Gucci sweater, and the black pants looked expensive too.
In particular, those sneakers were Nike Foampus at One Soul Collector, which cost at least 50,000-60,000 yuan. It was such an expensive young man dressed in expensive clothes, but he was actually driving an electric car, which seemed a bit incongruous.
Tang Xiao.
Fuya quickly called respectfully. Although Tang Ziyu rarely came to the sales department, everyone in the sales department knew him. Anyone can not recognize, but you can't not recognize the boss.
While Jiang Yi was sizing up Tang Ziyu was also sizing up Jiang Yi up and down.
He came to the conclusion that he was low-key and seemed to be the son of some invisible family in China. I presume you are the boss who bought Building 8.
Tang Ziyu said, extending his right hand towards Jiang Yi. I presume you are the boss of this community?
Jiang Yi also returned a close to the truth reply, and then shook hands with Tang Ziyu.
However, this handshake was the beginning of an extraordinarily powerful company. Ha, my name is Tang Ziyu, and what is your name, sir?
My name is Jiang Yi, and this is my girlfriend Lin Wanqing.
Jiang Yi said this and then let out Lin Wanqing behind him.
Oh, your girlfriend is very pretty, brother, you are very lucky. When Tang Ziyu saw Lin Wanqing, his eyes brightened a little, but the look was just appreciation, without any bad intentions. At this time, the person in charge of the sales department also ran out panting.
Mr. Tang, you came quickly.
The person in charge said apologetically that one of his employees had not arrived as quickly as the boss, and he was going to get a scolding. He had almost rushed out, but then he realized that he had to urinate urgently. He saw that Fuya had stopped Jiang Yi in front of him, so he thought he would go back and relax a bit first.
He never imagined that Mr. Tang would come so quickly. Go get my car for me, I want to take brother Jiang Yi out to dinner.
Tang Ziyu took a key out of his pocket and threw it to the person in charge.
Yes, yes, yes.
The person in charge saw that Tang Ziyu was not angry, and his heart fell. He ran to get the car.
Brother Jiang Yi, in the future, I will be your neighbor.
When I built my house, I built a villa next to Building 8 that is the same as Building 8, and I reserved it for myself. So in the future, our two families will be separated by a river. Next to Building 8 is an artificial river, and across the river is Tang Xiao's mansion.
Jiang Yi smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, no wonder you rode an electric car over.
However, he didn't say much, because he didn't know what Tang Xiao wanted with him.
It shouldn't be as simple as a thank you, right? Soon a Bentley Bentayga pulled up.
Come on, brother Jiang, get in, I'll take you out for some Western food.
Tang Ziyu personally opened the back door for Jiang Yi, let them in, then sat in the driver's seat and took Jiang Yi to the city. At the door, Tang Ziyu also carefully took back Lin Wanqing's ID card. Wanqing, what do you think if we go buy a car like this?
Jiang Yi sat in the Bentley and felt that the experience of the Bentley was not bad. It was very comfortable to sit in, and the interior of the car looked very high-end.
Lin Wanqing's hands were slightly sweating.
She felt that everything at the moment was a little more than she had imagined. However, a car, compared to the 800 million house just now, still had a slightly smaller impact on her.
Just buy it, I don't know.
Lin Wanqing, like any other girl, only knew whether a car was good looking, and had no idea what brand, performance, or number of cylinders and horsepower it had.
What, Jiang Yi, you want to buy a car? Tang Ziyu, who was in front of them, heard Jiang Yi's words and chimed in. Well, yes, but I don't know what to buy. Do you have any suggestions?
Jiang Yi thought that Tang Ziyu drove a Bentley, so he must know a bit about luxury cars. Yes, let me tell you, my friends drive all kinds of cars, it mainly depends on your budget.
If you have a budget of 2-3 million yuan, I recommend the Range Rover.
If you have a lot of money to spend, then of course it's the Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
Either way, it's better than my Bentley. If you want to go, I can take you to look at them this afternoon, I don't have anything to do anyway.
Tang Ziyu started talking about cars and couldn't stop, so it was clear that he was very knowledgeable about cars.
It's only natural. After all, what boy doesn't love cars? It's the same reason why girls love handbags. Not to mention a boy like Tang Ziyu, who has the means. Won't that be embarrassing? Jiang Yi was a little stunned.
He didn't know Tang Ziyu very well, and it wasn't right to trouble him to drive back and forth for him like that.
Hey, you don't know, but actually today I came here to ask you for something.
It was only then that Tang Ziyu told Jiang Yi about his own difficulties.
Actually, I came to see you today to borrow money from you.
Tang Ziyu said a little embarrassed, it was the first time he had asked someone for money at such an age. Recently, I have a project with a few friends, and we are going to invest in a large resort hotel.
It will cost 20 billion, and each of the four of us will contribute 5 billion.
I'm embarrassed to ask my family for money, and I see that you have suddenly come up with so much money today.
I was wondering if you could lend me some. Jiang Yi didn't say anything. He still didn't dare to lend money easily.
Although he was very rich, he was not a fool.
Tang Ziyu also knew Jiang Yi's difficulties. No one was stupid. How could he lend money easily without any foundation? How much do you still need?
Jiang Yi felt that this Tang Ziyu was quite alright, and he didn't have any airs and graces. Plus, his own foundation in Jiangzhou was very thin, and being able to meet some reliable people would also be helpful in the future. Tang Ziyu pondered for a moment and did some simple calculations. Plus the 800 million you just mentioned for your apartment, you are still short of a little over 1.2 billion. In fact, if I just sell all the houses in Donghu homeland, I will have the money, but these are high-end villas, which easily cost hundreds of millions of yuan, and the average person really can't afford to buy them.
While a few people were talking, Tang Ziyu had already brought Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing to the bottom of a relatively tall office building.
Looking at Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing's puzzled expressions, Tang Ziyu knew that they must be wondering why he had brought them here to eat.
In fact, high-end restaurants are generally located in office buildings, while those in plazas or shopping malls are restaurants for ordinary people.
Whether you are rich or poor, as long as you have enough money for a meal, you will be let in. Tang Ziyu said while taking out a black card from his pocket. This is the membership card of a Western restaurant on it, and no one with a net worth of less than 100 million is allowed to enter.
Jiang Yi glanced at Lin Wanqing. Damn, so this is how the rich play.
No wonder in those shopping malls, you can find a car worth a few $100,000, but it's rare to find a luxury car worth a few million.
So these people spend money in places like this.
It seems that Lin Wanqing and I, as people with billions of dollars, should get a few of these cards, no matter what. But before going up to eat, Jiang Yi wanted to help Tang Ziyu solve his financial crisis first.
Brother Tang, don't you have more than 10 houses that haven't been sold yet?
How about this? This is more than 10 sets. Just calculate the total cost and sell them all to me.
Ha! Chapter 19, sorry, I'm not selling you the house. Tang Ziyu was stunned. What kind of tone is this? There are only 2 of you, what do you need more than 10 houses for?
These aren't more than 10 houses in more than 10 communities, they're more than 10 houses in one community.
You can't sleep in one house in the first half of the night and another in the second half, can you? Brother Jiang, I know you want to help me, but you don't have to help me like this, do you?
Tang Ziyu said awkwardly, I know you want to help me, but you don't have to help me like this. I know that my houses will take at least 3 to 5 years to sell, and now Jiang Yi is going to buy them all, so of course I like it, but isn't this just taking advantage of Jiang Yi? But Jiang Yi had his own plan.
Tang, it's like this, I like these houses of yours too, so just think of it as me giving you a guarantee.
Sell these houses to me first, and I'll sell them as second-hand houses outside.
Sell as many as I can, and if I can't sell them, I'll keep them. What do you think?
In this way, I'm not really lending you money, and you don't have to feel guilty about it. Jiang Yi had actually long since noticed that Tang Ziyu was extremely embarrassed about asking for a loan, and that he was only begging because he really had no other options, and because he was not currently in his circle. So by doing this, not only would Tang Ziyu not feel burdened by the loan, but he would also be able to get his hands on the houses, which would be very convenient for giving them away in the future. For example, his own parents, Lin Wanqing's parents, and in the future, when his own children grow up, they can also have one each, which is very convenient.
Brother Jiang, I really can't thank you enough.
Tang Ziyu knew that Jiang Yi had considered the issue much more deeply than he had when he heard Jiang Yi's words. It was really hard to imagine how someone who looked like they had just graduated could have such careful thoughts.
To be honest, these thoughts of Jiang Yi's were actually honed by Li Jiawei.
Afraid that Li Jiawei would dislike him, he always thinks things through, and even when going out to eat, he will time it so that he takes the least amount of time walking in the most economical route.
It's just that in the past, Li Jiawei never cared about or even noticed these details of Jiang Yi's behavior. Tang Ziyu turned from the driver's seat and pulled Jiang Yi's hand hard to express his gratitude.
The 3 of them then went upstairs to the Western restaurant to start eating. It has to be said that this Western restaurant is indeed luxurious, and there is no dining in the hall. Everyone goes in and eats directly in the private rooms. The dishes that came up were also extremely tempting and delicious. Even Lin Wanqing, who usually eats less, stuffed a lot of food into her stomach. During the meal, Tang Ziyu called the sales department and asked them to organize all the house information, which would be packaged and sold to Jiang Yi at the same time.
The result was embarrassing for Gu Fanyun.
She had finally worn down the salesperson and cut the price by another 500,000 yuan. Just as she was about to pay, the person in charge of Donghu Jiayuan came out and yelled, Tang Xiao has ordered that all the house information be sorted out immediately, and Mr. Jiang just now wants to buy it all at once.
This put the salesperson in a complete state of confusion. Gu Fanyun was about to transfer the money. The leader, the customer on my side is ready to pay, so should I sell building 6 to Mr. Jiang or to this lady? The salesperson stopped Gu Fanyun from making the payment and looked to the person in charge for help.
She also wanted the sale to go through so that she could get a commission. Of course, she couldn't sell it to someone else, because Tang Xiao was talking about all the houses.
What if Mr. Jiang really liked Building 6?
The person in charge thought about it for a moment and then rejected Go Fangyun's side. After all, Ji's price was low, and besides, her attitude was not good, always acting as if she was the only one who could sell a house in Donghu Jiayuan. The salesperson was a little overwhelmed. Sure enough, after she went out and reflected the situation to Gu exploded.
I've been here for half a day arguing with you, and in the end you're telling me you're not selling?
Ms. Gu, I'm really very sorry, but not only did Mr. Jiang buy it for the full price of 180 million, he also bought all the rest of our houses.
So it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, it's that our boss doesn't want to sell it to you.
The salesperson knew that he couldn't hold Go Fangyun back, so he had to pass the buck to Tang Ziyu.
Sure enough, Go Fangyun immediately calmed down a bit after hearing Tang Ziyu's name.
Huang Shan on the side was unhappy. Mom, if we had known, we would have taken it at the original price.
Now it's too late, we won't be able to buy a single unit.
He really liked this house, and besides, if they bought here, they could be neighbors with Lin Wanqing in the future, and if she ever got lonely, he could take advantage of the situation.
However, Jiang Yi had already solved this hidden danger without knowing it. Go Fangyun was so angry that she almost slapped her son in the face. Do you think our money just came from the wind? Your father and I saved every penny. There was really nothing we could do. We couldn't make a scene, and we couldn't afford to buy it.
Go Fangyun had no choice but to take Huang Shan and leave in disgrace.
Before leaving, he even helped Jiang Yi get a membership card.
Jiang Yi handed the membership card to Lin Wanqing. Wanqing baby, next time you want to eat, just come here anytime.
There are strangers here, aren't you embarrassed to call me baby? Lin Wanqing blushed when she heard Jiang Yi's words. This kind of nickname is only called in private, how can you call it in public? Just now, I felt that everyone who passed by looked back. Tang Ziyu laughed, you two are very affectionate, we are all envious. Nowadays, it is so difficult to find a true other half that you really like.
Lin Wanqing felt happy when she heard Tang Ziyu's words. Jiang Yi is really good to her, thinking of her in everything, even putting such an expensive house in his name.
I really don't know how much evil Li Jiawei did in her past life to deserve this. Tang Ziyu took the two directly to the Rolls-Royce dealership.
With Tang Xiao taking the lead, no one said anything condescending this time, except that the salespeople all thought that Tang Xiao was there to buy a car himself.
Tang Xiao, which car are you going to buy? The salesperson politely asked Tang Ziyu.
Oh, it's not me buying the car, it's my brother. My brother is worth dozens of times more than me, so you guys take good care of him.
Tang Ziyu stepped aside to let Jiang Yi out from behind him and said to the salesperson.
Just as he said this, the people in the hall instantly fell silent. They all looked at Jiang Yi in shock.
Tang Ziyu's wealth was worth tens of billions, but Jiang Yi's was tens of times that, reaching hundreds of billions?
This one person was worth as much as a listed company.
So which model do you like, Mr. Jiang?
The salesperson's attitude immediately changed, and he asked Jiang Yi humbly.
Jiang Yi shook his head and turned to Lin Wanqing. Baby Wanqing, which car do you like? Don't worry about the price, we can all afford it. Lin Wanqing blushed again.
She felt that the salesman was looking at her strangely. At first, it was Lin Wanqing who took the initiative, but now it was getting more and more wrong, and she felt like she was being led by Jiang Yi. She must teach Jiang Yi a good lesson tonight. But shy as she was, she still had to give Jiang Yi's question some serious consideration. She glanced at the cars in the showroom. Her eyes finally settled on the Phantom. In fact, Lin Wanqing didn't know anything about cars, except that the lines of this car were still very pleasing to the eye.
I quite like this one.
Lin Wanqing said softly, pointing at the Phantom. Lin Wanqing didn't know the price, but she just thought that this car looked good, and compared to the other cars, it was a bit more compact.
It should be slightly cheaper. Great. Then it's the one. Is it in stock? We'll pay and drive it away right now. Jiang Yi made a decision very quickly. The salesperson was shocked.
He had never seen such a domineering person before. His girlfriend just made a suggestion, and he immediately wanted to buy it. There was just one Rolls-Royce Phantom left, and if the gentleman wanted it, he could buy it right away. In fact, this car was ordered by another customer of the salesperson, but the customer's car is not yet ready for collection, so there is still time to order another car for him.
This car was sold to Jiang Yi first.
After all, people who come to buy luxury cars can really be said to be hard to come by.
Since Jiang Yi paid promptly, all the procedures were completed an hour later.
When it came to writing the names, it still surprised the salesperson, who exclaimed that he didn't understand the world of the rich. At the same time, he said to Lin Wanqing, "You're so lucky, beautiful girl." Lin Wanqing felt sweet inside when he said that. But if he had known that Zhang Yi had put the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of house in Lin Wanqing's name as well, he probably wouldn't have been surprised. Zhang Yi felt relatively fortunate that the 4S store had already affixed the car models at the request of the last customer, so Zhang Yi and the others just had to be bold and drive. When the salesperson drove the car to the entrance of the store and handed Zhang Yi the keys, Zhang Yi froze. Oh no, he had been so focused on buying the car that he had forgotten that he had not yet passed his driving test. Back then, he had been too busy working part-time during the holidays to try to impress Li Jiawei, and had had no time to learn how to drive. How was he going to drive it back now? He looked to Lin Wanqing for help. Chapter 20, This Rolls-Royce is for practice. Lin Wanqing, do you know how to drive? Zhang Yi said awkwardly, holding the car keys. Everyone at the door immediately fainted. So arrogant. You bought a car without knowing how to drive? Lin Wanqing had already got her driver's license, but after passing the test, she had never touched a car again. This expensive car was for her to get started with, as her first car in life. It's a bit nerve-wracking. I did pass the test, but I'd never driven a car before. However, before she could finish speaking, she felt Zhang Yi already slipping the car keys into her hands. It's fine, this car is for you to practice driving in. You can just drive it around like a bumper car, it doesn't matter if you break it, we'll just get another one. The salesperson on the side was just about to take out his phone to take a picture of his first sale of the day. But when he heard this, his hand trembled. What kind of heroic words are these? A car worth millions is used as a bumper car to practice driving. He almost knelt down and asked Zhang Yi, "Do you still need a son?" Not to mention the salesperson, even Tang Ziyu, who was well known in the upper class of Jiangzhou, tottered at this moment. He was just thinking about helping them drive it back. He didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so heartless. Such a cute car, in his eyes it felt like a child's toy car. But then again, when someone can buy a house for 800 million and turn it into 8 billion, this car is indeed a bit trivial. Lin Wanqing, with a few encouragements from Zhang Yi, shivered into the car, and with a little simple teaching from the salesperson, she managed to slowly drive off. "Baby Wanqing, you drive very steadily, very good." Zhang Yi praised Lin Wanqing while enjoying the comfort of the Rolls-Royce. Oh. The phone rang. Zhang Yi answered the phone. It was Tang Ziyu calling, saying that the sales department had sorted out all the houses and was just waiting for Zhang Yi and the others to go and sign. "Baby Wanqing, I'll set the navigation for you, let's drive back to the villa in Donghu Jiayuan first. Shall we sleep in our new home tonight?" Lin Wanqing was so nervous at this time that she didn't have the heart to talk, so she just nodded. Zhang Yi was a little speechless. It seems that this driver's license needs to be arranged quickly. Tang Ziyu slowly drove in front of them, and Lin Wanqing followed Tang Ziyu's Bentley Tinyu while looking at the navigation. It finally took 3 times the usual time to drive to Donghu Homeland. The total value calculated by the sales department was 1.75 billion. 11 contracts for buying the houses were lined up in front of Lin Wanqing. "Wanqing baby, just sign your name and all these houses will be put under your name." Lin Wanqing's hands were still a little shaky. It was the first time she had driven a luxury car, and it was not true that she was not nervous. Now, looking at these dozen houses, she felt her head buzzing. As soon as Lin Wanqing signed her name. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Lin Wanqing, for spending a total of 2.5 billion. Reward the host with 250 energy points, and the host can improve their skills themselves. Open the skill mall for the host, and the host can freely choose their favorite skills. Ding! This week's future sound: in the next 7 days, the digital currency BTC will experience a week-long slump, while MXM will fall until 10 a.m. next Monday, and then turn a corner and start soaring. It will keep rising until it reaches a maximum increase of 830%. Zhang Yi's face showed a satisfied smile. It seems that if you pay Lin Wanqing, you are invincible. With the sound of the future, as long as I buy MXM on Monday, my wealth will increase 8-fold? 8-fold every week? What kind of experience would that be? There are also 250 energy points. If they are all filled up, what kind of experience would that be? He went into the skill mall to have a look and found that there were all kinds of skills inside, such as singing, playing the piano, and even playing games. He found the driving skill. Click to select and purchase. Ding! The host successfully purchased the driving skill, consuming 1 energy point, driving, 100.
Jiang Yi looked at Lin Wanqing's nervous driving just now and thought it was a bit heartbreaking.
How could he let Lin Wanqing drive when he was there himself? He directly spent 100 energy points to fully upgrade his driving skills.
Host ability changed, driving, 100. 150 remaining energy points.
Jiang Yi instantly felt a refreshing feeling come over him, and his hands began to itch a little, and he couldn't wait to try driving.
But if he could drive, what about a driver's license?
If he went to get a driver's license, it would take him days to go to classes, and at least 2 weeks to take the test from the first subject to the fourth. That would be a waste of time, and he should use his time now to get cozy with Lin Wanqing and spend money.
Right. Tang Ziyu's approach should be more widely accepted, right?
It is said that this kind of young master can get a driver's license even if he is underage.
He walked over to Tang Ziyu. Tang, do you know anyone who can get me a driver's license? I can drive, but I don't have a driver's license. Tang Ziyu laughed. You've really asked the right person.
I didn't take the test for my previous driver's license, I just asked a friend to get it for me.
How about this, send me your ID photo, and I can definitely help you get it done by Monday.
Jiang Yi had done Tang Ziyu a big favor today, and Tang Ziyu could not thank him enough.
Of course he would help Jiang Yi with such a trivial matter.
Perhaps in the future, when he was short of funds, he would ask Jiang Yi for help again. After all, if it were him in Jiang Yi's position, he definitely would not have the confidence to buy a 2.5 billion yuan property in one go.
This shows Jiang Yi's financial strength.
Even though he couldn't understand why everything was written in his girlfriend's name, he secretly asked Jiang Yi to be careful, but Jiang Yi just laughed it off. After everything was settled, Jiang Yi took a bunch of keys and held Lin Wanqing's hand as they walked out of the sales department. He believed that Tang Ziyu would definitely return the rest of the money to him. After spending a few hours with Tang Ziyu, Jiang Yi also knew that Tang Ziyu was not the kind of person who would try to take advantage of others. Although he looks like a spoiled young man, he is unequivocal in terms of character.
Baby Wanqing, do you drive or should I drive? Why don't I drive it back? Jiang Yi asked Lin Wanqing. Haven't you learned to drive yet?
Lin Wanqing said blankly. She clearly remembered that Jiang Yi had just said that he couldn't drive, but now he said that he wanted to drive. This is too much of a nerve. Jiang Yi smiled slightly. I just watched the whole way, and with my brain, I can learn this kind of thing right away. Just you wait and see, in the future, as long as I'm here, you won't have to worry about driving.
With that, he pushed Lin Wanqing into the passenger seat.
Getting into the car himself, he started the car, and his hands and feet felt like they had been driving a race car for 100 years. He quickly sped off. He drove up to the front of the 8th villa and smoothly parked the car without using the reversing camera, with a 360-degree panoramic view. The car was parked safely in the villa's garage.
Jiang Yi, you are too smart.
Lin Wanqing was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and she herself, someone who had learned to drive, couldn't drive so skillfully. Jiang Yi just looked at himself driving and drove the car so naturally.
That's right, don't you know who your baby is? Jiang Yi petted Lin Wanqing's face affectionately and pulled her into the villa's front door. Lin Wanqing let Jiang Yi pull her, watching his figure. She felt that she could no longer understand Jiang Yi. He was like a treasure boy, with endless money and such a clever mind. Oh my god, she has found the perfect boyfriend. Li Jiawei, thank you for letting go.
No, Jiang Yi has too much money.
It always feels abnormal.
I must ask him clearly.
Jiang Yi, tell me the truth. Where did you get so much money?
Lin Wanqing pushed Jiang Yi against the wall as soon as she entered the villa, and asked him with a gaze that held him captive. The host's personal ability panel is as follows.
Chapter 21, High school classmates are going crazy. Jiang Yi was confused by Lin Wanqing's sudden action.
He almost thought Lin Wanqing was going to do something with him in the corner. He didn't expect her to just ask where he got the money.
Don't lie to me and say you won the lottery.
Even if you did, you couldn't have won so many billions.
Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict.
Lin Wanqing's words began to sound a bit serious. She doesn't want her boyfriend to be involved in dishonest business.
Okay, I'll be honest. There is actually a reason for the lottery.
I won the lottery a few years ago, and I bought all the money for digital currency. Now digital currency is a big deal, and what cost a few cents then has now skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the money I won in the lottery has multiplied millions of times, and now I have so much money that I can't spend it all. He then took out his phone and opened a digital currency trading platform, showing Lin Wanqing the increase in digital currency prices. Lin Wanqing looked carefully and indeed saw that the prices of some digital currencies had increased by tens of millions of times. The stone in her heart once again fell to the ground. She let go of Jiang Yi's body. "I'm sorry, I was just afraid that you were so short of money that you would do something bad. And, in the future, don't put everything in my name.
This is all your money, so just put it in your own name."
Lin Wanqing thought of the scene during the day where Jiang Yi made her sign everywhere and the unnatural looks from the salesman. She also felt that it was a bit inappropriate for Jiang Yi to spend so much money on her and put so many valuable assets in her name, without being married to him. Jiang Yi, however, pressed his index finger to Lin Wanqing's red lips. "Don't say this kind of thing again in the future. I believe you won't leave me, so I'm willing to put all these assets in your name to give you a sense of security. You girls are always afraid that men will turn bad when they get rich, but I want to tell the world that no matter how rich I get, I will only have eyes for Lin Wanqing." These heartfelt words came from Jiang Yi's mouth, which was pressed close to hers.
Lin Wanqing's legs went weak.
She was the one who had taken the initiative in their relationship, and immediately pressed her own red lips against Jiang Yi's.
"Jiang Yi? I've been wall-pressed by the school flower? Is this tolerable?"
Jiang Yi immediately turned over and became the master again.
After a long time. In Building 8 of Donghu Jiayuan, Jiang Yi was hugging Lin Wanqing on the sofa. Since the bed here had not yet been made, they could only have fun on the sofa.
"Jiang Yi baby, my stomach hurts so much, it's all your fault.
I won't let you do it again, you're not gentle at all."
Lin Wanqing complained weakly, but her face was filled with a blissful smile.
Jiang Yi was also a little speechless.
"You were the one who just screamed so loudly.
You were the one who told me to step on the gas. Besides, I only added 10 points of stamina, so how could it suddenly become so strong? If it's fully charged, will Lin Wanqing be able to handle it?"
The host can rest assured that the increase in stamina is done in modules, and each time a particular module will be specially strengthened. This time, the 10 points happen to be in this module, so the host will obviously feel stronger in this area. The system promptly came out and explained a little.
Jiang Yi understood immediately. He had never thought that Lin Wanqing would not be able to handle it. Wouldn't that be like a cow plowing the field?
"Baby Wanqing, I'm probably just a little happier today, and I was able to have a home with you." Jiang Yi stroked Lin Wanqing's forehead and wiped the sweat from her forehead, making up a suitable excuse. Lin Wanqing felt warm inside, and as a girl, how could she escape the invasion of sweet nothings?
"Oh, that's right.
We have to go buy some household goods quickly, otherwise there will be nothing in this house except furniture.
We have to sleep here tonight."
Lin Wanqing seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly got up, but as soon as she did, she doubled over and sat down again, clutching her stomach. She looked at Jiang Yi with a reproachful expression, as if to say, "Look what you've done, now my stomach is in turmoil." Jiang Yi awkwardly touched his nose, he couldn't just cut it off himself.
Thoughtfully, he picked Lin Wanqing up and walked to the large bathtub in the bathroom, and let the water run for a double bath.
With the warmth of the hot water and Jiang Yi's caresses, Lin Wanqing finally slowly recovered. The two of them, having recovered, prepared to go to the supermarket and do some serious shopping.
Jiang Yixian drove off skillfully, and Tang Ziyu told him to just drive boldly and confidently, and if they got caught, just give him the name.
The two of them arrived at Hongsha Square once again, where the largest supermarket in the entire city of Jiangzhou was located on the first basement level.
The Rolls-Royce Phantom really drew a lot of attention as it pulled into the underground parking lot.
Many passers-by stopped to watch.
"Damn, if I could have such a handsome car, then I wouldn't have to worry about getting a girl. I've always dreamed of having a car like this, it's so handsome. It must be another rich kid, so damn rich, when will I ever get to that point?"
At this time, Jiang Yi was preparing to arrive at the entrance of the supermarket when he suddenly realized that he had forgotten his phone. He quickly ran back to the car to get his phone.
This scene happened to be seen by the owner of a BMW 535 parked not far away.
The man's eyes widened when he saw Jiang Yi. He immediately took out his phone and snapped several photos. If Jiang Yi had noticed this person, he would have definitely recognized him as a rich guy from his high school class, Xia Yangbua.
Xia Yangbua happened to be at Hongsha Square with his girlfriend today, and he almost didn't recognize Jiang Yi when he saw him. "Yangbua, do you know this person? He's so rich." In the passenger seat, Xia Yangbua's girlfriend was looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom with sparkling eyes.
She thought to herself how nice it would be if she could sit in the passenger seat of that car.
Xia Yangbua operated his phone without looking up and said, this is my high school classmate. He used to be very poor, but now he can afford to drive such a luxury car. He opened the former high school class group. He posted a few pictures. At everyone, shocked, Jiangyi actually bought a Rolls-Royce Phantom. He's made it. Xia Yangbo was the group leader of the old class group. Because he was rich, many activities were organized by him. After he was at like this, the class group, which had been quiet for a long time, instantly exploded. Holy cow, is this really Jiangyi? This car is also really cool, right? It must cost at least 5 million yuan, right? Yeah, I can't believe it. Jiangyi's family is actually a hidden local tyrant. It really is sad to compare people. But I know Jiangyi's family. It's right next to our house. They're not that rich. A classmate from the same village as Jiangyi, curious, questioned in the group chat, his parents are pretty ordinary, just manual workers. There was a moment of silence in the group. Do you think Jiangyi won the lottery? Won 100 million? No way, don't you know that the people who win the lottery are the ones wearing the lottery center's work clothes? Exactly, if someone won 100 million, it would definitely be news. Could it be that Jiangyi hooked up with a rich guy? Jiangyi was smart when he was in school, he could do the problems after just one glance, making money should be easy for him. Yes, maybe he was noticed by a big boss of a listed company in advance. Why doesn't Jiangyi say something? At Jiangyi. Don't forget your friends even if you become rich. I used to help Jiangyi write love letters. Oh yeah, isn't Jiangyi with Li Jiawei? They even went to the same university. Quick, add Li Jiawei. Add Li Jiawei. I'm so jealous of Li Jiawei. Jiangyi loves her so much. He told us back then that Li Jiawei wanted the stars, and he would work hard to get them. Wow, that's so romantic. As expected, people who study hard are also devoted in their relationships. When are you going to invite us to your wedding? At Jiangyi at Li Jiawei, we're waiting for your wedding. To be honest, I thought Jiangyi and Li Jiawei were a perfect match. I want to ask Li Jiawei, what was it like sitting in the passenger seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom? +1, at Li Jiawei. Me too. When are you going to drive it back so we can admire it? In the women's dormitory at Jiangzhou University, Li Jiawei looked at her phone. She looked pale. Since Jiangyi had separated from her and started going out with Lin Wanqing, he had shown a different strength in his life. Designer bags, luxury cars. He had arranged everything for Lin Wanqing. Am I not good enough for him? Li Jiawei walked to the bathroom and looked at herself in the mirror. Suddenly, she felt that Li Tianfu was no longer attractive. She took out her phone and replied in a depressed tone. Jiangyi and I have broken up, and Jiangyi is now with the school beauty queen at Jiangda University. I'm so wronged. Chapter 22, Pictures Tell the Truth. After Li Jiawei posted this message, the high school class group immediately became a little quieter. Then some girls started to hate evil as they should. At Li Jiawei, men become bad when they get rich, it's true, you don't need to pay any attention to him, turn around and find someone better to marry, and make him mad. Yes, we girls are really pitiful, we pour our hearts out to a boy, and even give him our bodies, but what do we get in return? Nothing but betrayal. I always thought that Jiangyi was a complicated person. Just think, back then he was so poor, but he dared to woo the most popular girl in our class. Now that he's rich, he's got the whole world at his feet, right? Yes, there are always prettier people in this world. A man who can't even resist such a small temptation, there are still many things to come. When you get pregnant and have a baby, and become a plain-looking woman, won't he dump you in no time? No wonder third wives are so popular these days. It's scum like Jiangyi who started it all. Just because you're rich doesn't make you special. Girls can't stand it when their friends' wives are abandoned by their husbands. They think that Li Jiawei is Jiangyi's wife, and she stood by him through the hard times. Now that Jiangyi is rich, he's abandoned Li Jiawei and gone for the school beauty queen. Some of the female classmates have even spread the news to their girlfriends, classmates, and friends. Some have even grabbed their boyfriends by the ear and said, if you ever do what Jiangyi did, I'll expose you online. As a result, their boyfriends dare not say a word. What the hell is Jiangyi? What does he have to do with me? Fuck. The boys in the class group are silent. They always feel that something is wrong. In the past, when Jiangyi pursued Li Jiawei, he was like a dog licker, right?
I still remember the last class reunion when Jiang Yi poured a drink for Li Jiawei, and Li Jiawei fell to the ground.
How can this be called a wife of a loser? Isn't it unworthy? Shouldn't a wife of a loser be gentle and considerate and encourage her husband when he is at his lowest and most difficult time? Could it be that they have some misunderstanding about the words wife of a loser?
But they dare not speak, as they have no evidence and cannot speak recklessly.
After all, Jiang Yi has not yet come forward to explain.
If there is no evidence, these crazy women will definitely not let go of him. At this time, some female classmates have already launched a fierce denunciation of Jiang Yi on Weibo, Douyin, Xiaohongshu and other software. Li Jiawei knows that the truth is not as they say, but seeing the way they misunderstand, she feels very satisfied and does not come forward to explain. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, was happily holding Lin Wanqing's hand as they shopped at the supermarket. They filled up 2 carts with their purchases. Even so, Jiang Yi felt like they would need to come back for more. After all, they had just moved into their new home, and they needed to buy everything new. From bed sheets and duvet covers to toothbrushes, toothpaste and towels. And now that they had a kitchen, they would need to buy ingredients to put in the fridge and cook for themselves when they had time. Basically, you can buy a lot of things just by walking around each district. At the supermarket checkout, whenever people see the line of Jiang Yi and his friend, they don't want to join it. Just by looking at the cart, which is about to overflow, you can tell how long it will take to finish by just using your toes to do the math. Jiang Yi is busy carrying the things to the checkout counter and then to the other end to be bagged. In fact, while he is paying, he also sees that he has a lot of messages on his phone, messages from some people at him. But time was running out, and he didn't have time to read them. He had to wait until he got home to read them. And soon, a web message was posted in the class group. The person who sent the message was a close friend of Jiang Yi's from high school. His name was Lu Xicheng. He couldn't believe that Jiang Yi would be the kind of person to abandon him at the end. And he also suspected that Jiang Yi's car might not be his. So he went to the Jiangzhou University forum to browse around and see if he could find anything there. But he never expected that Lu Xicheng would be shocked when he saw it. The Jiangzhou University forum was full of pictures and even videos of Jiang Yi's courtship of Li Jiawei being rejected, and the school beauty queen reciprocating Jiang Yi's feelings. There were even many comments with pictures of Li Jiawei getting into a BMW 740 Li, and pictures of Li Jiawei passionately hugging a man's arm. Lu Xicheng's anger flared up. Damn it, Jiang Yi had been so sincere with Li Jiawei, and this was how Li Jiawei repaid Jiang Yi? It was clear that Jiang Yi, whom she at first disliked, had run off with a rich man. And she had deliberately made it seem as if she had been wronged and abandoned by Jiang Yi. Lu Xicheng's message was quickly opened and read by the people in the group. The group fell silent in an instant. Everyone was silent. In particular, the few girls who had been jumping around a lot just now stopped bubbling. They had secretly disappeared. With pictures and the truth, Li Jiawei's misdeeds were instantly revealed. Although Li Jiawei didn't say much just now, the melon-eating girls in the class group scolded Jiang Yi to no end. They were just waiting to dig up Jiang Yi's family's ancestral grave and whip his corpse. Jiang Yi, you did the right thing, you should have used the school flower to slap Li Jiawei's face. Jiang Yi, well done, nice killing. The boys all praised Jiang Yi in their hearts, but they were afraid to say it in the group. They were afraid of being sprayed to death by the girls' sprayers. And in the small group of a few girls in their dormitory, many girls are continuing to mock Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi is such a poor guy, it's normal for Li Jiawei to break up with him. After all, it's a new society, who cares about love and not love? Money is king. Do you think Jiang Yi's car might be a rental, to make him seem rich? And then used it to pick up the school flower? It's possible, because he just got dumped, so he might not have been thinking clearly and just spent a few thousand renting a luxury car. Pretending to be cool. No way, that's too fake. Jiang Yi is actually so hypocritical. At the next class reunion, I will definitely expose his true colors. Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing carried the items in the car twice before they bought enough for themselves. Looking at the trunk full of objects. Wanqing baby, I think we can reserve this car for grocery shopping in the future. The trunk of the Rolls-Royce is pretty good, quite big. A few passers-by on the side of the road, hearing Jiang Yi's words, instantly stumbled and almost collapsed. My God, is this the life of the rich? A car worth more than 5 million is actually positioned for grocery shopping. Does your family need a driver for grocery shopping? I'll apply for the job. Some passers-by even went directly up to him and volunteered. Jiang Yi drove back to his home in Donghu. After arriving home, he looked at the messages on his phone, which turned out to be from some high school classmates. He casually scanned through them, and instead of posting any comments in the class group, he replied with some polite words after the messages that a few close friends in high school had privately sent to him. He didn't expect that these close friends were still so reliable, especially Lu Sicheng. He must thank him properly when he returns to the countryside in the future. While Jiang Yizheng was looking at his phone, Lin Wanqing had already quickly brought everything in and slowly started to arrange it in batches. She is a girl who likes to be very organized, which happens to be the same personality as Jiang Yizheng. Jiang Yizheng didn't need to change a thing that Lin Wanqing placed, and he was very satisfied with what he saw. In turn, Lin Wanqing was also very satisfied with the place Jiang Yizheng helped organize. In the evening, Jiang Yi lay in bed and began to think. He already knew that the price of MXM was about to skyrocket, but he only had a few $100s on hand. Lin Wanqing's money could not be used for the time being, so he could only borrow some. The more money he had, the better his chances of turning things around. "Brothers, can any of you lend me some money?" Jiang Yi thought about it and decided to borrow some from his dormitory. Chapter 23, Who owns the luxury car outside the door? Shao Si, what happened to you? Did the goddess beat you up? Do you need to go to the hospital? Zhong Chao was by his phone and saw Jiang Yi's message, so he immediately replied. Jiang Yi. I've been playing with some friends recently and I feel like I'm making some money. I want to borrow some money from you to buy some and see if it will go up. Zhong Chao, no way, you're also playing with digital currency? I've heard that this stuff is very profitable, but it also loses money quickly. Second, Shao Si, do you need money urgently? I heard someone say recently that BTC is very popular. Do you want to buy it too? Third, Jiang Yi, I only have 500 yuan for spending money left. I'm a bit short recently. Jiang Yi, it's okay, just watch me help everyone. Anyway, I'll double it back to you all in a week. Jiang Yi is confident in his heart. If the system says it can multiply 8 times, it will definitely be able to do so. Zhong Chao, holy shit, Jiang Yi, you've got some nerve. You know that's called loan sharking? Zhong Chao, but I like it. I still have 1,000. Jiang Yi, I think you're just a funny guy and a moneylender. Zhong Chao, since you think I'm a funny guy, I'll add another 1,000, 2,000. I'll rip you off 2,000. Jiang Yi, I'm so scared. I'll lend you 1,000 too. As long as you can make a profit, I wish Shao Si all the best in becoming a digital currency tycoon. Jiang Yi, thanks. After a series of transactions, Jiang Yi borrowed 3,500 yuan, and with his own several hundred, he had a total of nearly 4,000 yuan in principal. But this was obviously not enough, and he needed to get more. After all, the money in the system was a love fund. Even though Jiang Yi was squandering it, it was all based on Lin Wanqing. The only money that was truly his was the money he earned himself. Jiang Yibao, what are you doing? Lin Wanqing couldn't get enough of her new home, and kept tidying up the house. After a long time, she finally stopped. Oh, I was chatting with my roommates. Jiang Yi put down his phone, opened his arms, and embraced Lin Wanqing in his arms. You've worked hard, let me give you a massage. No, I want to take a bath first. That's fine, do you want me to give you a massage in the bathtub? Jiang Yi said with a wicked smile. Lin Wanqing's voice lowered, but it was very charming. For a while, the 8th building of Donghu Home was full of spring. Early the next morning, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were woken up by the ringing doorbell. They were all the shops that bought various clothes, shoes, and bags at Hansher Square that day. Lin Wanqing gave them the address last night, and they all rushed here early today to deliver them. The Gucci store delivered the last bag, and Lu Linger personally accompanied it in the car. She was worried that the porters would damage the baby, so she asked to carry it herself the whole way. Lu Linger saw Jiang Yi's luxurious home and secretly sighed, it really is extraordinary for someone to be able to charge 10 million in one go. This house must have cost thousands of dollars. Manager Lu, you delivered it yourself. Jiang Yi smiled and greeted Lu Linger when he opened the door and saw her. That day in the Gucci store, Lu Linger was the only salesperson who didn't look down on her, and she was also very practical and diligent. Therefore, Jiang Yi had a very deep impression of her. Mr. Jiang, you are too polite. If it weren't for your help, how could I have improved so quickly? Lu Linger thanked and bowed. One by one, the bags were delivered to the cloakroom by Lu Linger, filling up an entire shelf. From a distance, it looked like a paradise of Gucci,
and people who didn't know any better would think it was a Gucci store. Baby Wanqing, I've noticed a problem. Huh? This walk-in closet isn't big enough.
We've only bought it once, and you can see that there's no room for all these clothes.
I'm going to convert another room into a walk-in closet. What do you think? I want to punch you.
In the end, under Lin Wanqing's threats and enticements, Zhang Yi gave up. He was going to do it a different way, like buying Lin Wanqing some jewelry.
Those gold and diamond ones are the most precious. Zhang Yibao, what do you want for breakfast? I'll make it for you.
Lin Wanqing skillfully tied on her apron and started bustling around the house. It was obvious that she had done housework at home a lot before.
Can you eat? Zhang Yi put his hands into Lin Wanqing's apron and hugged her from behind. Stop it, are you bugging me?
Lin Wanqing turned around and poked Zhang Yi's head, pouting.
I'll make you a poached egg and fry a steak, let's just eat, okay? Lin Wanqing rummaged around in the refrigerator.
Zhang Yi really wanted to go out and buy takeaway, but Lin Wanqing insisted on cooking for herself, so Zhang Yi let her.
He slumped on the sofa and downloaded a digital currency trading platform and studied it. The current trend of MXM is indeed a decline, and it is said to have been brought down by BTC. Because BTC has also been slowly declining in the past few days. And there has been slight volatility. But no one should have expected MXM to rise again. Zhang Yi studied the trend line of MXM and saw that it did not look good.
It had fallen below the pressure level, and it seemed that with professional analysis methods, it should continue to fall. But since the system says it will rise, the trend should be very impressive.
Zhang Yibao, dinner is ready.
Lin Wanqing is very quick, and 2 steaks, 2 poached eggs, and a cup of hot milk are quickly placed on the table.
Wow, baby, you're a great cook, aren't you? It smells so good.
Zhang Yibao said in surprise. The school flower made breakfast for himself. The taste, just thinking about it, is a bit refreshing. Since it was Sunday and there was nothing to do, the two of them spent the whole day at home, not going out. On Monday, Zhang Yi drove Lin Wanqing directly to school in his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Since they had gotten up early in the morning, Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing entered the school just after 8 o'clock. After finding an unusually empty parking space, Zhang Yi hung his head. Wanqing, I don't think we need to work so hard. Lin Wanqing objected as soon as she heard it. She has always believed that knowledge changes fate.
No matter how rich you are, you still need to be down to earth. Knowledge is the most solid wealth.
Even if one day your money runs out, as long as we have knowledge, we won't be afraid.
We can still live a serious life and make money.
Listening to Lin Wanqing's great principles, Zhang Yi just wanted to yell, 100 billion, let's see you spend it all. But he still went along with Lin Wanqing and they read books together in the classroom first. He also took the liberty of reserving seats for the 4 guys in the dormitory. The first class of the day started at 9:05 a.m.
It wasn't until 9 o'clock that the students started to arrive for class.
Li Tianfu accompanied Li Jiawei to class, barely making it on time. This was because the class was the school's iron-fisted, Ms. Lu's international trade course. No one dared to skip class, for fear of being directly named by the teacher and failing the course. Recently, Li Tianfu, who had been coaxed by Li Jiawei's kind lies, had greatly increased confidence in himself, like a cockerel that has won a fight. He couldn't help but strut as he walked into the classroom, completely forgetting the scene in the Gucci store the other day when he was humiliated. As soon as he sat down, he began bragging to the student next to him about where he had been playing over the weekend and what delicious food he had eaten.
Classmates, whose luxury car is that in the parking lot downstairs? Go move it, it's blocking the road. The school security guard ran up and shouted at the door of each classroom. The reason the security guard came to the classroom to shout was because every teacher in the school had a pass placed in their car, and with the pass they would not be charged. And that car did not have a pass, so it must be a student's car. After hearing the security guard's words, the first thing the students looked at was Li Tianfu. As everyone knows, only Li Tianfu drives a BMW 740 Li worth nearly $1 million. Oh, I'll move it. Li Tianfu pretended to be embarrassed and stood up, a little puzzled in his heart, as he clearly hadn't parked in the parking lot.
Li Tianfu enjoyed the feeling of being looked up to by his classmates, the feeling of being forced to act cool without having to brag about it himself.
Even Teacher Lu on the stage muttered to himself, are students so rich nowadays?
After all these years of teaching, I'm still driving a Volkswagen worth a couple 100,000 yuan.
The security guard felt relieved and was quite lucky, as he found the owner of the car in no time. When they arrived downstairs, Li Tianfu walked straight towards his BMW 740 Li. No, no, my friend, you're going the wrong way, it's that way.
The security guard hurriedly said as he saw Li Tianfu walking in the wrong direction.
Huh?
Li Tianfu was confused, as his car was parked over here.
My car is over here.
Li Tianfu said, pointing to the BMW 740 Li in front of him. No, there's a Rolls-Royce in the parking lot over there that's blocking the way. The security guard thought he was talking to the right person, but now it seems he was talking to the wrong person.
What's so luxurious about a BMW 740 Li? It's only considered a high-end car, right?
This student seems to have a misunderstanding about the word luxury car.
Li Tianfu was embarrassed.
Chapter 24 Jiang University's Board of Trustees called his brother. Li Tianfu, who had just walked downstairs, went upstairs with a slightly cold expression.
Li Xiao, what's wrong?
I don't think you're feeling well, said Li Jiawei softly. Damn, the security guard didn't make it clear that it wasn't my car blocking the road, it was another car, Li Tianfu muttered angrily.
Classmates, whose Rolls-Royce is blocking the road? Move it quickly.
At that moment, the familiar shout of the security guard came from the corridor outside the classroom. Only this time, in order to prevent people from misunderstanding the luxury car, he added what kind of car it was.
Li Tianfu's face looked even more unpleasant. Teacher Lu couldn't bear to watch anymore, wondering why the security guard was shouting outside all the time. Security guard, what's wrong? Is that car blocking the road that serious? Teacher Lu opened the door and went outside the classroom to ask the security guard. Teacher, he parked in the school director's parking space. The security guard explained a little apologetically. He didn't want to disturb the students either, but there was nothing he could do. Teacher Lu nodded. As a teacher himself, he was indeed nothing in front of the school director. The rich are the masters, and they even have to depend on others for their salaries. Jiang Yi, is that your car?
Lin Wanqing nudged Jiang Yi with her elbow.
Ah, I can't say it, I'll go and take a look. Jiang Yi said and raised his hand to indicate. Do you have any questions, student? Teacher Lu was a little frustrated.
He originally wanted to go and tell the security guard not to disturb the students in class, but it turned out that the person was there to do the school director's work.
Jiang Yi was stunned, and pointed his finger at the door. Didn't the security guard just ask someone to move the car?
I'll go and see if it's my car.
As soon as Jiang Yi said this, the whole classroom burst into laughter. 5.
One of Li
Tianfu's henchmen, named Wu, was even more excited and slammed the table and yelled.
My friend, the security guard did say Rolls-Royce, so don't get it wrong.
If you don't have anything to do, just attend class.
Your knowledge is your future Rolls-Royce. Teacher Lu seized every opportunity to preach, even though he didn't believe in what he was saying.
You think those rich second-generation kids have more knowledge than you? Are you kidding? They're not even as smart as one of my little fingers.
But they just have money, they can drive luxury cars that cost millions that other people can't afford.
What can you do? That's my car.
Jiang Yi was a little bitter, and dug the key to the Rolls-Royce out of his trouser pocket. Look, this is the key. There was a moment of silence in the room. Looking at the key in Jiang Yi's hand, Teacher Lu felt like he had been hit with a sledgehammer by his student.
First it was a BMW, and now a Rolls-Royce. One is richer than the other, and one is more powerful than the other. You tell me, could this key be fake? There are so many on Taobao.
It's possible.
Never mind, I can't be bothered to care.
I just don't believe that Jiang Yi is someone with such power.
It should be real. Several classmates looked at Jiang Yi's hurriedly departing back and whispered to each other. The security guard followed Jiang Yi.
From the direction, he knew that the Rolls-Royce Phantom was indeed Jiang Yi's.
He sighed inwardly, damn, are all kids so rich nowadays? Luckily I'm not married, otherwise my kids will never be able to compete with these people.
Jiang Yi arrived at the Rolls-Royce and saw the 4 characters of the designated parking space blocked by his car under his parking space. He also heard the humming sound of a Porsche Panamera not far away, so he must be the original owner of this parking space. He waved at the Porsche to indicate this, and apologetically bowed to show his apologies. However, just as he was about to get into his car, a young man got out of the Porsche. The young man looked average, but the custom-made suit he was wearing made him look extremely handsome. As soon as he got out of the car, he shouted, "Brother, no need, no need." This young man was Zhu Dongjun, the school director. He was also the owner behind the biggest financial investment company in Zhangzhou. When Zhangzhou University was founded, Zhu Dongjun's father invested a full 500 million yuan. It can be said that basically every building on campus was built by Zhu Dongjun's father. And because of his father's influence, Zhu Dongjun became a member of the school board. He has a pivotal position in the school. Although he cannot interfere with the running of the school or its construction, he is still treated with some special treatment and privileges. For example, this parking space that is exclusive to him. Today, Zhu Dongjun had nothing to do and was going to take a stroll around Zhangzhou University. As a result, he saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in his parking space. At first, Zhu Dongjun was very angry and decided to teach the owner a lesson, but when he saw Jiang Yi's humble appearance, he instead had the idea of making friends. Being able to afford a Rolls-Royce at such a young age, one must come from a wealthy family, but being able to remain so humble is a more difficult thing. Zhu Dongjun has many friends who are rich second-generation entrepreneurs. They drive their Rolls-Royces in and out every day, causing a nuisance to the public. They are completely lacking in gentlemanly demeanor, and they go after anyone they don't like. Jiang Yi is different. Ha! Jiang Yi was taken aback by Zhu Dongjun's words. Didn't you tell me to move the car? Now you don't want me to move it. I don't understand. It's okay, brother. I just want to get to know you. My name is Zhu Dongjun. Zhu Dongjun enthusiastically extended his hand. The security guard on the side was dumbfounded. Just now, Zhu Xiaoyong's face was full of anger. He must have been very upset that someone had taken his place. Now that I've found the person, you're saying there's no need to move the car. Isn't that cheating? Hello, my name is Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi is not the kind of person who will fight if he doesn't agree with you, just like Teddy. Xu Weidong in front of him is polite and humble, and he can't lose his manners either. He went up to Xu Weidong, shook his hand, and briefly introduced himself. Xu Weidong's hand was very cold. Just from the temperature of this hand, you can feel that his body is not doing well. Is he weak? Did he play too much when he was young? Did he play his body out? It is said that many second-generation rich people, when they were young, played with a dozen young models at a time. By the time they reached 30 years old, these second-generation rich people began to seek traditional Chinese medicine to replenish their bodies. At this thought, Jiang Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Obviously, he had classified Zhu Dongjun into this category of people. And this scene was naturally caught in Zhu Weidong's eyes. He pulled back his hand without a trace. A bitter smile. I have had a weak constitution since I was young. When my mother gave birth to me, she suffered a serious illness, which left me with a root cause of illness. My hands and feet are cold during the day and hot at night. In fact, Zhu Dongjun's failure to become the kind of spoiled rich kid was also due to his inferiority complex about his body since childhood. You have a pretty good body, and your wife should be very happy in the future. You can cool her down when it's hot and warm her up when it's cold, Jiang Yi said with a smile to comfort him. In Zhu Dongjun's eyes just now, Jiang Yi clearly saw a touch of disappointment and inferiority. He knew that this strange body should also have some impact on Zhu Dongjun. That's why he used this slightly teasing tone to lighten the mood of the conversation. Good brother. Zhu Dongjun patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder. He turned back to the security guard and said, "From now on, this parking space is for Brother Jiang. Find me another parking space." The security guard was stunned. These days, do you have to meet a person just to call them a brother? This is the world of the rich. I don't quite understand it. Chapter 25. For Jiang Yi's sake, the school beauty queen gave up her chance to be promoted internally. Since Jiang Yi had to go back to class, Zhu Donghua didn't insist on keeping him. After all, students should focus on their studies. However, he did insist on exchanging contact information with Jiang Yi for future contact. Jiang Yi knew that if someone could become a school director, they must have donated a lot of money to the school or provided many positions for the students. It can be seen that his family is extraordinarily powerful. His own foundation in Jiangzhou is still very weak, and it is always beneficial to get to know more people like this who have power. A class quickly came to an end. Since there were no more classes afterwards, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were just about to drive back to the villa when they heard someone shouting from behind them. The person shouting was Lu De, the previous chairman of the student union at Zhangzhou University. This Lu De was 175 centimeters tall, wearing a jacket and carrying a briefcase.
At first glance, he exudes the aura of a professional. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many girls. The combination of student union president and prospective employee of Yongkang Capital is like a magnet, attracting the admiration of the girls.
Wow, isn't that Lu De, the previous academic god? It is said that he is doing very well at Yongkang Capital. An ordinary employee at Yongkang Capital makes 200,000 yuan a year.
Joining Yongkang is entering the door to success. Lu De is so handsome.
He's not good looking, but he has a certain air of charm about him.
I love it.
Lu De saw Lin Wancheng and heard the praise from the female student next to him. His back straightened even more, and he walked up excitedly.
Wanqing, didn't you want to intern at Yongkang Capital last time? I have an internal referral opportunity here. If you want, I can recommend you. Yongchang Capital is a well-known financial company in Zhangzhou, specializing in venture capital and private equity. Many top students from the finance department of Zhangzhou University are eager to get into this company.
Even if you just intern there for a few months, it will be beneficial for you to continue looking for a job in the small county in the future.
Lin Wanqing is of course no exception.
She also wants to get into Yongchang Capital, but she is worried that she won't get in. So she mentioned it to her teacher in the teacher's office last time, and she didn't expect her senior, Lu De, to take it to heart.
Really? Can my boyfriend go in with me?
Lin Wanqing said, nodding at Jiang Yi, who had not yet entered the car. She was of course happy to be able to go into Yongchang Capital, but how could she leave Jiang Yi behind? Besides, Jiang Yi was also a top student in the finance department, and his academic performance was only better than her, not worse. Back then, Jiang Yi didn't study hard for Li Jiawei, but he was still able to do better than someone like herself who studied hard. Every time there was an exam, Jiang Yi, who was also a first-class scholarship winner, would score a lot higher than Lin Wanqing, who was second in the entire department. Therefore, Lin Wanqing felt that Jiang Yi could also enter Yongchang Capital, and in the future, they could work together steadily, earning money together.
That would be life. However, Lu De was embarrassed. Lu De is also quite capable.
As an intern, he interned at Yongchang Capital for a year. He traded several stocks and actually achieved better results than those senior employees who had been working there for a year or two. Therefore, Yongchang Capital appreciated Lu De and exceptionally admitted him before he graduated.
And as a result, he was impressed by the students in the finance department of Zhangzhou University.
In order to recruit more outstanding students, the company gave him one internal referral, but there was only one internal referral.
Lu De's first thought was of course Lin Wanqing, who he had secretly admired for a long time.
He couldn't wait for an opportunity to get close to Lin Wanqing.
Although Lin Wanqing was now romantically involved with Jiang Yi, Lu De believed that as long as Lin Wanqing entered society, under the influence of society, she would definitely not be so innocent. By then, after seeing what it means to be rich, she would think that Jiang Yi is not good, just a temporary rich local tyrant. Lin Wanqing, I only have one chance to recommend someone, and I can only recommend someone internally. Jiang Yi can take the exam himself, and with his grades, he should be able to get in. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Lu De quickly came up with a plan.
He praised Jiang Yi a little, and tactfully tried to get Lin Wanqing to follow his path. After all, Jiang Yi's good grades are obvious to all. With his grades, a beast with a GPA of 4.5 or above.
Yongkang Capital should want him too. It's just that Lu De underestimated Lin Wanqing's love for Jiang Yi.
Forget it, I'll take the exam with my Jiang Yi bao, I'm sure we can both get in. After Lin Wanqing finished speaking, she didn't give Lu De any face at all, and turned around to drag Jiang Yi towards the parking lot.
What the hell? Lu De was shocked.
For this opportunity of an internal recommendation, he could just casually shout from the side of the road, anyone who wants an internal recommendation to Yongkang Capital, sleep with me tonight. I guess half the girls in the department would have run towards him. The other half would have felt that they weren't good looking enough for Lu De. You could say that in the face of such an opportunity, a boyfriend is nothing. Even if you weren't talking about sleeping together for just one night, but for 10, there would definitely be a lot of people who would agree.
However,
Lin Wanqing just rejected it so readily.
Lu De's mind couldn't quite wrap around it.
Even the other students around him couldn't quite figure it out.
Lin Wanqing herself agreed to Lu De, and then Jiang Yikan got in, isn't that great?
Goddess, have you lost your head in love?
What? Don't you know that a girl's IQ is 0 when she's in love?
Really?
Why is my girlfriend's brain even sharper than before?
She changes her phone password 3 times a day. Only Jiang Yikong didn't know that Zhu Dongjun was the boss of Yongkang Capital. The boss even calls him brother. Lu De shouted from behind, "Wan Qing, just let me know when you've figured it out, there's still time before the holiday." He hadn't given up hope, there was still a month until the holiday. He believed that Lin Wanqing would come to her senses. However, the only response he got was the sound of 2 car doors slamming in the distance, followed by the sound of a car starting. It was in a Rolls-Royce. Zhang Yi was also a little curious, so he leaned over the steering wheel and asked, "Wan Qing, why did you refuse him just now? Isn't this a good opportunity? If you get it first, I'll find another way, right?" He was touched, but still a little confused. Lin Wanqing placed her school bag on her lap, hugged it with both hands, looked forward, and said slowly, "You refused the female employee of the Gucci store to add your contact information for me, and I will also reduce this kind of opportunity to owe other men a favor for you. Once I owe Lu De a favor today, in the future, if he uses this to ask me to do something, or ask you to help him with something, then we will be very passive. And besides, you definitely don't want me to agree to it, right?" After Lin Wanqing finished speaking, she turned around and looked at Zhang Yi. But she saw that Zhang Yi's eyes had already turned red. At this moment, Zhang Yi thanked the heavens. It made him understand what it meant to have love go both ways. What it meant to be willing to give for the other person and to be willing to receive from the other person. This feeling of love is really good. He even thought that if at this moment in time, God were to take back his name, he would feel that he had lived a worthwhile life. Zhang Yi tightly embraced Lin Wanqing from across the seat. "Thank you, baby." Lin Wanqing frowned, wondering why he was saying thank you to her. She also hugged Zhang Yi tightly. The scent of love gradually spread from the car. However, just as Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing were embracing tightly in the car, Lu De received a phone call. "Hello, is this Brother Lu? Can you give me that internal referral quota? I can promise you anything. P.S. I beg the handsome guys reading this to give me a push for more chapters, or a free little gift." Chapter 26 Boss Zhu Dongjun invites Zhang Yi to return to the villa with Lin Wanqing, and the two of them immediately began an intensive search for the written test and interview questions from Yongkang Capital's recruitment of employees last year. Just for Lin Wanqing's trust today, Zhang Yi also felt that the two of them must get in together. Oh. Zhang Yi's phone suddenly vibrated. He took the phone and saw that it was Zhu Dongjun from earlier that day. "Hey, Zhu brother." Zhang Yi politely addressed Zhu Dongjun as brother. "Zhang Yi, are you still at school? Let's have dinner together." Zhu Dongjun enthusiastically invited Zhang Yi to dinner. "No need, brother Zhu, I have a house off campus. I don't have classes today, so I'm already out." "Oh, that's too bad. I checked your grades today, and boy, you're something else. With a family that rich, how come you're such a good student? You're way ahead of the second best student in your faculty." Zhu Dongjun really likes Zhang Yi today, and feels an urge to invite him to work for his company. Since he's at school, he'll have time to scout some good talent to bring back to his company as fresh blood. So Zhu Dongjun went onto the school intranet to check Zhang Yi's grades, and was immediately shocked. Zhang Yi's grades were really good. It was hard to imagine that a rich second generation could still do so well. Ordinary people from wealthy families would just go to university to have fun and get a degree, and then take over the family business after graduation. Zhang Yi was definitely an oddity in the world of rich people. "It's just so. The exams aren't that difficult," Zhang Yi said in a low voice. He was right. These exams were indeed not difficult for him. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes. If Zhang Yi wasn't her favorite baby, she would definitely give him a spring-loaded kick that would send him 10 meters away. She studied hard every day, but in the end, she barely managed to get 0.5 grade points better than Zhang Yi. "Ha, you're a bit of a hate figure with that comment. When I was studying at Zhengda, I was very satisfied with a GPA of 3.0. But I would like to invite you to work for my company. Do you have any interest? Of course, if you want to go home and inherit the family company, that's fine too. You can just come for fun." Zhu Dongjun stated his purpose. "What company is it?" "Haha, it's confidential, and I don't think I'll let you down. I'll tell you when you actually decide to come over." Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances, and both of them fell silent. Logically, if they could become directors of Zhengda University, the scale of their family company must also be extraordinary. However, for Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing, they would rather join Yongkang Capital.
Jiang Yi's silence was perceived by Zhu Dongjun as a hint of rejection.
Hey, it seems that brother Jiang Yi is not very interested in our company for the time being, but that's okay.
If one day you feel that you have no interest in your family business, as long as you want to come, I will recruit you. Zhu Dongjun left a way out for Jiang Yi.
He has been struggling in society for several years and knows that leaving someone a way out is giving yourself an extra option.
Jiang Yi kept saying, Brother Zhu, look at what you're saying. I haven't made up my mind yet, we can talk about it later. This is nonsense. What family business can he inherit? In other words, apart from being poor, what else can he inherit? Well, I do have a girlfriend. If it doesn't work out, I was wondering if she could also come in for an internship? Jiang Yi glanced at Lin Wanqing next to him as he spoke. Of course you can.
Next time you come, give me a call, and I'll have the general manager enter all your information into our company's system directly.
Zhu Dongjun cheerfully agreed.
The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. Little did Zhu Dongjun know that Jiang Yibao, whom he had taken a liking to based on one detail in the parking lot, would later even directly save the Zhu family's fate.
Jiang Yibao, we can't be arrogant, we still need to carefully review the information to see if we can enter Yongkang capital.
Lin Wanqing hurriedly advised in a soft voice, fearing that Jiang Yibao wanted to take shortcuts.
I want to see you even more. Jiang Yibao slammed the Pingo computer lid shut.
He threw Lin Wanqing down.
Reading books makes you impure.
After a stormy night, they stewed mushrooms in a clear broth for an hour. Lin Wanqing was so tired that she gasped for breath in bed.
Jiang Yibao, did you take some kind of forbidden drug? Of course not, do you think someone like me needs to take forbidden drugs? Jiang Yi patted Lin Wanqing's smooth little butt.
Now that I have 150 energy points, I can increase my physical strength a little and see what the experience is like. Jiang Yi went to the bathroom and turned on the shower system. Give me 50 energy points. Received, increasing energy points for the host.
Ding. Congratulations, host, energy, 9100.
Jiang Yi felt a burst of heat throughout his body. His body had been strengthened once again. He felt that all his muscles were more toned, his lung capacity had also increased, and more importantly, his heartbeat was steady and strong, almost like an athlete's physique. If he ran 1,000 meters now, he was sure that he could easily run it in under 3 minutes. It was just that this time, he didn't really feel any significant enhancement in a certain aspect of his abilities.
Sigh. Jiang Yi let the cold water wash over his body. Ooh-hoo.
Suddenly, Jiang Yi's phone started vibrating again. He quickly dried himself off and picked up the phone to find that it was the alarm.
Right. Today is Monday.
There are only 4 minutes left before the system prompts for the lowest price of MXM. In Jiang Yi's wallet, he had long ago converted all his RMB into US dollars.
He was ready to buy MXM at any time. He opened the digital currency trading software. Sure enough, MXM had plummeted to an appalling level.
From the highest tens of dollars, it has fallen to a few cents now. They say that the cryptocurrency market is like the stock market, where you can make a fortune in a day.
It's true.
You can make a fortune in the stock market in 10 years, but you can make a fortune in the cryptocurrency market in a day.
Although it's not yet time.
Jiang Yi slowly started to buy at the bottom, because he was not sure if the price would immediately rebound after hitting the bottom, in which case he would not be able to buy. Soon, 4,000 yuan was all bought at the bottom by Jiang Yi. He had just bought it, and not a minute had passed when
MXM suddenly had a large order from a cryptocurrency speculation institution.
The price immediately started a straight upward line, doubling directly.
Jiang Yi's face was filled with joy.
Although for someone with a system worth hundreds of millions, these few thousand were nothing, Jiang Yi was still very grateful, because this money really belonged to him. At this time, in an office, Lu Di was looking at the digital currency positions in front of him. Suddenly, a digital currency quickly went from a negative green status to a rapid rise, directly turning red.
Grass? Doubling directly in one day? It must be an institutional move to rip off the public. Looking at the trend line, I estimate that it will fall back tomorrow, so I will immediately go short. Immediately, Lu Di used all his account balance to short MXM. He felt a sense of satisfaction, and it seemed that he could make a lot of money again. Over the years, Lu Di had made a lot of money through digital currency, from a few thousand yuan to tens of thousands. He believed that he could make a few thousand more this time. Lu Di crossed his legs and leaned his body to one side. The figure of Lin Wanqing flashed through his mind.
As the saying goes, keep warm and think about lust. Now for Lu De, making money is really just a matter of time. It is the hard truth that one must take advantage of women while one is young. Although when he was the student union president, Lu De also took advantage of quite a few girls. But those girls were all ordinary goods. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. P.S. Kneeling to beg for an update. Chapter 27 Zhong Chao was hit, and Zhangzhou Sanshao. Humph. Don't think you're the only pretty girl in the world. Lin Jiawei is not bad either, and she looks like she has big breasts. Lu De was prepared to settle for second best. After all, he was the one calling the shots in some matters, so he might as well lie to Li Jiawei and maximize his own interests first. He could then say that the position had already been taken by someone else, or that the company policy had changed at the last minute. No one would dare say anything. Hello? Li Jiawei's phone rang, and Lu De said in a somewhat cryptic manner, I can give you the position on my side, but it depends on your performance. Okay, thanks, senior. I'll be the one on the other end of the phone tonight. The voice of Li Jiawei came over the line, sounding like a little girl. Li Jiawei was extremely familiar with the hidden rules of the workplace. Besides, she had already slept with a man, so whether there was one more or one less didn't really matter. What a slut! Lu De cursed in his heart, but still said with dissatisfaction, isn't that a bit too little? Spending a night with me and you want an internal referral? Isn't that a bit simplistic? Of course not. As long as you're willing, I can always find a way to satisfy you. After all, you'll still need a lot of care in your new job. Li Jiawei's squeaky voice and her blatant words made Lu De almost bulge with a small hill. Lu De hung up the phone and swallowed. It seemed that tonight he would have to properly quench his fire. Hey, if Li Jiawei is good at that, it would be a good choice to give her this spot. Being a long-term sex friend means no responsibilities and you can enjoy yourself. Just go and let off steam when you need to. Time passed quickly. It was already Thursday. In the past few days, MXM's performance had been lackluster, with no significant gains and some fluctuations. There was no sense of excitement of doubling every day. This only strengthened Lu De's conviction that the MXM must be changing hands, and that once the change of hands was complete, it would plummet again, driving out retail investors and setting the stage for a rally. He would take advantage of the plunge to sell short, and then continue to wait until the market began to rise again, when he would go long. It would be perfect. It wasn't until today that the refund from Donghu Jiayuan came through, and Tang Ziyu even came to apologize in person. In fact, the main problem was that the account at Donghu Jiayuan was a business account, and the bank had some difficulty turning over so much money at once. After all, it wasn't Zhang Yi's card, and the bank would set aside the funds for a long time. Zhang Yi didn't care about this at all, and he wasn't in a hurry to get the money. Seeing Zhang Yi's carefree attitude, Tang Ziyu was even more in awe of him, knowing that he must be extraordinary. Oh. At noon, Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing were having lunch. His phone suddenly vibrated. The caller was the second oldest member of the dormitory. Hello, second oldest member, what's up? Zhang Yi picked up the phone. Fourth oldest member. Hurry, the oldest member has been hit, and they are being unreasonable. They look like thugs, and they are insisting that it is our responsibility and that we pay compensation. We don't have that kind of money. The anxious voice of the second oldest member came through. Zhang Yi's brows furrowed at this news. Although Zhang Yi has been living away from home recently, the friendship from his dormitory days is still there. The older brother had always taken care of him before, and now that the older brother had been bullied, of course he would not sit idly by. Where are you? Send me your location and I'll come right over, Zhang Yi said decisively. He said to Lin Wanqing, sorry, baby, I have to go check it out. He put on his shoes and was about to leave. But Lin Wanqing followed him, I'll go with you. Zhang Yi didn't think about it much, nodded, and drove off in the Rolls-Royce. The place where Zhong Chao, the leader, was hit by a car was not far from the school. This noon, the three of them were going to a restaurant outside the school to have a nice meal, so they had deliberately come out in a group to have a good time. After the meal, they were almost at the school when they were hit by a Porsche that had run a red light on the zebra crossing. Fortunately, Zhong Chao was quick-witted and managed to turn around. He was not hit in the face, but was caught by the car's wing mirror. Zhong Chao was hunched over, covering his hand, sitting on the stone steps of the roadside flower bed. The Porsche's rear-view mirror had been scratched, and the scratch was clearly caused by Zhong Chao's watch. At this time, the second and third members of the dormitory were communicating with a few young people with strange hair colors and tattoos.
Judging from the situation, the second and third members of the dormitory could only beg.
Zhang Yi parked the Rolls-Royce far away in a parking space on the roadside and walked over to the side of the bedroom where the few people were and asked,
"How is it going?"
The second saw that it was Zhang Yi and hurriedly explained, "Hey, we crossed the zebra crossing on the green light, they ran the red light, and they want us to pay them 10,000 yuan, otherwise they will call someone to beat us up."
"Isn't it their full responsibility?"
Lin Wanqing came up and asked. She had passed her driver's license test, so naturally she knew the traffic laws. When the thugs saw Lin Wanqing, their eyes lit up.
What a hottie!
They had been hanging out in nightclubs for a long time and had seen a lot of club girls, but it was really rare to find one as pure as Lin Wanqing.
"You guys are thinking too much.
We just called up there.
No one will handle this matter today. Get ready for the money. 10,000 yuan, not a penny less."
The leader, the yellow-haired guy, was shaking his legs with a smug look on his face. Then he jokingly said, "If you are willing to let us have this girl for a day, we can forget about this matter." As soon as Huang Mao said this, the faces of Zhong Chao and the second and third eldest sons instantly changed.
"This is over. Not only did we lose the money, but we also have to lose the person? We will pay." The second eldest son nervously took out his phone and said, "Johnny, if I had known, I wouldn't have asked you. I will call home and ask for some money first." A college student suddenly and inexplicably asking his family for 10,000 yuan would make any parent feel strange.
Therefore, the second son actually had some psychological preparation for this decision.
"Wait." Suddenly, a hand pressed down on the second son's phone. "You said that no one would handle this matter?" Zhang Yi looked at Huang Mao and laughed. "Is there no law in broad daylight? He just doesn't believe it."
Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Huang Mao laughed even more wildly, as if he had heard a joke. "Kid, I can only say 10,000 because I see that you are all students. Otherwise, this situation would cost at least 50,000. Besides, this is your girlfriend, so let us have her for a day, it won't hurt.
Maybe we'll even give him a gift if we're in the mood."
His henchman on the side began to stir up trouble, looking smug.
"Do you know who our young master Zhao is?"
He is one of the 3 young masters of Jiangzhou, and the entire upper class of Jiangzhou has to listen to him.
You can't afford to provoke him. Young Master Zhao stomps his feet, and Jiangzhou shakes.
Young Master Zhao gives a huff, and Jiangzhou trembles. That's right, if your girlfriend spends a night with young Master Zhao, her value will increase a lot.
In the future, you can say that your girlfriend is someone young Master Zhao took a liking to. Isn't that great?
Several people flattered Zhao Gongzi, telling Jiang Yi and the others to be sensible and either pay up or hand over the person.
Jiangzhou's third young master? Jiang Yi repeated the words in confusion. He had never heard of this before, so how would he know what Jiangzhou's third young master was? P.S. 360-degree spiral kneeling to beg for a free little push to update the story. If you see this again, please give me a little encouragement, okay? Chapter 28, Tang Xiao's ways are not enough? When is the most desperate time to be a show-off?
It's when you've been bragging for a long time, and no one understands. It's the feeling of driving home in a Lamborghini, only to be disliked by the villagers, and not being as comfortable as a Wuling Hongguang.
At this moment, Zhao Gongzhu Zhao Buzhu experienced it. The name of the Jiangzhou third young master, which he was so proud of. It's not as prestigious as an old cleaning lady on the side of the road. You don't even know the third young master of Jiangzhou? The whole of Jiangzhou, even a child knows about the third young master of Jiangzhou, and you don't? Didn't your teachers teach you anything?
One of Zhao Buzhu's lackeys saw that the young master was being looked down upon and immediately jumped out and yelled a few things. Afterwards, he looked at Zhao Buzhu with some flattery and a hint of bragging, meaning that by helping me, you are helping yourself, and you have to give me the credit. The other 2 people saw such a good opportunity, but they didn't get the top spot, and they felt a bit sorry. They vented their anger on Zhang Yi. Yes, you idiot, don't you want to live? How dare you disrespect our Zhao Gongzi, do you believe I will beat you? These people are typical bullies. Zhang Yi felt that these people were like elementary school students, dying to save face and making a fuss. But the immediate problem was to quickly take Zhong Chao to the hospital for a checkup. You 2 take Zhong Chao to the hospital first, I'll stay here and deal with the problem. Zhang Yi turned to his second and third sons and said. These problems cannot be solved by these 2. Jiang Yi thought of Tang Ziyu and remembered that Tang Ziyu had said to report his name if he was caught, which meant that he must also have connections up there.
He just didn't know if Tang Ziyu was one of the so-called three young masters of the capital. After dialing the phone, Jiang Yi heard Tang Ziyu's familiar voice, "Big boss, what's the matter?" The few playboys were not at all afraid of the way Jiang Yi called someone. On the contrary, they were vaguely looking forward to it. The more people who came, the more fun they would have beating their faces, and the more this beauty might like them. They might even take the initiative to secretly ask for their phone numbers. "I had a little car accident and I want you to ask the boss for help. No one has dealt with this matter so far." Jiang Yi briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter and also emphasized the arrogance and domineering behavior of the other party. After listening to this, Tang Ziyu didn't have much of an impression of Jiangzhou's third young master, let alone the Zhao young master. He wasn't actually from Jiangzhou either, but he had some connections with the upper echelons of society, and since he knew some friends from Jiangzhou, he was able to get by in Jiangzhou. He paused for a few breaths before answering, "I'll ask my friends to see what the situation is. If I can help, I will." He hung up the phone, presumably to ask his friends in the transportation system. Seeing Jiang Yi hang up the phone, the yellow-haired Zhao Gonzi became even more emboldened. Because if they had met someone powerful, or someone who could truly overshadow the fame of the third young master Jiangzhou, they would definitely have asked him to answer the phone first. Right now, Jiang Yi is doing nothing, just waiting for something. This shows that Jiang Yi has not yet been able to rely on his connections to settle things with them. "What? You've got everything settled on your end? Are you going to deal with it now, or later?" Huangmao Zhao Gonzi was not at all afraid, but hung around Jiang Yi in a carefree manner. In fact, he was looking around Lin Wanqing. Today, Lin Wanqing was in a hurry when she left, so she casually put on a short-sleeved shirt and wore baggy shorts. Her two gray thighs and her curvy figure were on full display. Especially after tasting the forbidden fruit with Jiang Yi, there was an added charm to her. Zhao Buju's heart fluttered, and his mouth watered. He wanted Lin Wanqing more and more. "You are my little apple." Suddenly Zhao Buju's phone rang. He shook his body with the ringing, and dug out a Pinghua's latest model mobile phone from his bag. I really don't know how he does it, just like those old uncles and aunties, using such a corny song as the ringtone. "Hello, who are you?" Zhao Buju said impatiently. Then there was a sound from the other end of the phone. After listening for a long time, Zhao Buju gave Lin Wanqing a hard glare. "It's not that simple, they can't afford it. I asked one of their girlfriends to spend the day with me, but they refused." Hang up, don't worry about this, I won't make a big deal out of it." Zhao Buju hung up the phone with a click. He looked at Jiang Yi with a mocking smile. "Kid, you're quite something, you've even pulled strings in Jiangzhou City, I guess I underestimated you." Zhao Buju twirled his phone in his hands and continued. "But you're being naive, do you think I got my title of young master of Jiangzhou by chance? You just made the call, and already people are asking for my advice. With my connections, these people will all have to call me grandpa." At this time, the incident has attracted many people passing by to stop and watch. Zhao Buju's foppishness and Jiang Yi's silence. It makes these people feel some compassion. Today is Jiang Yi, but what about tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Will it be my turn? There were also many people who deliberately ran to Zhao Buju's car to take a look at the license plate. In the future, I must be more careful and not offend them so easily. Sure enough, not long after, Tang Ziyu called and said that these people were relatively powerful people on the straight and narrow. Meaning that Jiang Yi was not short of money, so why dwell on such things? Just give them the money and it will be over. Jiang Yi's brows furrowed slightly at this, thinking that in this world of righteousness, there really is no king's law. What Tang Ziyu didn't know, however, was that they wanted more than just money, but also wanted to use this opportunity to force Lin Wanqing to go out with them. As for what to do, they would decide. Tang Ziyu felt a little guilty that he wasn't able to help, and said he wanted to come over and help handle the situation. In fact, he wanted to help pay the money to solve the problem, see if he could smooth things over and help Jiang Yi get past this. Jiang Yi refused. Since Tang Ziyu couldn't solve this problem, it really couldn't be solved, and his coming here wouldn't necessarily be helpful. Lin Wanqing became nervous when she saw this scene, and she walked over to Jiang Yi's side. There were so many people on the other side, and although she had studied Taekwondo, she might not be able to fight them off, as she had no practical experience. However, she definitely would not allow Jiang Yi to be hurt before her. She asked softly, "Jianjibao, what should we do now?" After all, Jiang Yi still had shallow roots in Jiangzhou.
Although he now had some money, in terms of connections, he was far inferior to those young masters of families that had been developing for many years.
It's nothing. Zhang Yi patted Lin Wanqing on the shoulder, but his own mind was also in a mess, and he didn't know what to do.
J. Suddenly, another Porsche stopped on the side of the road.
Porsches, which were not common in Jiangzhou, suddenly appeared two at once here.
A young man got out of the car, and in the passenger seat, a woman got out. Zhang Yi's face immediately sank when he saw her.
How is it her? Chapter 29 Chapter 30 Lin Wanqing steps in.
The man who got out of the car was known to the young man Zhao Buju, and the woman was known to Zhang Yi.
What a nerve, why did you come?
Zhao Buju saw the young man and laughed. If you can't handle it, don't call me crazy, I'll be mad at you.
The young man is called Xin Jingbing, and like Zhao Buju, he is one of the 3 young masters of Jiangzhou.
When their fathers gave them their names, they were very meaningful.
What, can't you handle things here?
I waited for you for a long time in front, but you didn't come, so I drove back. Xin Jingbing had made a date with Zhao Buju to hang out together today, but at first they drove in a line, one after the other. When Xin Jingbing arrived, he turned around and found that Zhao Buju's car was gone. Out of brotherly love, he turned back.
Zhao Buju explained in Xin Jingbing's ear, and kept pointing at Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing, especially Lin Wanqing.
Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were up to no good. Sure enough, after listening to him, Xin Jingbing scanned Lin Wanqing's body several times. The woman next to Xin Jingbing was none other than Zhou Jia, the woman that Zhang Yi had forced away with money at the Gucci store last time.
She followed Xin Jingbing's gaze to Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing.
The resentment and hatred in her eyes instantly made her eyes red. For so long, all she had thought about day and night was seeking Zhang Yi out to take her revenge. After leaving the Gucci store, she used her bed skills to become famous among her regular customers. After all, she could serve even an old useless man comfortably. Not to mention the passionate young men, who all had a heavenly time in her bed. Later, she was even given to Xin Jingbing as a companion by a big brother she knew. Xin Jingbing was not good at that, and after playing with many women when he was young, he had completely lost his skills in that area by the age of 25.
However, after meeting Zhou Jia, he seemed to have been rejuvenated. He started living a life of debauchery again, and since then, he could be said to have taken Zhou Jia everywhere he went. Zhou Jia gave Zhang Yi a resentful glance, and then whispered something sweetly in Xin Jingbing's ear. Xin Jingbing immediately straightened his back and walked menacingly towards Zhang Yi. I heard that you were the one who drove my girlfriend out of the Gucci store? Lin Wanqing's face changed.
She should have persuaded Zhang Yi not to be so high profile in the first place.
Now it's fine, and people are coming for him.
Zhang Yi was not afraid at all in the face of more and more enemies. Yes, it's because she has a nasty mouth herself.
Ha ha ha. Xin Jingbing laughed out loud. You really aren't afraid of death. Do you know how much power we have? Don't think that just because you have some money you can do whatever you want.
If we wanted to make money, there are countless bosses in Jiangzhou who would be happy to send it over.
The children of these powerful people really can't be arrogant with money.
But if they really wanted money, it really wouldn't be a difficult thing. You don't need to say anything, just kneel down, apologize, and then pay Zhou Jia 1 million. Xin Jingbing said imperiously, as if he were talking about something trivial. Zhou Jia immediately embraced Xin Jingbing's arm coyly when she heard that he was taking up for her. She pressed his arm tightly against her chest, so tightly that it was almost as if she was stuffing her hand directly inside.
Her large neckline could not conceal the obvious size of her breasts.
The male onlookers beside them were drooling, and they were screaming in their hearts, "Do it harder." Xin Jingbing naturally felt the difference in his arm. Through Zhou Jia's neckline, he had a clear view of what was going on inside.
He became even more concerned about Zhou Jia's situation. Hurry up, what are you dawdling about? Didn't you charge your girlfriend 10 million in one go? What? You can't come up with the money today? Xin Jingbing snapped.
Zhao Buju saw that Xin Jingbing had already started to threaten, and hurriedly came up to help. Either you give me your girlfriend, I can still beg for you, otherwise you won't be able to walk away standing today. Zhao Buju saw that Xin Jingbing had a beautiful woman pestering him like this, and a trace of envy actually rose in his heart.
He became even more desperate to take Lin Wanqing into his arms. The onlookers had also shifted their attention from Sister Zhou's collar to Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing.
They all felt some sympathy in their hearts. Especially those who had been watching from the beginning, knowing the cause and effect of the incident, secretly explained the circumstances to the people around them.
Hey, it seems that this young man is having a hard time. With these young masters around, How can the average person deal with it?
They are all in their 20s, and they may be able to fight the local tyrants. In Jiangzhou, the third young master is considered to be the top of the rich and powerful.
Do you think we should help report it to the police? This situation is a bit serious, isn't it? If there is a fight later, 7 against 1? That's too bullying, isn't it? It's useless.
The other guy's father is here.
Do you think he won't be able to settle it? Whoever makes the call will be in trouble. You're right. Let's just go.
I don't want to see blood splattered everywhere.
Among the onlookers, there were many who were unable to suppress their anger.
They really couldn't bear to watch anymore, but they didn't dare to help out, so they could only sigh and shake their heads before leaving first. Some of the people who stayed behind were hoping that things would turn around somehow.
Could they really just stand by and watch a young woman being forcibly taken away in broad daylight?
Xin Jingbing got out of his car with 2 thug-like men, and together with Zhao Buzhu and Zhao's men, they surrounded Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. These lackeys were not all powerless and insignificant people, on the contrary, they all came from well-off families and could hang out with the third young master of Jiangzhou. Therefore, these few people were very bold, and they did not take Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing lightly at all, nor did they take the onlookers next to them lightly. For them, if they refuse to submit, they will be forced to do so, and someone will come to clean up the mess.
Kid, you have 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't make a decision, we'll have to take action.
Zhao Buzhu said with a sinister smile, and his hand couldn't help but reach out to touch Lin Wanqing's face.
Get out of my way.
Jiang Yi saw that Zhao Buzhu actually dared to molest his girlfriend, and immediately pushed Zhao Buzhu away. He is very strong, and someone with 90% of his physical strength is bound to be strong.
This blow made Zhao Buzhu's arm ache. Damn, you actually hit me.
Zhao Buzhu had never encountered anyone who dared to hit him first. Covering his arm with one hand, he cursed in shock, "Get on him and kill him." When he said this, his face was distorted, and the final word was shouted out.
Get on him. Zhao Buzhu spoke, and his 3 followers pounced on him first. Jiang Yi was about to go up and resist.
But he found a hand pressing on his shoulder. "Stand back, I'll talk." It was Lin Wanqing who spoke.
She saw her opportunity and threw a kick.
Her snow-white thigh drew a white arc in the air. It hit the face of the nearest person with incredible accuracy.
Pop. Jiang Yi clearly saw the man's face contort in an instant, his mouth puckering up.
Lin Wanqing knocked one man down with one leg, and then turned to avoid the punch from another man. She raised her leg high above her head and slammed it downwards. The sound of the heel hitting her head came.
Jiang Yi was stunned. How was Lin Wanqing's body so flexible? Why had he never seen her perform this move before? Did this mean that he could unlock new postures in the future?
Thinking about this, he touched his somewhat empty waist. Even with 90 stamina, he could not withstand his own craziness for several days in a row. It seemed that it was time to increase his stamina to the maximum level.
While Jiang Yi was daydreaming, all of his followers were knocked to the ground by Lin Wanqing, including Xin Jingbing and Zhao Buzhu.
These two were actually the weakest fighters. Lin Wanqing only gave them a light kick and they fell over by themselves. These people looked fierce, but in fact, they were all hollowed out by women and were weak. Besides, they had never been beaten before, so their ability to resist and take pain was very weak. Basically, they were all knocked out by Lin Wanqing with one leg. Looking at the people groaning on the ground, the onlookers were shocked. What was going on? The second of the 3 young masters of Jiangzhou had just been brutally beaten? Zhou Jie was of course the most surprised. She looked blankly at the several people who had just been so aggressive, and now suddenly she was the only one left standing in the same place?
Quick, call Brother Zhu.
Xin Jingbing sat down on the ground, covering his chin, and yelled at Zhou Jie.
P.S. I'm asking for an urgent update, thanks. Chapter 30 Chapter 31 The young master of Jiangzhou is here.
Oh, okay. Zhou Jie was not sure what she should do, so she hurriedly took out her phone from her pocket in a panic. She nervously entered the password several times before she managed to turn on the phone.
Zhu, you, come quickly, Xin Jingbing and Zhao Buzhu have both been beaten. Call a few more people, there is a master here.
Zhou Jie dialed a number and started crying as soon as she got through.
Continue to call for help. Jiang Yi was a little speechless.
This was like playing a game, where you fight monsters. Zhao Buzhu's nose had been kicked by Lin Wanqing. At this time, he was lying on the ground, covering his bloody nose. After hearing Zhou Jie's phone call, he yelled weakly, "You just wait, when our big brother Zhu arrives, I won't let you go until you're crippled."
"Humph, if you come at me one at a time, I'll beat you all 10.
Lin Wanqing snorted. She had originally thought that it would be a fierce battle. After all, although she had studied Taekwondo for a long time, she really didn't have much practical combat experience like this. Instead, the fight just now had increased her confidence. Zhang Yi suddenly felt a chill down his back as he listened. This Lin Wanqing really can fight, he thought. Somehow a picture came to mind. He was being thrown into a pile by Lin Wanqing, and was beaten up and left with a black eye. Damn, he couldn't cheat on her easily in the future, or else it would be disastrous. But with such a capable girlfriend, his mother wouldn't have to worry about bad guys when he went out in the future. He wouldn't have to worry about Wanqing's safety either. After Zhou Jie finished making the phone call, she anxiously crouched down next to Shen Jingbing and looked at his injuries. Just by bending over, his collar had sagged badly. A group of people saw what was inside. There were some slight sounds of vomiting in the crowd. Damn, it's actually a woman like this. She looks really pretty, but I didn't expect it to be a bus. And I don't know how many men have ravaged her. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but let out a sigh. Zhang Yi, being a gentleman, of course, would not look at it for long.
Anyway, it's not as good looking as Lin Wanqing. He turned his head and looked at Lin Wanqing worriedly. "Wanqing Bao, are you okay? Are you hurt or do you hurt? Let me rub it for you? If I really find a bruise, I will definitely leave a big bruise on their faces." With that, Zhang Yi squatted down and looked for bruises on Lin Wanqing's legs. However, after searching up and down 3 times, he could not find any bruises. It seems that these people's fighting power is not a joke, it is really not. This scene made the several people who had fallen to the ground let out a long sigh of relief. If there really were bruises, then it would be terrible, and they would have to be beaten again. But the next second, they were stunned again. "My God, you actually lost a hair? This is intolerable." Zhang Yi finished speaking and then gave each of them a hard kick. Zhao Buzhu and Shen Jingbing wanted to vomit blood. "How the hell did you see a single hair fall?" Lin Wanqing also covered her eyes, not daring to think that Zhang Yi had actually found such a good reason. Soon, another Porsche and a commercial vehicle stopped by the roadside. More than 10 people got out of the car. Seeing the several people lying on the ground, a group of people quickly walked over. The leader was a young man whose face looked familiar to Zhang Yi. He always felt like he had seen this face somewhere. "Brother Zhu, you finally come, you have to avenge me, little brother." Shen Jingbing saw the young man coming and stood up, crying and shouting for his help. Zhao Buzhu also covered his nose, which was still bleeding, and came behind the young man. "You were both beaten up by 2 people?" The young man looked at the number of people on both sides and couldn't believe it. "There's even a woman?" This remark made Shen Jingbing and Zhao Buzhu blush. They didn't want to either, but mainly because Lin Wanqing's kung fu was too profound. They simply couldn't defend themselves. "Zhu Xiao, that woman is something, we don't dare go up there," a follower of Zhao Buzhu said secretly from behind. In fact, all of them were still capable of fighting, but they were smart enough to lie on the ground rather than get their legs broken. The useless young man angrily kicked a few people in the butt. "You're disgracing our Jiangzhou 3 young masters." He said this and led a large group of people behind him towards Zhang Yi. "Kid, did you guys beat up my brothers?" He casually glanced at the 2 of them, of course lingering slightly longer on Lin Wanqing's body. Zhang Yi was wondering where he had seen this face before. He hadn't heard a word he said. "We Zhu Xiao are talking to you, did you hear me?" Behind the young man was an extremely burly-looking man. He looked like a bodyguard, like those foreign goons in the movies, with arms thicker than other people's thighs. It felt like one punch from him could knock Zhang Yi 50 meters into the air. Zhang Yi was startled by his loud words. "Huh? What did you say?" The young man's face immediately fell. "This motherfucker is really arrogant, he actually dared not listen to what I said." "What's your name?" The young man narrowed his eyes. "I think you are a student. Are you a student of Jiangzhou University?" Zhang Yi looked at the group of people opposite him, all of whom were obviously battle-hardened old fighters. He secretly prepared to contact the system and add the remaining 100 points to his strength. He answered coldly. "Zhang Yi, I'm a student at Jiangzhou University." "Ha ha." The young man laughed again after hearing this. "Believe it or not, I can have your university expel you immediately?"
As long as you kneel down now and give us a few kowtows to admit your fault, this matter will be over. Although it is true that Zhao Buju was at fault in the first place, you hit him so hard that I have to save a little face for them." From his words, Jiang Yi felt that he was not the kind of person who was unreasonable, and even felt that he was a person who valued brotherhood. If such a person goes the right way, it is also worth befriending. Unfortunately, for the time being, the two sides are destined to be parallel lines, and they are on opposite sides.
"Do you think we are afraid of you? You said expulsion? Jiang University can expel us?"
Lin Wanqing slightly shifted her body, protecting Jiang Yi behind her, and shouted at the group of men in front of her without fear. She believed that both she and Jiang Yi were top students at the school, so how could the school possibly expel them? Jiang Yi felt a bit bitter. Lin Wanqing was protecting him like a protective parent, but how did he feel like he was being supported by Lin Wanqing, forcing him to be the man behind a woman?
Ha 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 ha.
Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Wanqing finished speaking, the dozen people across from them all burst out laughing.
Ha ha ha, do you guys think these two are funny, actually doubting Zhu Xiao's abilities?
Zhang Daji is owned by Zhu Xiao's family, isn't it something that Zhu Xiao says? You two little scum students, Zhu Xiao can crush you like crushing an ant.
What do you mean by a word? As long as you say it, won't the school obediently listen and expel them?
Shen Jinbing laughed the loudest and was the most pleased with himself. I think you don't like the fact that I didn't hit you hard enough just now.
Lin Wanqing gave Shen Jinbing a cold glare.
Shen Jinbing's smile immediately froze on his face, and he quietly took a step back.
From the looks of you, are you guys prepared to fight me head-on?
Seeing that Lin Wanqing and Jiang Yi were unafraid, the young man felt that his face was a bit lost. He took his phone directly out of his bag.
Hey, brother, I have a favor to ask you. Can you help me fire two of your students, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing? The young man spoke with contemptuous disdain towards Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing.
He meant, get ready to accept my wrath.
Shen Jinbing and Zhao Buju looked at Jiang Yi as if he were already dead. Especially Zhao Buju, who was already thinking about what he would tell Lin Wanqing later.
If she would just spend one night with him, he would help her plead with Zhu Xiao to let her continue her studies. After a night with him, she would be completely conquered and obediently become his girlfriend. He salivated at the thought.
The people on the street were also getting nervous. They really didn't want to see Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing being treated so differently.
It wasn't so much that they were being treated differently, but that they were being abused.
This Jiangzhou third young master is really united. One after the other, each one is stronger than the last. Isn't it true?
Look at Zhu Xiao, he doesn't even fight, he goes straight for the heart. As students, if they were expelled from school, I think both of them would cry themselves to death.
Yes, when both of them are expelled, they will realize how powerful the Jiangzhou third young master is in our Jiangzhou.
If it were me, I would really rather kneel down. After all, Zhu Xiao is already backed down a step.
I would definitely compromise too. Zhu Xiao is actually a bit more conscientious than the other two.
Zhou Jie stood far away in the back, sneering repeatedly. She thought to herself, you two, back at the Gucci store that day, how you treated me, don't think you'll get off lightly today. I don't even care about my body anymore, just to get back at you. When Zhu Xiao and the others leave, I will definitely incite Shen Jingbing to continue targeting you.
I will get you both until you die.
Without knowing it, she had shifted the blame for sleeping with old men and all kinds of men onto Jiang Yi's shoulders. She had completely forgotten that when she was at Gucci, she had already sold her body for the sake of performance. However, when everyone thought that Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were finished, Zhu Xiao suddenly let out a cry, surprising everyone.
What's going on? Shen Jingbing and Zhao Buju glanced at each other, and a vague unease grew. Could there be an accident?
Zhu Xiao was still there, listening carefully to the voice on the other end of the line, obediently explaining the whole story.
He didn't add any embellishments. After a while, everyone's palms began to sweat.
They nervously watched Zhu Xiao as he spoke on the phone for so long.
This call has been going on for too long, hasn't it? Isn't it something that can be settled in a few sentences? Why did he have to tell them everything? Everyone was a little confused. It wasn't until Zhu Xiao finally put down the phone.
Shen Jinbing and Zhao Buju wanted to go up and ask about the situation. But before they could say anything, Zhu Xiao already smiled and said to Jiang Yi, my brother wants you to answer the phone. That smile was even more hideous than crying.
He must have just been scolded. Everyone stumbled at the news. What the hell, Zhu Xiao's brother wanted Jiang Yi to answer the phone? Is there such an operation?
Does it mean that someone has to scold Jiang Yi in person? Jiang Yi himself was a little confused, and he looked at Lin Wanqing.
He took the phone. Hello?
A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. At this moment, Jiang Yi understood. He had thought of everything. No wonder when he saw Zhu Xiao, he felt so familiar. It turned out that he was. Chapter 31, Chapter 32. He is my brother's damn man, you all got it wrong. When Jiang Yi picked up the phone, a dull male voice came from the other end. Jiang Yi, I'm sorry, my brother has caused you trouble.
I know the whole story.
My brother Shiwen wouldn't dare lie to me.
They were in the wrong this time. You did the right thing. The one speaking was Zhu Dongjun.
Just now, Zhu Dongjuan's younger brother, Zhu Xiao, also known as Zhu Shiwen, spoke. Jiang Yi heard Zhu Shiwen's name and felt that people in high society have such interesting names.
It's ridiculous, crazy.
Now the two brothers in the Zhu family, one is Dong and the other is Shi, and one is Jun and the other is One. It took a lot of thought for the adults in their family to come up with these names.
It's okay, I've already vented my anger. Fortunately, I didn't lay a hand on your brother, haha.
Jiang Yi and Zhu Dongjun seemed to be on a first-name basis, and they spoke without any regard. Lin Wanqing on one side heard Jiang Yi talking and laughing, and her heart's burden fell. Her clenched fists also relaxed. But those on the other side who had just wanted Jiang Yi to look bad were now all as miserable as the plague, and their moods grew heavier and heavier.
Especially Zhu Shiwen.
When his brother Zhu Dongjun told him that Jiang Yi was his friend,
Zhu Shiwen felt like he had eaten shit.
Now that Jiang Yi was talking and laughing with his brother, he knew even more that he was definitely going to get a beating.
Maybe even his living expenses would be cut off for a while.
Zhu Shiwen was very afraid of his brother, because his brother was the only one running a big company in the family, and basically all the family expenses were borne by Zhu Dongjun, including Zhu Shiwen's living expenses.
In addition, Zhu Dongjun is really capable.
He understands his parents' thoughts very well at home and is doing very well in business. Every time Zhu Shiwen gets into trouble outside, it is Zhu Dongjun who has to clean up after him. Today, unfortunately, he has made a fool of himself in front of his older brother's friends.
Zhu Dongjun spoke briefly with Jiang Yi over the phone, asking Jiang Yi to accept his invitation to lunch.
Jiang Yi thought about it, he had only half finished eating, so it would be fine to have lunch with Zhu Dongjun.
He returned the phone to Zhu Shiwen with a playful air. Zhu Shiwen took the phone and said, yes?
Then he immediately moved the phone 10 centimeters away.
Just now, Zhu Dongjun did not confirm Jiang Yi's identity.
Now that he has confirmed it, of course he will not be polite to Zhu Shiwen. After all, if Zhu Shiwen offended any big shot, or the child of a high-ranking official, then the matter will not be something that Zhu Dongjun can end, and it is possible that the old man of the Zhu family will have to pay for it. After this incident, Zhu Dongjun has become more aware of the importance of disciplining Zhu Shiwen well. So Zhu Shiwen was watched by a crowd of passers-by and younger brothers.
Was scolded by Zhu Dongjun from a distance for a full 5 minutes. He said something sulkily like I dare not do it again, I won't do it in the future, I know, and so on.
When he hung up the phone, Zhu Shiwen let out a long sigh of relief. His face was a little complicated, as if he were a student who had been scolded by a teacher and was walking out of the office.
Zhu Xiao, what's going on?
Shen Jingbing and Zhao Buzhu came to Zhu Shiwen's face with a flattering expression and asked. They were itching to know what was going on, but for more than 10 minutes they could only watch Zhu Shiwen make phone calls.
Fuck you guys, you've caused trouble and got me fucking yelled at by my brother.
Zhu Shiwen was in a rage and had nowhere to let it out.
He lashed out at Shen Jingbing and Zhao Buzhu.
The two guys were dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, they were still good friends, ready to stand up for us.
Why did they turn their backs and start cursing? Zhu Xiao, what's going on? We can't know either.
Zhao Buzhu had a thick skin and, despite being scolded, kept a smile on his face and asked Zhu Shiwen. As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone who's smiling. Seeing Zhao Buzhu's smug smile, Zhu Shiwen sighed. Although these people are unreliable, they still have nothing to say against him.
He can't deny their friendship just because of this one thing. You guys, you're fucking getting me into trouble. Jiang Yi is someone my brother protects, so you all go and apologize.
Zhu Shiwen sighed again after he finished speaking.
Today, the face of the third young master of Jianzhou has been completely destroyed, but compared to the living expenses in the future, what is face?
A real man would still bow to the pressure of life's necessities.
Ha!
Shen Jingbing and Zhao Buzhu were stunned.
They couldn't believe that their own Zhu Dashao actually wanted them to admit their mistake. Even the onlookers eating melons on the roadside were shocked. For so many years, the three young masters of Jiangzhou had a notorious reputation. When had they ever heard anyone say that they had apologized? Not to mention apologizing, they have never even admitted to being wrong. What the hell is going on today? The sun is right, I suspect I'm dreaming. In broad daylight, I actually had a hallucination on the road. Who the hell says it's not? If I hadn't twisted a bruise on my hand, I would have suspected that I was sleepwalking without waking up. Passers-by expressed their inner shock. Sorry. Zhang Xiaoshan, Jingbing Shan and Bu Zhuzhao were still in shock when Shi Wangzhu quickly came forward and admitted his fault to Jiang Yi. Then the followers who followed Shi Wangzhu also shouted in unison, "Sorry, Zhang Xiaoshan." Under Shi Wangzhu's murderous glare, Jingbing Shan and Bu Zhuzhao could only come before Jiang Yi and admit their fault. However, just as the two of them thought that the matter was over and they were about to get in their car and escape in disgrace. Wait. Jiang Yi spoke up. Are you kidding me? Just admitting your fault is enough? It's true that we only have to admit our fault on our side, but what about Zhongqiao's side? Those are all our brothers. Have you forgotten that you didn't hit me? Jiang Yi pointed coldly at Zhao Buzhu. Zhao Buzhu was about to lose his temper. This is really pushing it. I have never admitted any wrongdoing to outsiders since I was a child, and today I admit my fault, but they still won't let it go? Cough, cough. Zhu Shiwen saw that Zhao Buzhu's expression was not right, so he immediately coughed twice lightly. This coughing sound immediately extinguished Zhao Buzhu's passion. He suddenly thought that Jiang Yi is the person who even Zhu Dongjun wants to protect, and he himself is nothing in front of Zhu Dongjun, but he actually wants to go against Jiang Yi. Jiang Xiao, it's my fault. I'll go back and apologize to them and pay for their medical expenses. When he returns, I'll come and visit him in person. Although Zhao Buzhu's words were still condescending, Jiang Yi didn't pursue it. He wasn't aggressive either, and it was enough that the other person had sincerely apologized. Only one person in the crowd was dissatisfied. That was Zhou Jie. She never imagined that last time in the Gucci store, she almost got Jiang Yi thrown out of the store, and in the end, someone paid 10 million and got her thrown out directly. Today, she originally thought that Jiang Yi was going to have a hard time, but instead, not only did Shen Jingbing scold him, he even went and apologized to Jiang Yi. A sinister gleam flashed in her eyes. This is definitely not the end. Jiang Yi saw that the matter was over, exchanged contact information with Zhu Shiwen and Zhao Buzhu, and then got up and walked towards the Rolls-Royce. When he saw that Jiang Yi was actually driving a Rolls-Royce, Zhao Buzhu almost cursed. This son of a bitch is deliberately trying to play with me. If I knew he was driving a Rolls-Royce, I wouldn't have messed with him. Besides, I wouldn't even spare 10,000 to buy such an expensive car. Zhao Buzhu became more and more aggrieved, and was about to cry. Zhao Gongzi, you see how Shen Jingbing knew that Jiang Yi was rich and went up to him to pick a fight. One of his followers followed suit and said something stupid. Get lost, I'm not the same as that psychopath. On this side, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing had just gotten into the car when they received a call from Zhu Dongjun. Brother Jiang Yi, where are you? I'm in the school cafeteria, on the 3rd floor, you can just come up. Oh, I'm at the school gate, I'm almost there. The place where Zhong Chao and the others had an accident was not far from the school, so Jiang Yi quickly arrived at the school by car. Jiang Yi also called to ask about the situation of Zhong Chao and the others, and was relieved to learn that after the X-ray, they said it was only superficial injury. In the school cafeteria, students have always eaten on the 1st and 2nd floors. They never go to the 3rd floor to eat. The 1st floor is a food court, where you can eat all kinds of snacks and food. The 2nd floor is for ordinary window dishes. The 3rd floor is usually closed, but today when Jiang Yi took Lin Wanqing up to the 3rd floor, he noticed that the door was open. Upon entering, they saw that it was a corridor with various private rooms on either side. When Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing walked to the first private room, they saw Zhu Dongjun sitting inside. He knocked on the door and entered, only to find that there was also a middle-aged man sitting next to Zhu Dongjun. Hello, brother Zhu. Jiang Yi politely greeted the two men warmly. Ah, brother Jiang Yi is here. Zhu Dongjun politely stood up and invited Jiang Yi to sit next to him. However, when Zhu Dongjun got up, Jiang Yi noticed that the middle-aged man did not get up. Come, let me introduce you. This is President Wang, the boss of our province's largest investment institution, specializing in international market investment. He is my predecessor.
Wang Zong, this is Jiang Yi, the talented student from our university that I was just telling you about. He also has an extraordinary background. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi hurriedly pulled Lin Wanqing up and bowed politely to Wang Zong. This is my girlfriend Lin Wanqing. I'm honored that we were able to meet you through Zhu Degu. Wang Zong is also called Wang Xingbao. Seeing Jiang Yi's unassuming attitude, he looked up to him a little.
He nodded slightly in acknowledgement.
The four of them took their seats, and immediately a waiter began to serve the food.
During the meal, Wang Xingbao asked Jiang Yi some questions, and Jiang Yi answered them in an extremely organized manner.
However, when Wang Xingbao mentioned digital currency, saying that he didn't think highly of MXM, that many foreign institutions were preparing to dump it, and that he was next going to arrange funds to short it, Jiang Yi lost his temper.
Chapter 32 Chapter 33 Hongqiao Plaza is his.
Jiang Yi knew that MXM would rise 830%, but it was already Thursday and it had not risen yet, which meant that it would definitely rise in the next few days, before Saturday.
If Wang Xingbao said to go short now, wouldn't that be the road to losses?
If it weren't for Zhu Dongjun, Jiang Yi would definitely not have even let out a fart. But now it was obvious that Zhu Dongjun and Wang Xingbao were friends. Jiang Yi intends to get to know Zhu Dongjun better, so he has also taken a slight interest in his friend. Therefore, when he heard that this guy was going to mobilize funds to short MXM, Jiang Yi spoke up. President Wang, I have also been paying attention to MXM recently. In fact, I don't think you can use the mentality of stocks to look at digital currencies, because these digital currencies are not backed by any industry and are all virtual.
Therefore, many large foreign institutions will use the minds of our shareholders to perform reverse operations.
Although it seems that the recent trend of MXM is a bit like the main force exiting the stock market, in digital currency, there are many institutions that do this kind of reverse operation. Wang Xingbao initially thought that Jiang Yi was just there for the free meal and didn't pay him enough attention. Now that Jiang Yi had interrupted his conversation with Zhu Dongjun, he felt a little upset. However, listening to Jiang Yi's words, there was some truth in them, because there had been many times in the past when there had been reverse operations like this.
Dongjun, this kid is interesting.
Wang Xingbao put down his chopsticks, picked up the wet wipes on the table and wiped his hands. Hey, this is our top student from the finance department, who is said to really have insight into the financial market.
Zhu Dongjun also promptly praised Jiang Yi's face. Wang Xingbao didn't respond, just nodded.
Then he just looked at the plate of food in front of him and thought for a long time.
Jiang Yi didn't say much.
He knew that a wise man only needs to hint at the truth, without actually saying it outright, because if he did, the truth would lose its value. Zhu Dongjun, on the other hand, promptly stopped his small talk with Wang Xingbao.
After about 10 minutes, Wang Xingbao finally recovered from the previous action.
He simply said, "You're not without reason," indicating that he agreed with Jiang Yi.
Zhu Dongjun immediately perked up. He went back to continue to pay attention to the direction of MXM to see if Jiang Yi's words were accurate or not.
If Jiang Yi is really that powerful, he cannot let such a talent slip away and must bring him into his own financial company. The few people continued to eat. It was just that after this incident, Wang Xingbao obviously became more concerned about Jiang Yi's affairs.
Jiang Yi, what do your parents do?
Oh, my parents just make a little money at home.
Do you have any brothers or sisters? I'm an only child. My parents were lucky, they had a son right away. If I'd been a girl, I guess they would have kept on trying.
What are your plans for the future? I'm already operating in the digital currency market, and I'll specialize in finance in the future.
Wang Xingbao asked every question, and Jiang Yi always gave vague answers, leaving Wang Xingbao with no clues at all. Zhu Dongjun also wanted to know what kind of family Jiang Yi came from. Just buying a Rolls-Royce while still at university was extraordinary.
Just listening to Jiang Yi, listening to him say a word was like listening to a sentence. This confused feeling made the two bigwigs nervous instead, and they didn't dare to easily draw a conclusion about Jiang Yi.
President Wang, just now Zhu said you run a financial institution. May I ask what company you work for? I can also pay my respects. Jiang Yi asked back after being asked a lot of questions.
Let me tell you, anyway, you can check his company when you go back and use your phone.
Redstone Plaza.
You know, right? The owner behind Redstone Plaza is Redstone Capital, and Redstone Capital is his.
Zhu Dongjun laughed and answered for Wang Xingbao. Jiang Yi nodded slightly in response, indicating that he understood. Wang Xingbao's eyes twitched at Jiang Yi's performance. This kid is extraordinary.
If he were an ordinary person, he would have exclaimed at this time.
After all, the fame of Hongshi Plaza in Zhangzhou cannot be said to be small.
What Wang Xingbao didn't know was that Jiang Yi was thinking about how many energy points he could earn if he bought Lin Wanqing an entire shopping mall.
It's not like I can't afford it. It's just that spending money is so difficult. If I'm too high profile, it'll make Lin Wanqing uncomfortable. After the meal, Wang Xingbao had already taken Jiang Yi quite seriously. He also gave Jiang Yi his business card. He told Jiang Yi to drop by Redstone Capital when he had time. Jiang Yi simply responded, taking the card. This business card is actually what all the factories and companies in Zhangzhou and even the entire province want.
Now Jiang Yi has got it after just one meal, and the key is that he doesn't care.
Hongshi Capital alone really can't be compared to Lin Wanqing's e-capital.
Jiang Yi just feels that after today's incident, he really needs to communicate more with some bigwigs, so that he can still have people to look after him in critical moments. Ultimately, his foundation is too weak. He only has money, but no career. After Wang Xingbao left, Zhu Dongjun took Jiang Yi aside and made a long apology, apologizing to his younger brother Zhu Shiwen for not keeping a better eye on him. Jiang Yi shrugged it off, saying that this had nothing to do with Zhu Shiwen yet. But Zhu Shiwen really needed to be kept in line. If he kept doing things like this, sooner or later he would get into trouble. However, just as they were about to disperse and leave, an accident occurred. Zhu Dongjun got up to see them off. But he never expected that as soon as he stood up, he collapsed. He lost consciousness and passed out. Jiang Yi was quick-witted and grabbed Zhu Dongjun and made him fall back into the chair.
Brother Zhu? Brother Zhu, what's wrong? Jiang Yi pinched Zhu Dongjun's middle finger to wake him up.
The cafeteria waiter heard the commotion and immediately told the cafeteria manager.
Master Zhu has fainted again?
The cafeteria manager was a chubby man wearing a black suit. He exclaimed when he saw Zhu Dongjun slumped in his chair.
Then he skillfully took out his mobile phone and called an ambulance. Again?
Jiang Yi looked back at the cafeteria manager with a puzzled look. Ahem, Master Zhu's health is not very good, and this sudden fainting is not the first or second time. Calling an ambulance to the hospital for rescue will make him better immediately. The cafeteria manager explained, Zhu's health is getting worse and worse, and the number of times he faints is also getting more and more frequent.
I don't know if there is any way to cure his illness.
He especially likes to stay at school, watching these young students come and go, and he also feels full of energy. After hearing the cafeteria manager's words, Jiang Yi felt a trace of pity for Zhu Dongjun, with such a glamorous background and family conditions. As a result, he has such a body of problems. From the first time he saw me, Zhu Dongjun, Jiang Yi felt that he wasn't in good health. The three of them didn't say anything else, and just sat in the private room, waiting quietly for the ambulance to arrive.
Jiang Yi, look at him quickly.
Suddenly, Lin Wanqing exclaimed, her hand gripping Jiang Yi's arm tightly.
What?
Jiang Yi glanced at Lin Wanqing and noticed that Lin Wanqing's eyes were staring straight at Zhu Dongjun next to him, her face pale.
He quickly looked back. Ha!
Chapter 33 Chapter 34 Zhu Dongjun fell ill, and Jiang Yi came to his aid.
When Jiang Yi saw the appearance of Zhu Dongjun,
he also gasped.
What the hell is going on?
Zhu Dongjun's face had gone from pale to red, and the veins on his neck and forehead were bulging. His entire face looked extremely hideous, as if someone had strangled him.
Puffing and panting, Zhu Dongjun had already started to gasp heavily. What should be done?
Zhu Gongzi. The manager of the canteen called out loudly, fearing that Zhu Dongjun would die in the canteen, in which case he, a small manager, would have to bear the anger of Master Zhu.
Hurry, where is the ambulance?
Hurry and ask manager Jiang Yizhao angrily. He looked up and down at Zhu Dongjun's condition.
It will take another 10 minutes, there is some traffic on the road.
The manager of the cafeteria said shakily after making the phone call.
It's too late.
System, I'll add 100 points to my medical skills.
Jiang Yi wanted to directly use his medical skills to help Zhu Dongjun.
After all, Zhu Dongjun had appreciated him and invited him to work for his company. Besides, if it weren't for Zhu Dongjun today, Jiang Yi might also be in a difficult situation. Energy points will always be profitable in the future, so let's first upgrade my medical skills to the max. Ding, received, upgrading medical skills for host to 100. Host already has the world's top traditional Chinese medical skills.
Holy cow, that's awesome, it's the world's top medical skills. Jiang Yi was shocked by the system's generosity.
With a strange feeling coming from his body, Jiang Yi felt that there was a lot more information in his head. It was all traditional Chinese medicine knowledge.
If a big shot in traditional Chinese medicine got this information, they would have some even lost traditional Chinese medicine techniques. Jiang Yi didn't have time to feel this new traditional Chinese medicine knowledge.
He was anxious to save Zhu Dongjun. Under the stunned gaze of Lin Wanqing and the cafeteria manager, Jiang Yi took Zhu Dongjun's hand and placed 3 fingers on his pulse. Zhu Dongjun's hand was also red and swollen.
Taking the pulse? You're a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? The cafeteria manager looked at Jiang Yi with trembling.
Jiang Yi ignored him and gently moved his 3 fingers in an orderly manner.
After a few breaths,
he knew that Zhu Dongjun was poisoned. He was poisoned by the cold toxin. And the doctor who prescribed the medicine only treated the symptoms, which caused Zhu Dongjun's cold toxin to become more and more severe. And in the coldness there was a trace of the heat of the sun. The 2 poisons clashed and fought with each other in Zhu Dongjun's body. That was why he would turn pale for a moment and then blush like blood. This was the result of the 2 poisons fighting, and they both hurt the fundamentals of Zhu Dongjun's body. The quickest way now was to stop the 2 poisons fighting, and there was only one way to do that, which was to weaken one of the poisons significantly.
After some consideration, he decided to weaken the yang. Bleeding. He looked around the table and found an unopened dinner knife.
He burned it in the alcohol flame under the dry pot cabbage. Before the cafeteria manager and Lin Wanqing could react, Jiang Yi had already made a small cut in Zhu Dongjun's hand at great speed. In an instant, a small stream of blood shot out from the wound.
I'm going?
The manager of the cafeteria was stunned. They usually cut their fingers a lot when cooking, but they had never seen blood spurt from such a small cut before.
Jiang Yi took an unoccupied bowl and collected the blood.
Zhu Dongjun's blood was actually bright red and extremely hot, and it was still emitting smoke on such a hot day. As more and more blood was released, Zhu Dongjun's face became less red and swollen, and the sound of his grunting grew faint. His breathing also began to become more regular.
What? You really know medicine?
The manager of the cafeteria looked at Zhu Dongjun's symptoms and was surprised to see that they had really eased up.
He jumped up and down with joy.
He had momentarily thought that his future was about to be ruined, and never would he have imagined that things would turn out like this.
Such a young Jiang Yi actually has miraculous healing powers.
Lin Wanqing at this time no longer knew what to say to describe her thoughts.
She was shocked, so shocked. Her boyfriend, the one she shared her bed with, was not only rich, but also a miracle healer? Ooh, ooh.
Outside, the sound of an ambulance could be heard.
After a brief examination of Zhu Dongjun's symptoms using Western medicine,
and carried Zhu Dongjun away on a small stretcher. The cafeteria manager volunteered to go with him and got into the ambulance. Jiang Yi looked at Zhu Dongjun, whose face had returned to normal, and thought that the doctors must have the means to help him. He himself didn't even have a medical license, and if he spoke nonsense, he would be arrested.
At a time like this, it's better not to stick your nose in.
He called Zhong Chao again and, after learning that they had returned to their dormitory, he took Lin Wanqing and went up to the boys' dormitory.
The one who opened the door was the second one.
At this time, the 3 of them no longer looked as depressed as they had earlier. There was more of a sense of relief and freedom.
Jiang Yi, thank you so much. If you hadn't helped, I would have suffered.
At the hospital, the doctor washed a lot of paint debris out of Zhong Chao's wound. Think about it, if we had been late, the fragments would have already been healed inside the body. The doctor would either have to open the wound again or just let the paint fragments stay inside.
Either way, it wouldn't have been good.
Jiang Yi laughed and comforted, "This is your damn hand, which I need to use to grab a seat for you.
How could I let it suffer?"
Everyone smiled at these words. Everyone knew that there were only a little over a month of classes left in college. Soon, the seniors would be interning or taking the postgraduate entrance exam, and everyone would go their separate ways.
It was hard to come together.
Jiang Yi's words about grabbing a seat were also a way of comforting Zhong Chao's heart.
Oh no!
Jiang Yi was just about to take everyone out for a meal when he heard his phone ring.
Hello? Who is this?
Jiang Xiao, this is Zhu Shiwen.
I've brought those 2 jerks with me to visit your roommate.
Zhu Shiwen's humble words came over the phone.
Don't come today. My roommate is fine. You can come in a few days. Your brother is sick.
You should go to the hospital and tell those doctors not to prescribe any more medicine with yang-reducing properties, or it will kill him. The poison of yin coldness should be treated by dispersing it, not blocking it. Jiang Yi thought about it for a while and decided to tell Zhu Shiwen the situation. There were some things he wasn't qualified to say, but Zhu Shiwen should be more qualified to say.
What? Jiang Xiao, what did you say? I didn't understand a word. What kind of poison? Block? Zhu Shiwang was confused. His brother had fallen ill again. He heard it, but the words that followed were like not being heard. Jiang Yi had to repeat it a few more times until Zhu Shiwang was able to briefly repeat it before hanging up. Xiao Si, is this the person who just hit us? Zhong Chao vaguely guessed something. Well, it's one of them. It was his brother who helped us out just now, but in the end, his brother fell ill. Oh, that's pretty bad too. Jiang Yi exchanged pleasantries with his roommates for a while, and then took Lin Wanqing back to the villa. But at this time in the hospital, the Zhu family was in an uproar. After Zhu Dongjun was admitted to the hospital, the Zhu family immediately sent the famous doctor from Jiangzhou City to conduct an expert consultation on Zhu Dongjun. Zhu Dongjun is now the hope of the entire Zhu family, and Zhu Shiwen is slacking off every day and not doing his proper work. If Zhu Dongjun collapses, the hope of the Zhu family will be gone. Therefore, regarding Zhu Dongjun's condition, the old master Zhu personally made a few phone calls. However, when the experts arrived at the hospital, they were dumbfounded at first glance. In the past, they had decided together to use the heat of the sun to suppress the cold poison. But now, the cold poison in Zhu Dongjun's body was actually getting stronger? An old Chinese medicine practitioner who was taking the pulse couldn't believe it and took it again and again. His old, clouded eyes narrowed even more. He muttered in his mouth, how could it get heavier? Shouldn't yin and yang cancel each other out? Master Zhu's name was Zhu Zhen. He used to be the top man in Handong, and after retirement, he still held many honorary positions. He also had many friends and followers, and his students held important positions. Therefore, although Zhu Zhen may not have as much power as before in Handong, in Jiangzhou, he is still a powerful presence. Old Qin, may I ask what the symptoms of my child are? The people below said that he suddenly became ill today. At first, his face turned pale, and then red. The old Chinese medicine doctor, Qin Siyuan, withdrew his fingers from Zhu Dongjun's hands, shook his head and sighed. After several of us checked for a long time, we found that the evil energy in Master Zhu's body is actually getting stronger and stronger. I have never seen a poison that can become stronger. Is there any hope? Zhu Zhen anxiously grasped Qin Siyuan's hand, almost crushing the bones. Hey, we can only try to increase the amount of yang medicine in his body. For now, the only way is to continue to use poison to counter poison. We can't continue to use poison. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the door. Chapter 34 Chapter 35 Zhu Shiwen was dumbfounded by his father. The doctors and Zhu Zhen inside were all startled. They thought someone powerful had arrived. But it turned out to be Zhu Shiwen. Rotten kid, what are you yelling about? Zhu Zhen angrily yelled at Zhu Shiwen. He hated his own son the most. All he knew how to do was play, and he didn't know how to do anything serious. It can be said that in the Zhu family, only Zhu Dongjun looks up to his younger brother Zhu Shiwen, and usually gives him money and often cares for him. Father, you must not continue to poison your brother. Zhu Shiwen was startled by Master Zhu's shout, and when he became nervous, he forgot what Jiang Yi had taught him earlier. He only remembered that there was poison. Who cares about poison? We are all trying to save him. If you want to help, go home and do something useful, don't mess around here. After scolding Zhu Zhen, he turned to Qin Siyuan and apologized, I'm really sorry, Mr. Qin. My child is naughty and doesn't know what he's saying. Mr. Qin nodded slightly and didn't say anything, but the faint frown on his face showed that he cared. After all, this is a consultation room, how can you just barge in? Get out. Zhu Zhen pushed Zhu Shiwen. No, Grandpa, listen to me. Someone taught me that yin coldness should be treated by keeping it open rather than blocking it. Zhu Shiwang remembered what Jiang Yi had said just before he was pushed out of the consultation room, and shouted, No, Grandpa, listen to me. It says that yin coldness should be treated with dispersing rather than blocking. Zhu Zhen's eyes bulged with anger, what do you know? It's poisonous, blocking, get out of here. He dragged Zhu Shiwang out. With a bang. The door closed. Damn it, I'll go back and break this little son of mine's legs. Zhu Zhen said angrily after locking the door. Although Zhu Zhen didn't understand, the few famous TCM doctors in the room did.
It took them so long to guess that Zhu Dongjun had been poisoned with cold poison, and only they knew about it, not even Zhu.
So how did Zhu Shiwen know about it? And the key was that cold poison should be treated with a method that disperses it, not one that blocks it?
At first, Qin Siyuan also decided to use a method that would allow the poison to escape, but Zhu Dongjun's cold poison was quite strange. No matter what medicine was used, it could not be excreted, and instead, it made Zhu Dongjun's body weaker and weaker. This was why they had no choice but to use the method of attacking poison with poison. Moreover, they also suspected that what Zhu Dongjun had might not be cold poison, because cold poison should have been cured long ago with their prescription.
However, not only did Zhu Dongjun's symptoms not improve, they got worse and worse. Old Qin, where were we?
Zhu Zhen had been so distracted by Zhu Shiwen shouting that he had forgotten what everyone had been talking about.
However, none of the Qin Siyuan men answered him.
Instead, they looked at each other, their eyes full of shock.
Zhu Zhen, can you ask your son to come back in?
Qin Siyuan thought for a long time before looking up at Zhu Zhen and saying,
"Ha?" Zhu Zhen was confused. What's going on?
He had just kicked his son out, and now these old men wanted him to call him back in.
Were they going to scold him?
Well, my dear doctors, I haven't been a good father to my son, so I'll go home and scold him properly.
Let's not waste any more time scolding him.
Zhu Zhen's face was a little bitter. At a time like this, they still had the heart to criticize Zhu Shiwen.
No. Qin Siyuan waved his hand and said, I want to ask your son who told him that sentence? It involves Zhu Dashao's illness.
What? Zhu Zhen exclaimed. What did Zhu Shiwen just say about poison and blockage being related to the condition of my son Dongjun?
Could it be that my son was poisoned?
Zhu Zhen said, pointing at Zhu Dongjun and trembling. He is very clever. From the few words before and after, he immediately guessed what it was. Hey, to be honest, we also suspect that your son has contracted a cold-related illness. It seems to fit the symptoms, but no matter what medicine we use, his symptoms just get worse and worse.
That's why we suspect it's not a cold-related illness. That's why we didn't dare to say anything, otherwise we would be misleading you. Qin Siyuan sighed and said.
The other doctors also sighed and nodded in agreement. Zhu Zhen wanted to scold someone, but he held back the urge to do so. After all, Zhu Dongjun's illness had long been eliminated by Western medicine. They had sent him all over the world for blood tests and various scans, including CT and MRI, but none of them could find any abnormal indicators in his body. However, Zhu Dongjun's symptoms were obvious, and Western medicine was completely unable to deal with them. It was only then that Zhu Zhen sent Zhu Dongjun back for a consultation with a TCM expert. Now he couldn't afford to offend these TCM doctors, otherwise no one would treat Zhu Dongjun. He had no choice but to go out angrily and call Zhu Shiwen again. But there was no sign of Zhu Shiwen outside the door.
Zhu Zhen asked his bodyguards, "Where is that bastard?" The bodyguard bowed his head and said, "Master has already gone out." "What? Go and get him back for me."
Zhu Zhen was so angry that he coughed up blood again. Zhu Shiwen is also a treasure, and after being scolded by his father in the consultation room, he angrily drove out and slammed on the gas to vent his anger. By this time, he had already driven a long way. By the time Zhu Zhen's bodyguard left the house, Zhu Shiwen's car had already driven 4.5 kilometers. There was no choice, so Zhu Zhen had to call Zhu Shiwen.
"You bastard, come back here. Your brother is like this, and you just left like that?"
As soon as the phone connected, Zhu Zhen started to scold.
"Dad, didn't you tell me to get lost? I left really quickly,"
Zhu Shiwen said in a strange tone of voice. He was usually straightforward, and his emotions were written all over his face. Come back here, the doctor here has something to ask you." Zhu Zhen was about to continue scolding, but then he remembered that he had indeed told him to get lost. So he changed his tone.
"Dad, aren't the things I said very reasonable? Let me tell you, that was a friend of my brother who said it, not me. And that friend of my brother just so happens to know."
Zhu Shiwen started talking non-stop. In fact, he was a spoiled brat, but deep down he really wanted his father's approval. Or perhaps his frivolous nature was just another way of saying that, like many children who misbehave, he just wanted more attention from his parents. But Zhu Zhen had no interest in listening to Zhu Shiwen's words, which were giving him a headache.
"Hurry back as fast as you can."
Blip. Zhu Zhen hung up the phone without waiting for Zhu Shiwen to finish speaking.
Zhu Shiwen drove at 100 miles per hour, weaving through the streets of Zhengzhou.
All the cars and pedestrians on the road avoided him, for fear of being accidentally injured by him. Without even turning off the engine, he rushed directly into the consultation room. On the way, he had called Jiang Yi again and recited Jiang Yi's words. Now he wanted to tell the doctors while the words were still fresh in his mind. He wanted to make a good impression on his father. But he was so excited that he didn't even knock on the door and just slammed it open. He scared Si Yuan Qin, who was drinking water, and choked on a big mouthful of water. He coughed for a long time before his old face turned red and he gasped for breath.
Asshole, get out of here. Sit down.
Xu Zhen almost told Zhu Xiwen to get out again, but then he realized that Si Yuan Qin wanted to ask Zhu Xiwen something, so he quickly changed his words.
Cough cough, young Master Zhu, can you repeat what you just said?
Qin Si Yuan patted his chest to relieve the discomfort caused by the violent coughing earlier. He looked at Zhu Xiwen and asked.
That is to say, you may not use medicines that cause heat in my brother's body again. Hiss. All the TCM practitioners immediately gasped. Chapter 35 Chapter 36 Jiang Yi met with the old Chinese medicine doctor. Xu Gongzi. Who told you that? A doctor asked anxiously.
Not only did he guess the cause of their illness, which they had been trying to figure out for a long time, but he even told them the prescriptions that the few of them were currently using.
Amazing, what level is this? This is what a friend of my brother said. Zhu Xiwang briefly introduced Jiang Yi. But he didn't say anything about the fact that he and Jiang Yi almost had a conflict. What? A student at Jiangzhou University? Since when has Jiangzhou University had such a brilliant student?
Xu Zhen jumped up after hearing Zhu Xiwen's words.
Shit, the school he invested in and built himself has actually produced such a talented student? There really is a cause and effect. Several TCM practitioners, however, looked a little confused. After all, TCM is not like Western medicine, where a relatively proficient doctor can be trained through systematic study.
The training of traditional Chinese medicine is more about a doctor learning and summarizing the symptoms of different diseases through constantly seeing and treating people, and prescribing medicine is also a profound knowledge.
A university student.
Even if he comes from a family of famous doctors, it is extremely difficult to reach a certain level.
Some things cannot be taught through words and deeds. Well, it really is a university student from Jiangnan University, Zhu Xiwen, who nodded and said.
And when my brother got sick, he seemed to know.
He was the one who told me my brother was sick.
Xu Zhen thought of the cafeteria manager who had accompanied Zhu Dongjun. If he accompanied him, it means he fainted in the cafeteria.
Maybe he knows something.
He called the manager of the cafeteria. The manager of the cafeteria was very humble and naturally told Zhu Zhen everything he knew.
He told everyone the whole story. He repeated what everyone had said afterwards.
Zhu Zhen touched his chin after hearing this. He felt the stubble on his chin growing back and it felt prickly.
So it was Jiang Yi who gave Dongjun a bloodletting, which relieved Dongjun's symptoms?
The manager of the cafeteria nodded repeatedly. Zhu Zhen looked back at Qin Si Yuan, but found that Qin Si Yuan was like a zombie.
He stared blankly ahead, motionless. Old Qin? Old Qin?
Zhu Zhen was speechless. Something was wrong with old Qin today.
Was he distracted or what? Ha!
Qin Si Yuan was startled by Zhu Zhen's words and rubbed his forehead.
Can you please ask Jiang Yi to come over? I want to ask him something.
I'll go get him. Xu Xiwang volunteered after hearing this and immediately got up to ask to go get Jiang Yi. He found a sense of existence at home today and felt that he could help the family with something. Hurry back, don't neglect the person, Zhu Zhen reminded him.
Don't worry, Dad.
Xu Xiwen had already left the house in a hurry, leaving only one sentence.
Jiang Yi is already at the villa in Donghu community.
The two are opening their computers and preparing for the entrance exam for Yongkang Capital. Although Jiang Yi is rich, he is unwilling to let up on any aspect of his studies. In case the system goes down one day, he must have the capital to survive or continue to live better.
Although the system is good, we can't rely on it completely.
After only a few minutes of studying, Zhu Xiwang's phone rang, saying that he wanted to come and pick Jiang Yi up and take him to Zhu Dongjun's place, as the doctor needed his help.
Jiang Yi agreed without thinking. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Jiang Yi, do you really know how to heal?
Lin Wanqing was a little worried. She clearly remembered that Jiang Yi did not have this skill. She had also learned about Jiang Yi for many years through Li Jiawei, and she knew exactly how much Jiang Yi was worth. Why is it that after she got together with Jiang Yi, his money seemed to be endless, and what he said was increasingly hard to understand, and his abilities became better and better?
Now he's even gone and mentioned some medical skills. Everything else has to do with Jiang Yi himself, and it's no big deal. But medical skills involve working on other people's lives, so you can't be sloppy.
Lin Wanqing is kind-hearted, and she won't allow others to bully Jiang Yi, but she also doesn't want to see Jiang Yi harming others. Wanqing, you have to trust me.
If you don't believe me, you can come with me.
Jiang Yi fondly touched the top of Lin Wanqing's head, and inserted his fingers into Lin Wanqing's thick and soft hair. Lin Wanqing wrapped her arms around Jiang Yi, and let Jiang Yi sit on her lap.
As the two bodies pressed closely together, strange emotions welled up. I want to kiss. Jiang Yi. Do all women feel this way? Why is the conversation jumping around so quickly?
Zhu Xiweng's Porsche soon arrived at the entrance of Donghu Community.
The Rolls-Royce Phantom followed behind the Porsche, speeding through the streets of Zhangzhou.
When Jiang Yi pulled Lin Wanqing into the consultation room, the gazes of Qin Siyuan and the others all swept fiercely over Jiang Yi's body. It made Jiang Yi feel like he had been scanned by a human-shaped CT scanner. The young man sat Zhuge and pointed to a few empty chairs. There was no sense of superiority or condescension from the older man. Instead, he gave off a warm, friendly feeling.
Thank you.
Jiang Yi pulled Lin Wanqing down to sit down, but there were only 2 seats, so Zhu Xiwen had to stand next to them.
Young man, you said that my son Dongjuan's illness is caused by yin cold poison?
Zhu Xin was impatient, and as soon as Jiang Yi's butt touched the chair, he asked. Yes, Grandpa Zhu, Brother Zhu's illness is a kind of yin cold poison that penetrates deep into the marrow. When the marrow makes blood, all the blood is naturally contaminated with yin cold poison. Originally, the old masters may have used yang heat substances to try to achieve a state of internal balance in him. But when your yang-enhancing substances enter the body, the yin cold poison in the body will instead create more yin cold energy in order to resist the yang-enhancing substances. As a result, you will have to increase the dosage of the medicine, and the consequence of increasing the dosage of the medicine is that over time, his yin cold energy will become more and more powerful. If it doesn't occur, it will not occur, but once it does, the symptoms will become more and more severe. Jiang Yi sat in the chair and did not nod his head just because the several people were predecessors in the medical field. He spoke clearly and methodically, explaining Zhu Dongjuan's condition and the pros and cons of the original medication prescribed by the doctors. It was quiet. The consultation room fell silent. In fact, when these old TCM doctors first saw Jiang Yi, they looked at him with some contempt. He was too young, so young that they felt Jiang Yi definitely didn't know anything about medicine, but just some kind of con man or a lucky shot. But just a few words from Jiang Yi have already solved the confusion in their hearts. No wonder they have always wondered why no matter what medicine they use, the cold poison is getting stronger and stronger, just like bamboo. It turns out that this cold poison has penetrated deep into the body of the Eastern Army and has become an active poison attached to the body.
Ha, it's useless for you to know. Do you know how this disease entered and how to get rid of it?
In the consultation room, there was also a younger TCM practitioner. He was Yang Bo, the last disciple of Qin Siyuan, and was respectfully known as the future of TCM in Jiangzhou. At the age of just over 30, his father was a TCM practitioner himself, and under the tutelage of his father and Master Qin over the years, he had won numerous TCM awards. He was known as the young Master Qin in the TCM community of Jiangzhou, and had already acquired 60% of Master Qin's skills. Everyone who met him would respectfully cast envious, admiring, and fearful glances at him. Today, someone younger than him came out who actually seemed to be more powerful than him. Immediately, Yang Bo felt that his reputation as a rising star in traditional Chinese medicine was threatened.
So he immediately spoke out mockingly, trying to make things difficult for Jiang Yi. Hearing Yang Bo's words, the remaining TCM practitioners did not speak out, because this was also a question in their hearts. The poison of yin and coldness could never have turned out like this according to the usual methods of poisoning. Just a few patches of medicine with yang and fire properties would definitely have suppressed and discharged it. Diagnosis is indeed very important in traditional Chinese medicine, but being able to diagnose alone does not reflect the level of medical skill. Otherwise, what is the difference between it and a CT or ultrasound machine?
How the poison got so deep, you'll have to ask Master Zhu.
Jiang Yi gave a wry smile. What? Ask me? How would I know? If I knew, I would have let him get it. Are you doubting that I put the poison in?
Zhu Xin immediately shouted. Old Master Zhu, of course I don't doubt that you put the poison in.
It's just that you might know a little bit more about this matter.
For a moment, everyone's eyes stared at Zhu Jin with complicated expressions.
P.S. Please give a little nudge to speed up the updates. Move your handsome fingers and help.
Writing a book actually also needs a lot of help from everyone.
Chapter 36 Chapter 37 Zhang Yi's acupuncture stunned the master of traditional Chinese medicine.
Zhang Yi said slowly, I remember the first time I met Brother Zhu, I felt his hands were cold.
At that time, Brother Zhu emphasized a sentence to me, saying that when his mother gave birth to him, she had a serious illness? Is that so? Zhang Yi looked back at Zhu Jin. Zhu Jin sighed, it's true. His mother fell ill a few months into her pregnancy.
At first, his body was cold, but he recovered after taking a dose of medicine. When Qin Si Yuan heard this, his eyes slowly brightened. He thought of something, but there was still a lot of information in his head and he couldn't sort it out.
Don't be so jumpy, can you finish at once?
Yang Bo was eagerly watching Zhang Yi make a fool of himself on the side, and of course he was itching in his heart as well, so he spoke up to urge him on.
Zhang Yi glanced at him. Why don't you tell the story?
Zhang Yi shut up after he finished speaking.
Hey, little brother Zhang Yi, don't be angry, I'm a bad student and I don't know how to behave.
Qin Si Yuan hurriedly got up to mediate, and turned back to Yang Bo and shouted sternly.
Sit down, why are you talking so much today?
Yang Bo wanted to say something else, but looking at his master's ashen face, he could only hunch his neck in anger.
Please, brother Zhang Yi, continue.
We're listening.
Zhu Jin continued to force a smile.
If he could, he would really like to grab Zhang Yi by the neck and shake him a few times. Actually, Brother Zhu's mother wasn't cured. Rather, that prescription drove the poison of yin coldness into the fetus in her womb.
The baby's body was still very weak, so the cold poison easily entered his body.
And the body condition of the fetus in the womb is different from that of an adult, so the poison gas also mixed into his body and became a part of him. This is why his cold poison continues to grow stronger. Zhang Yi's words were like a bolt of thunder that exploded in everyone's ears.
In other words, the person who prescribed the medicine harmed Zhu Dongjun? Who prescribed the medicine in the first place? Qin Si Yuan said angrily. You gave a strong medicine to someone with a fetus in her belly?
Yes, it was my father.
Yang Bo said meekly.
At that time, the disease happened to be taken over by Yang Bo's father, and he knew that he couldn't hide it.
Net.
Qin Si Yuan and several TCM doctors were stunned. After all the twists and turns, it came back to oneself. And Zhang Yi was right, everything made sense when you put it that way. Zhu Jin also dared not offend the doctors. At that time, it was indeed Yang Bo's father who took over the case, and after he prescribed a prescription, Zhu Dongjuan's mother's health did improve, so no one said anything.
Young Zhang Yi, is there still hope for my child?
As long as you can help me cure my son, the Zhu family will obey you in the future.
Zhu Jin was so anxious that he was about to kneel down to Zhang Yi.
Hey!
Zhang Yi sighed. Is it hopeless? Zhu Jin's heart immediately became nervous. Look at you, all you do is complain about who can't do it, but you can't save anyone. Yang Bo was speechless.
What his father had done, everyone now had a vague feeling of pushing it onto him. At the same time, he was even more indignant with Zhang Yi, who had started this whole thing. He wished he could go up and rub Zhang Yi on the ground.
If you're so capable, go ahead. Zhang Yi is not a good guy.
Yang Bo has provoked him several times, but Zhang Yi will not tolerate it. He is not his father.
This sentence immediately put Yang Bo in a tight spot.
If he could do it, he would not be angry here. He would have already pretended to be able to cure Zhu Dongjun in front of others. Qin Si Yuan glared at Yang Bo and stomped on him with his foot. The painful Yang Bo had to sulk and shrink back into his chair again.
Zhang Yi, brother, can you tell us your insights on treating this disease? Qin Si Yuan, as a famous TCM master in Jiangzhou and even the entire Hanong, actually asked Zhang Yi for advice like a student.
If this scene were seen by reporters, it would definitely create a sensational search.
It's actually very simple.
Use acupuncture, but never use external forces to expel the poison. You must use the body's own strength to expel the poison, so that the effect of expelling the poison can be achieved without inducing the yin cold poison to become stronger. Zhang Yi collected his thoughts and found that such cases had already occurred in ancient times, and the ancient sages had already had cases of cure. It's just that none of this information has been passed down.
So what kind of acupuncture technique should be used? Qin Si Yuan pondered for a moment, thinking that acupuncture was the only way to go.
But he didn't know what acupuncture technique to use, and which acupuncture points to stimulate. If anyone has silver needles, I'll do the acupuncture, Zhang Yi asked.
I have some.
Qin Si Yuan took out the silver needles he had been using for a long time and handed them to Zhang Yi like a little apprentice.
Zhang Yi spread open the needle bag with the forked silver needles.
He casually brushed them aside. And there was already an extra silver needle in his hand. The speed was so fast that it dazzled everyone. Even Qin Si Yuan, who had been practicing acupuncture for many years, could not boast of such a technique. It's just a technique, but if you don't get the acupuncture points right, it could kill the patient. Yang Bo's eyes were burning with rage, but inside he was laughing, wishing that Zhang Yi's hand would shake and kill Zhu Dongjun. Zhu Zhen looked at the silver needle in Zhang Yi's hand, which was trembling slightly, and his heart trembled as well.
Was this the moment of success or failure?
He never imagined that the fate of his son would be in the hands of such a young guy.
Lin Wanqing's fists were clenched even tighter.
She was afraid that if Zhang Yi inserted the needle, he would pull it out with a gush of blood.
That would be disastrous. Zhang Yi would become the culprit.
Zhang Yi walked into the ward with the needle bag, disinfected it with alcohol, and then placed his left hand along Zhu Dongjuan's body, moving a few inches down from the shoulder.
Whoosh!
Suddenly a needle was inserted into Zhu Dongjuan's body.
The needle tail was still slightly shaking behind.
Then he quickly picked up the second silver needle, disinfected it with alcohol, and quickly inserted it into Zhu Dongjuan's body again.
Then the third needle, the fourth needle.
In just 20 breaths, 12 needles had been stuck into Zhu Dongjuan's body.
The needle tails were swaying rhythmically. 9 palace regain yang.
Seeing this technique, Qin Si Yuan actually exclaimed directly. He had seen fragments of this acupuncture technique in an ancient scroll, and although he didn't know how to administer the acupuncture, he could recognize that this was the long-lost Jiugong Hui Yang. Sure enough, after Zhang Yi finished administering the acupuncture, Zhu Dongjuan's originally pale face actually slowly flushed with a healthy red. His lips also began to fill with blood. However, soon, the deathly pallor slowly surfaced again.
It's not enough.
Zhu Zhen's mood was like a roller coaster. Just now, he thought Zhu Dongjun was going to recover, but he didn't expect him to turn pale again.
Whoosh! All this did not make Zhang Yi panic. It was still under Zhang Yi's control. He quickly withdrew the needles and continued to disinfect them.
In a flowing and natural manner, the second set of acupuncture points was once again displayed from Zhang Yi's hands. This time, not only was Qin Si Yuan shocked, but also the rest of the people. Because this set of stitches, they are familiar.
Isn't this the same as setting a forest fire?
But Zhang Yi's setting a forest fire is different from theirs, and the number of stitches is obviously less.
But with each stitch, Zhu Dongjuan's body reacted very obviously. Until Zhang Yi's final stitch, Zhu Dongjuan's body had already emerged with a dense layer of sweat beads. This is the first time in so many years that Zhu Zhen has seen Zhu Dongjuan's body sweating so much. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Yi withdrew the needles. Zhu Dongjun slowly woke up. He saw sweat all over his body. He was stunned. This is my own body?
Looking at Zhu Zhen and Zhu Shiwan on the side, as well as some doctors,
he muttered. I've traveled through time? Traveled through your ass, you've been cured. Zhu Zhen angrily slapped Zhu Dongjun on the head. No, this is not considered cured. This is a temporary cure, and acupuncture will need to continue. Zhang Yi explained from the side. Brother Zhang Yi? Why are you here?
Zhu Dongjun saw Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing. He then thought of the time when he suddenly became ill while having dinner with Zhang Yi. Thank you, Brother Zhang Yi, for bringing me to the hospital. Brother, Zhang Yi didn't just take you to the hospital, he saved your life.
Starting today, Zhang Yi is my brother. Anyone who disrespects Zhang Yi will be punished.
Zhu Shiwang was overjoyed to see his brother wake up, and was full of gratitude towards Zhang Yi. With his brother here, the only person who loves him is here. Of course, Zhu Zhen is actually quite good to him, but he is just a bit too strict sometimes.
Get out of here. What do you know except fighting and killing?
Zhu Zhen's head immediately grew big when he heard Zhu Shiwan's words.
Well, let's all go outside, now. Zhang Yi said, and he pulled Lin Wanqing back out. P.S. I beg everyone to hurry up and update. Or help me brush up a little gift. Thank you so much. Chapter 37 Chapter 38 Chin Lukwei knelt down. Can you accept me as your disciple? What's going on? Everyone was confused. Why did everyone have to go out of the room all of a sudden? Just now, everyone was chatting and laughing. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Zhu Shiwen was the first to follow. Then came Zhu Jin and Qin Siyuan. The remaining doctors also followed suit and went out. Only Yang Bo stood inside, angrily wanting to go up and check Xu Dongjuan's body with his pulse. But... puff! A loud noise came. Yang Bo, who had just sat down, suddenly felt a burst of heat coming at him. Then a very foul stench rushed into Yang Bo's nose. Even faintly, one could see that Yang Bo's face had turned a little yellow. Ugh! Yang Bo vomited on the spot. He tried to cover his mouth with his hands. But he found that his hands were also yellow. Holy cow! Yang Bo screamed inwardly. What the hell is going on? I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and I actually ate a fart? A fart has such great power. When Yang Bo came out of the ward, everyone unconsciously kept their distance, 5 meters away from him. Passing patients looked at him like he was crazy. Mom, did this man fall into the toilet? Why does it stink so much? A little boy shouted at his mother, covering his nose. Baby, you have to be good in the future, you can't play with the toilet next time. Oh? The mothers also took the opportunity to teach their children. Mom, when I put my hand into the toilet, it didn't stink that much. Mom, I suspect that he wiped his poop on his face. Zhu Shiwang had already blushed all over. After hearing what the child said, she finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhu Shiwang blushed. Fuck you, what the hell are you laughing at? After saying that, she turned her back to everyone and shrugged her shoulders. After about half an hour, everyone once again walked into the ward. Xu Dongjun had already stood up from the bed and was standing by the window, enjoying the breeze. It can be said that in so long, he has never felt so comfortable in his body. The cool wind blowing in from the window dispersed the stench in the room and also blew away the knot in Xu Dongjuan's heart that had been suppressed for many years. For more than 30 years, he had been afraid to get married, afraid to fall in love, and afraid to have children. It was because he was afraid that he would pass the poison on to others. What was even more terrifying was that as the toxicity intensified, it seemed as if his life was already counting down. In the past, when he looked at the giggling students at school, his eyes were full of envy. If he could, he would trade all his money for a healthy body. Right now, everything is fine. He sees hope. Jiang Yi, little brother, I want to ask, where did you learn your medical skills? Qin Siyuan and Jiang Yi were the last to enter. He took the opportunity, gathered next to Jiang Yi, and asked with a look of expectation. Ha? Jiang Yi didn't know how to explain. I was taught by a wandering Taoist priest. When I was young, he taught me every night for several years. And he had no choice but to ramble. And this incredible thing, the excuse of rambling, was believed instead. Sure enough, Qin Siyuan nodded indifferently. Hey, if this Taoist priest could open a class, that would be great. How many people could be benefited? But if he teaches in public, it will definitely affect the interests of many people, especially some interest groups that want to make money from doctors and patients will definitely not let him go. Jiang Yidao. A big reason for the decline of traditional Chinese medicine in this era is that the capital market does not allow traditional Chinese medicine to rise. If cheap medicinal materials can heal patients or even heal patients without the need for medicine, how can they make money? Hey! Qin Siyuan sighed. Brother Jiang Yidao has a very penetrating view. After a few more words in secret, the two of them came to the ward. Zhu Jin, with a face of joy, shook Xu Dongjuan's hand and asked after his health. Do you feel any discomfort? Do you feel cold? Does it hurt? Xu Dongjun was flustered by the questions. Dad, I'm as fit as a 20-year-old now. Thanks to brother Jiang Yi. Zhu Jin looked at the late arrival Jiang Yi behind him. His eyes were full of gratitude. It's just that your fart stinks a bit. Zhu Shiwang still flapped his nose on the side, a little disgusted. Of course he wasn't the only one who felt that way. The aftereffects of this fart were still there, and an odd smell occasionally came from the room. Xu Dongjun looked at Jiang Yi with some resentment, his eyes full of love and hate. You have to know why you didn't tell everyone earlier, so that everyone could avoid it and you wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. Feeling everyone's gaze, Jiang Yi awkwardly touched his nose. He thought to himself, it's not like I wanted this. After all, it's not like I'll let you shit yourself right there,
and the fart's power is always weaker.
If you don't like it, just get out. Zhu Jin promptly rescued everyone by kicking Zhu Xiwen in the butt.
No, even if it stinks, I want to smell it. Zhu Xiwen covered his butt and scurried around the ward yelling. The originally heavy and oppressive atmosphere also relaxed at once in this kind of playful banter. Xu Dongjun said to Jiang Yi, I originally saw that you were destined for me and wanted to get to know you, but I never imagined that you would give me such a surprise. From now on, my life, Zhu Dongjun, is yours, Jiang Yi.
If there is anything, just call me.
The old TCM doctors had seen this kind of scene many times before and took it in their stride.
They themselves are also tied to the lives of many people.
Most of the people who go to the Chinese medicine doctor are those who have been to the hospital for a long time and can't see any results. Zhu Jin did not stop his child's actions, and did not feel that this was very embarrassing or anything.
The Zhu family is full of loyalty.
It is also with this kind of charisma that the Zhu family can thrive in both the business and political worlds. Jiang Yi nodded slightly. I'm not interested in your life, just keep in touch more in the future. But don't get too excited, I'll need to give you acupuncture once a week for the next 3 to 4 times to completely remove the poison.
Okay, I'll leave myself in your hands.
Xu Dongjuan's illness has healed, and he is more active as a whole.
No, I'm not interested in men, I have a wife. Jiang Yi waved his hand disdainfully and embraced Lin Wanqing on one side.
But soon, his face turned a pig's liver color. Because on his waist, a slender hand twisted his skin 180 degrees. Murdering his husband.
I just said wife, I don't think you should be so thin-skinned. Everyone present pretended not to see. Jiang Yi is now a presence they can't afford to provoke or dare to provoke easily. They can't easily see him embarrassed.
Everyone gets sick sometimes, especially these rich people, who panic when they get sick. With medical skills like Jiang Yi's, it can be said that they are a life-saving elixir, a life-saving presence that can be used in critical situations.
Okay, then you guys rest well, I'm going back.
Jiang Yi took Lin Wanqing and said goodbye to them. The main reason was that the house smelled a bit, and he didn't want to stay.
Wait! Someone suddenly shouted.
Jiang Yi looked back and saw it was Qin Siyuan.
Qin Siyuan walked with a determined face to Jiang Yi. With a thud.
Zhangzhou's medical community's Taishan Big Dipper, a master of traditional Chinese medicine. He just knelt straight in front of a young man like Jiang Yi. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out. If the endocrinologist was still there, he would have thought that these people were all hyperthyroidism patients.
What is this?
The several doctors who were with Qin Leoi were also shocked.
Qin Leoi was the benchmark in their hearts. Today, the benchmark just collapsed in front of a young man. Although Jiang Yi's performance today did surprise them, they still did not understand Jiang Yi's true value. Little brother Jiang Yi, can you take me as your disciple? P.S. The author has kneeled. Can you give me a prompt or a gift? Chapter 38 Chapter 39 Many people started shorting MXM.
Jiang Yi saw Qin Siyuan suddenly kneel in front of him and immediately jumped sideways.
Are you kidding?
An elderly man in his 70s kneeling to a 20-year-old guy.
This is going to shorten my life. Old Qin, what are you doing? Talk nicely, don't kneel down so easily. Jiang Yi walked up to the side of the old man and pulled him up.
But looking at his old age and frail figure, he actually had quite a lot of strength. Jiang Yi felt that it took a lot of effort to pull him up. He was afraid to use force, for fear of pulling him apart.
Little brother Jiang Yi, if you don't agree to be my disciple, I won't get up today.
The old man, like an old child, planted his feet on the ground. Jiang Yi felt a tingling in his scalp and felt like he was being forced.
You get up first, I'll be your master. How can I match you? You've seen more salt than I've seen rice.
It's not that Jiang Yi is being humble, but that Jiang Yi doesn't want to. He's not a professional doctor, and taking an apprentice is too much trouble.
He just wants to be with Lin Wanqing every day.
Anyway, now that he has all kinds of knowledge in his head, he can't lose no matter how he plays.
There is always someone to learn from in a group of 3. It's not about age, but about level.
I can say this, no one in all of Huaxia can match your medical skills. Qin Siyuan said with a resounding voice as he knelt on the ground. This remark carried a lot of weight when it came from Qin Siyuan's mouth. This was because he was the vice president of the Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. The president was rarely seen, and usually it was the vice presidents who ran things. He said that no one can match Jiang Yi's medical skills, so it is possible that no one can really match him. Everyone's eyes on Jiang Yi had a hint of caution.
Then I promise you, okay? Get up.
Jiang Yi helplessly replied, it's not good to let an old man keep kneeling on the ground.
Okay, that's a promise.
Old Qin's old face was full of bright chrysanthemums.
But I don't have time to teach you often, just call me if you have a problem. And don't call me master, just Jiang Yi. Okay, Master Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi.
On the way back, Lin Wanqing opened the window and let the cool wind slap her cheeks as her long, soft hair billowed in the wind. Neither of them said a word.
You.
Finally, at a traffic light, they looked at each other and said the word you at the same time.
You go first.
Jiang Yi turned his head back to the front. Lin Wanqing was too beautiful, and he was afraid that he would lose control if he looked at her for too long. He had always thought that all women in the world would definitely get tired of looking at them after a few days. It wasn't until he saw Lin Wanqing that he realized that there was really a kind of woman in the world that you could never get tired of looking at.
How did you learn to heal? Lin Wanqing felt that she could no longer see through Jiang Yi.
It had only been a few days, but one shining point after another had popped up on Jiang Yi's body. She felt a sense of distance, and it was getting bigger and bigger.
Lin Wanqing's family was very ordinary.
She was a single mother, and she had no father since she was young, which instead created a strong-willed character in her. Therefore, she studied very hard in school, and she had no intention of relying on her appearance to get ahead. Now in Jiang Yi's body, Lin Wanqing felt a distance that could not be overcome by effort. Just now I was right, I was taught by a wandering Taoist priest for a few years, so my body is so great. Jiang Yi did not dare to tell Lin Wanqing about the existence of the system.
Anyway, no matter what happens, you just have to remember that I will always be your treasure, and you will always be mine. Jiang Yi felt Lin Wanqing's thoughts.
He had been trained by Li Jiawei to be extremely sensitive, and sometimes he could tell what a girl was thinking just by looking at her face.
I will work hard too. I will definitely get into Yongkang Capital. Lin Wanqing clenched her fists.
When it comes to Yongkang Capital, Jiang Yi suddenly thought of his own MXM digital currency. Unlike Bitcoin, which is bought by many people, this small currency is like a small cap stock in the stock market and can easily be manipulated by market makers to create a floor or ceiling.
Jiang Yi took out his mobile phone and opened the digital currency trading software. Surprise! MXM had actually dropped slightly.
Not only had it lost all the previous gains, it had also fallen more than 4 points.
Damn, is there something wrong with this system? I made a boast in front of Wang Xingba that MXM would rise, so it can't be that disrespectful, can it?
Jiang Yi casually placed his phone in the empty space between the driver's and passenger's seats. At this time, Lu De of Yongkang Capital was full of excitement. Damn, I should have bought less at the beginning, I should have borrowed money and increased the leverage a bit more.
It has already fallen below, and the next step is the downward channel. I have to get more money to short it. He thought for a moment, then picked up his phone and called Li Jiawei. Hey, little sister, can you lend me some money?
There's a good market for digital currency here, so if you have any cash there, lend it to me.
When I make a profit, I'll split it with you 50-50.
At that moment, Li Jiawei was standing right next to Li Tianfu. Hearing Li Jiawei talking on the phone with a man, Li Tianfu's face looked a little unhappy, and his eyebrows were knitted together.
Oh, senior, I don't have much money on hand, only a few thousand, I'll lend it to you later.
As for the internship position at Yongkang Capital, I'll need your help to keep an eye out. Li Jiawei also deliberately and vaguely explained the reason for contacting Li Tianfu. Sure enough, after hearing Li Jiawei's words, Li Tianfu's face gradually improved.
Can you ask what the market price is? Li Tianfu asked in Li Jiawei's other ear.
Recently, Li Tianfu has been poor as hell, and Li Jiawei is a money pit. Every time he sleeps with her, he will find ways to ask for gifts. But doing it with Li Jiawei is indeed very fulfilling. Watching a beautiful woman beg for mercy between his legs, the feeling is doubly confident. Therefore, Li Tianfu had to scrimp and save, saving his allowance to spend on Li Jiawei. The pocket money that could have made him very comfortable now only provides for his basic needs. So when he heard that there was a good market, he immediately wanted to get in on the action and make some money. MXM has already fallen below the market price, and it is expected to fall for a few more days.
Trust me, you can definitely make money by going short. So for this wave, I will not return your money unless I double it. Lu Dexin's vow came out.
Li Tianfu's face was beaming with a smile, like a greasy chrysanthemum. He immediately took out his phone, downloaded the digital currency trading software, and then topped up his wallet, throwing the remaining tens of thousands he had on himself onto the MXM short contract. He wasn't greedy, and planned to sell as soon as it fell another 5 points. Lu Di also received a transfer from Li Jiawei, and after buying short all the money, all the parties were waiting with joy to make money. At this time, in a luxury suite of a 5-star hotel in Jiangzhou,
Wang Xingbao looked at the MXM price on the Pingo computer in front of him. He paid special attention to this digital currency.
Because from his gut feeling and decades of experience in the financial market, this currency was bound to make a big move. But Jiang Yi said that this currency would rise, so why did it fall today? Wang Xingbao felt a little regret in his heart. Why did he foolishly believe Jiang Yi's words?
It looked like MXM would continue to fall. If he short-sold it, wouldn't he make a fortune?
Sighing, he leaned back in his chair and pinched his eyebrows.
Dong Jun has made some unreliable friends. I need to talk to him about this. Achoo! Achoo! Jiang Yi, who was driving, suddenly sneezed twice. Damn it, who's cursing me? What? You have a cold.
Lin Wanqing, who was on the side, closed the windows with concern, afraid that the cool breeze would blow her Jiang Yi baby.
It's not a cold.
How could someone like me, who even see you and Chin calls master, not know if I have a cold?
Jiang Yi was a little speechless. Isn't this the same as someone cursing me?
Since I was little, my mother taught me that 1 sneeze means someone is thinking of you, 2 sneezes means someone is cursing you, and 3 sneezes means someone is worried about you.
You believe in such superstitions too?
Lin Wanqing teased, tapping Jiang Yi's temple, then as if she had thought of something. Right, I have an air-conditioned quilt in my dormitory, my mother handmade it for me, I have to go get it for my new home. When a girl goes away for a long time, her family will take better care of her. The saying is to raise a boy poor and a girl rich. Lin Wanqing's mother is a single parent, but she is really good to Lin Wanqing and gave her a light and warm air-conditioned quilt.
Jiang Yi is a little envious. Why did his parents let him sleep on such a heavy quilt when he first came to school? It was handmade by his future mother-in-law, so he must go get it. Jiang Yi teased and turned around to rush back to school. Gossip. Lin Wanqing shyly glanced at Jiang Yi. Although she and Jiang Yi were determined to be together, and they had already done everything they were supposed to do and entered the cave, except get a marriage certificate. But as a girl, it always feels a bit strange to be called a wife without a certificate or a banquet. The two arrived at the school laughing and stopped under the girls' dormitory. Passing students looked at them with envy, and some even took pictures. Wow! A Rolls Royce, so damn rich. I've never seen the inside of a Rolls Royce before in my life. Isn't that Jiang Yi? The school flower's boyfriend, why is he standing next to a Rolls Royce? Damn, is Jiang Yi that rich? If I'd known, I would have tried to confess that day. A girl's eyes started to sparkle. Sitting in the passenger seat of a Rolls Royce is every girl's dream. Come on, you're nothing compared to the school flower. You're like a pheasant next to a phoenix. The person sitting next to the school flower gave the girl who spoke a serious look and said ironically, "What? The school flower doesn't have what I have," she said, puffing up her chest like a basketball. Damn, it's true, but what's the use of being big? Jiang Yi squatted down next to the car and looked at the MXM on his phone. It was now stable, fluctuating slightly. How could this be? Jiang Yi couldn't understand why. It was already Thursday. Hey, Jiang Yi, why are you crouching here? Suddenly a girl patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder. Jiang Yi looked back. Chapter 39 Chapter 40 I still love you, so sell MXM quickly. It was Li Jiawei standing behind him. She had just been sent back by Li Tianfu. Oh, I'll wait here for Wanqing. Jiang Yi didn't even say hello, but just turned back to continue looking at his phone. MXM now has a vague feeling of loss. This makes Jiang Yi very upset. Li Jiawei's face looked very bad. She had approached Jiang Yi like this, but he didn't even pay attention to her. She took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and if Jiang Yi had dared to ignore her like this in the past, she would definitely have been blacklisted and dumped on the spot by Li Jiawei. Now Li Jiawei is still thinking about getting Jiang Yi back. After all, Jiang Yi is much better than Li Tianfu and Lu Dizhi. Looking at the beautiful Rolls Royce next to her, Li Jiawei squatted down shamelessly next to Jiang Yi. In her heart, she was planning to immediately ask for a marriage license and then divorce him to get half of his property once she had him back. Zhang Yi, you're also playing with digital currency?
Li Jiawei, with her sharp eyesight, saw Zhang Yi's phone, which had a reddish glow. There are many things that go up and down on digital currency trading platforms, such as manbuy.com.
Zhang Yi ignored her.
She leaned in a little closer.
She discovered that Zhang Yi had bought MXM.
Li Jiawei felt a little relieved. It was a good thing she had slept with Lu Di a few nights ago, and their relationship had improved.
Just now, I learned from Lu Di that MXM is going to plummet. I can use this information now to impress Zhang Yi. I can't help but think that after MXM plummets, Zhang Yi will really fall in love with me again. Zhang Yi, I have insider information that MXM is going to plummet.
A very reliable friend told me this. You should sell short as soon as possible, don't hold it. Li Jiawei said, pretending to be anxious.
I really love you very much.
At that time, I just felt that we weren't suitable for each other.
Now that you're doing well, I think we're a good match. You can trust me, I only want what's best for you.
After all, if you don't have money, and I want to buy a designer bag, and you can't afford it, I'll be angry, and it'll affect our relationship and your mood.
That's why I'm thinking of letting go. After all these years, I don't believe you've forgotten me.
If you want, I'll go and get a hotel room right now, and tonight I'll give myself to you. Li Jiawei had never had the opportunity to communicate with Zhang Yi face to face like this. Usually, Zhang Yi was always surrounded by Lin Wanqing, and she didn't dare to speak up. Today, she had such an opportunity, and she spoke like a machine gun, firing off a long list of things. Zhang Yi was stunned for a long time before he digested what Li Jiawei had said.
Holy shit, is there really such a brazen person in the world? Not only do you despise me for being poor, but you even have a reason for it?
You are really too outstanding. I am not worthy of you, I am just a bumpkin, I am only worthy of a school beauty like Lin Wanqing. Zhang Yi didn't want to say more to her, for fear that Lin Wanqing would be angry if she saw it. He finished and got into the car.
How could Li Jiawei give up?
She pounced on him and patted the window of Zhang Yi's car.
Zhang Yi, I really still love you. Don't hold on to MXM, just short it. When MXM plummets in a few days, you'll know how much I love you. Jiawei, what are you doing?
Li Jiawei was about to say something when she saw Lin Wanqing standing behind her, holding a quilt.
Oh, nothing.
Seeing Lin Wanqing, Li Jiawei felt a little inferior. She really was inferior to Lin Wanqing in everything. Lin Wanqing didn't say much to her, turned around, put the quilt behind the back seat, and got ready to get in the passenger seat.
Wanqing, are you moving out?
Li Jiawei asked.
She saw Lin Wanqing's quilt and thought of something. Well, we bought a villa outside.
Lin Wanqing said, flicking her hair. Then she got into the passenger seat, leaving Li Jiawei standing there in a daze. What did I just hear?
Someone bought a villa? It must have cost tens of millions of dollars, at least?
Li Jiawei screamed in her heart. Passing students saw her in a daze and shrugged with disdain.
This woman is no different from a prostitute.
First she abandoned Zhang Yi, then she hooked up with Li Tianfu, and now she is reportedly having an affair with Lu Di.
What the heck?
When she was with Zhang Yi, she hooked up with Li Tianfu.
Now she is with Li Tianfu, she hooked up with Lu Di. The king of two-timing. I don't know how many guys she screwed. This is what we know. There must be more that we don't know.
There's definitely a difference between a girl's first time and the countless times after that. In the future, she can still pretend that she broke her hymen while riding a bike or doing the splits.
The advice from doctors online is all fake. There's no bleeding, so it's definitely not the first time. There are so many different reasons.
Hey, but which guy would dare to say it? They all have to bear it in silence. Okay, you guys, now you're lucky to find a second-hand house to get married in, as long as no one died in it. People passing by are getting more and more direct in their comments. Li Jiawei has heard a lot of it. But she can't argue with so many of her classmates, either, or she'll really fall behind. She still has to pretend to be high and mighty to hook up with rich men. At this time, Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing had quickly returned to Donghu community. Zhang Yi's driving skills were amazing, and he drove smoothly and quickly without having to apply the brakes much. It was just that the whole way, the two of them didn't speak.
Not until after they entered the house.
Lin Wanqing held Zhang Yi back. Zhang Yi Bao, what did Li Jiawei just say to you?
I heard her say, I love you, MXM? Girls are all petty and suspicious.
She didn't ask along the way because she was afraid of upsetting Zhang Yi and causing an accident when he drove angry.
Now she wants to have a good talk with Jiang Yi.
Jiang Yi had no choice but to tell him what had happened just now.
Oh, this woman is really.
Sometimes you don't cherish it, and when it's gone, you regret it.
Is money that important?
Lin Wanqing shook her head in disappointment after hearing this, feeling that Li Zhou's existence was just bringing shame on girls.
Not every girl can be like you, knowing that self-reliance is the true value.
They all want to rely on their youth and beauty to take shortcuts to the better classes.
Jiang Yi stroked Lin Wanqing's cheek. In fact, Jiang Yi also takes these things lightly. There are so many women in the world, and in the end, it's all the same.
I've already got a beautiful, sensible, virtuous woman.
What more could I want? Oh yes, Jiang Yibao, what was that about MXM she was talking about just now? Can you show me the trend?
Lin Wanqing was worried that Jiang Yibao had lost money, so she wanted to help him see if he had really lost money. They both studied finance, and although they would have different opinions on the same trend, she felt that her opinion could help Jiang Yibao a little, even though her grades were not as good as Jiang Yibao's.
Well, here, Jiang Yibao. Jiang Yibao opened the MXM page and handed it to Lin Wanqing.
Lin Wanqing took the phone and looked at it for a long time.
Finally, she sighed.
Jiang Yibao, I don't mean to discourage you, but with this trend, it's a sure thing that the downward channel will open.
Not even a consecutive decline in the future would be the best case scenario, let alone an increase. But I believe in you.
Whether you decide to hold or short, I believe you have your reasons. Lin Wanqing handed the phone back to Jiang Yi, gave him a big hug, and then gave him a little kiss on the lips.
Baby, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook it for you.
As Lin Wanqing deftly tied her apron, Jiang Yi felt a warm current surge through his heart.
What more could a husband ask for with a wife like this? She understands me and loves me. I want to eat you. Is that okay? Sure, after dinner. If you don't eat, how can you let me eat? Jiang Yi. Failed to race, overtaken. Lin Wanqing's cooking is not bad.
The two of you cook one dish, I cook one dish. While you cook, I'll wash the vegetables.
While I cook, you prepare the fruit.
A feeling of warmth rises in the house. This was also the reason why Lin Wanqing had refused Jiang Yi's offer to hire a nanny.
An hour later, 4 dishes and a soup were placed on the table.
There was a bowl of beef with green peppers, a bowl of steamed okra, a bowl of sea bass with scallion oil, a bowl of scrambled eggs with leeks, and a bowl of pork ribs and yam soup. Without even thinking, Lin Wanqing had requested 3 of the dishes to nourish Jiang Yi's body. He also told Jiang Yi, replenishing the body is not just done when you feel weak, it should be done when you are well. It was only after the two of them had eaten a few bites that Jiang Yi's mobile phone, which had been placed aside, suddenly turned from red to dazzling green in color.
Chapter 40 Chapter 41 Lu De went crazy. How could MXM skyrocket? In a hotel next to Zhangzhou University, Lu De was embracing the woman in his arms.
This was the second woman he had traded for the internal placement quota of Yongkang Capital and the information about the plummeting of MXM.
They say that nowadays women love money more than men. Bullshit.
They just love rich men, and once they have money, they go find young ducks. Amongst the powerful women in his company who earn millions a year, which one doesn't have a few young puppies? You have to know that at 30 they are like wolves, at 40 like tigers, and at 50 they can suck the soil.
Women's desires are getting stronger and stronger. If they don't find a young puppy to satisfy them, would they find an old man?
Lu De, who had just exercised, felt a bit sore. But it didn't matter, he was young and would feel better after a good night's sleep.
He picked up his phone. He wanted to see how much money he had earned in MXM.
When he opened the mobile page, the screen was full of green, which made him feel a little dazed.
Why was it green? Had the trading platform for digital currencies changed? Had it gone from red to green?
It had been red for years and green for years.
Lu De rubbed his eyes. What the fuck? He was crazy. What was going on? MXM had skyrocketed 500%? He's lost everything?
He's lost all the money he's made over the past few years. His salary, his investment income, it's all in there.
So suddenly, he's back to square one, starting from scratch? Brother Lu, what's wrong?
The woman on one side was startled awake by Lu De's violent reaction, and she opened her eyes dazedly.
Ah!
The scene in front of her almost made her think she was seeing a ghost. Lu De's face was pale, his whole body was shaking, and his saliva was dripping from the corners of his mouth.
Brother Lu, What's wrong with you? Don't scare me like that. It's not that serious, just a few more times.
The girl's voice was hoarse with tears. But when she saw the phone in Luda's hand,
she was shocked. I just gave him the money, and he said I could double my money. This is a margin call.
Immediately, Luda wasn't the only one who turned pale. It's over, everything is over, I've lost all my money. Luda muttered softly. His eyes were vacant and desperate. You have to pay me back, or I'll sue you for rape. I just took a picture. The girl suddenly changed her expression. The money she lent Luda was not only her own money, but also the money she borrowed from her friends. The greater the leverage, the greater the profit. She never imagined that Luda would be so unreliable and lose all the money in one go.
Luda is crazy. He just fell asleep, and now he's asking me for money? Didn't you just say you loved me? Don't you want to intern at Yongkang Capital?
Luda has no money to pay her back. The girl snorted, laughable. I love the you from earlier who can make a fortune in digital currency, not the you who is losing money like a dog now.
It's fine if you're not physically capable, but you're not even capable of making money. How can someone like you deserve my love?
After the girl finished speaking, she got up, dressed without any hesitation, and left. Before she left, she sent Luda a message, you have 2 days.
Your semen is still inside me.
If I don't see the money in 2 days, I'll report you for rape. As expected, the worst people attract the worst people.
Luda didn't know what to do at this point.
He picked up the phone and called home to ask for money. He hadn't asked his family for money in the past 4 years of college, but in the end, he had to use his parents' hard-earned money to make up for the terrible consequences of his greed. However, the person who lent him the money was not just the woman he just spoke to. Li Jiawei was in her dorm room, encouraging her roommates to go short on MXM. I'm telling you, don't blame me for not taking you with me over the years.
Right now, MXM is a great opportunity to get on board. If you go short now, you'll make money right away.
I'm not like Lin Wanqing, who got herself a rich guy and ignored you.
I'm the good roommate you deserve.
Li Jiawei said proudly.
I'm thinking, you Lin Wanqing can fight me? Wait until I've bought off everyone in the dorm and made them all rich. By then, what kind of person you used to be in the dorm, won't I be the one calling the shots? It'll be so easy to split you up with Jiang Yi.
Once you and Jiang Yi split up, I'll take advantage of the situation and pursue Jiang Yi, and I'll definitely get 1 out of 2. Li Jiawei has already calculated everything in her mind.
Jiawei, is this what you mean? Roommate Li Chaonan held up her phone and turned it over for Jiawei to see the screen.
There was a hint of teasing and some contempt in her expression.
Jiawei glanced at it casually, that's it. The next second, she froze. Isn't it plummeting? Plus 500%. You call this a plummet? No, I just saw it fall, how did it suddenly rise? It must have rebounded, let me ask.
Li Jiawei picked up her phone and called Luda.
Sorry, the number you have dialed is busy. Hang up and try again. Sorry, the number you have dialed is busy.
This is obviously someone who has been hung up on by Luda.
Li Jiawei panicked. Jiawei, you didn't buy all this short, did you? Li Chaonan said curiously. It's up 500%, so if you went short, you've obviously been liquidated. No, I haven't.
Li Jiawei's voice trembled. She was the only one who believed her own words. Li Chaonan looked at the way she couldn't even hold her phone steady, and saw through her without saying anything. She went to do the laundry, and the other roommate went to the bathroom. Leaving Li Jiawei alone, she stumbled and almost collapsed to the ground.
Oh no.
After a long time, Li Jiawei's phone rang.
The caller ID showed that it was Luda. Hey, senior, what happened to MXM?
Li Jiawei picked up the phone and immediately asked about the situation.
Don't ask, I also misread it.
I'll pay you back when I have the money. Now just start the internship at Yongkang Capital with peace of mind.
I'll give you the spot. Hearing Luda say this, Li Jiawei had to remain silent.
She valued the internship at Yongkang Capital because she knew that once she got in, with her looks, she could hook up with someone in the upper echelons and get promoted. But it was going to be hard to double her money.
What she didn't realize was that there was another Li Tianfu who had also bought MXM. And he bought a lot. Now it's all gone bust.
At this time, Li Tianfu was already raging in his dormitory. His entire allowance of tens of thousands of yuan had been emptied. For the next period of time, Li Tianfu's living expenses became a problem, and it made Li Tianfu, who had always been a spendthrift, feel ashamed. And all of this was because that slut got the news. He dialed Li Jiawei's phone. What kind of friend is that? Damn it, how did you get the news? Li Jiawei was a little confused. What's going on? I'm a victim too, okay? Why are you yelling at me? I was also cheated by him. She retorted excitedly. This completely angered Li Tianfu. You fucking slut, didn't your man trick you and play with two boats? People like you deserve to be screwed over, you broken shoe. You fucking think I really like you, I just used you as a substitute for Lin Wanqing, what a piece of trash. He was always a playboy, and now he's just getting better at insulting people. Beep beep beep. Li Jiawei heard this from the man who had slept with her and taken her virginity, and she was about to go crazy on the spot. But Li Tianfu had already hung up the phone, leaving her with no chance. She was ashen-faced. What woman would be willing to become someone else's substitute? Especially Lin Wanqing. Not only did she take Jiang Yi, whom she had misjudged, but now her current man is also treating her as Lin Wanqing's substitute. She was even a little afraid, because Lu De might have only chosen her as a second best because he couldn't get Lin Wanqing. Does she have to live under the shadow of Lin Wanqing for the rest of her life? Li Jiawei was desperate. In contrast to these people, Lin Wanqing was pointing at Jiang Yi's phone in surprise. Jiang Yi, look at your phone. Jiang Yi was a little dazed. He casually glanced at it. Fuck. Pull it up directly. It was like a desperate rebound, taking off directly and going into space. This is much more exciting than stocks. Even the gem can only pull up 20 points. Wow, you're amazing. Lin Wanqing's eyes were full of stars. So many people thought this MXM would fall, but he was the only one who insisted on continuing to hold it. Although I believe in him, I'm also worried that he will lose money. Now it's fine, Jiang Yi has worked a miracle. Jiang Yi gave a small smile. In fact, if I were an institution, the more people think this thing is going to fall, the more I would let it rise. If everyone thinks it's going to rise, then I want it to fall. It's just like Rockefeller. When he found that even a young boy polishing shoes was full of talk about stocks, he knew that the stock market was about to crash. Even though this was just Jiang Yi's excuse to hide the existence of the system. But this excuse made Lin Wanqing admire him. Everyone knows the story, but how many people actually use it in practice? It's not that everyone would rather believe in their own judgment and knowledge. You are indeed the top student in our school, and you are so different in everything, with unique insights. Lin Wanqing admired and said. Jiang Yi smiled slightly and did not reply. Oh. Suddenly Jiang Yi's phone vibrated. Jiang Yi looked at it and it was a call from Wang Xingbao. Hello, Mr. Wang. Jiang Yi, you were right, MXM has skyrocketed. P.S. Thanks to Qin Zhaoyun from Pudu Mountain for the little gift. Thanks. Chapter 41 Chapter 42 Going home for the holidays, the situation at home. You are welcome to visit us at Redstone Capital when you have time in the future. If there is anything, you can find me. Wang Xingbao really treats Jiang Yi as a partner who should not be underestimated. For people at his level, having money is no longer the only criterion for judging value. Wisdom, insight, vision, and perspective are all valued by him. Okay, then thank you very much, Mr. Wang. I will definitely come to bother you when I have time. Please don't mind me then, Jiang Yidao said. No, by the way, I will ask Dongjun to give you something another day, and you shouldn't mind it either. Let's talk again when you have time. Wang Xingbao, this phone call felt like it was just to give Jiang Yi something, and he hung up after he finished talking. What Jiang Yi didn't know was that Wang Xingbao had originally planned to heavily short him XM, but now, thanks to Jiang Yi's words, he had avoided the risk of losing money. The next day, Zhu Dongjun personally rushed to the school to give Jiang Yi a golden card. The card looked very high-end. It was made of gold, heavy in the hand, and had two cool words on it, Redstone. This is a Redstone Group gold card, which only important people in the Redstone Group can hold, either because they have been kind to Redstone or because they have great potential for Redstone. I never thought he would give you such a card. Zhu Dongjun explained the value of Wang Xingbao's card. This made Jiang Yi feel a little uncomfortable. He hadn't done anything for the Redstone Group, and he was just given a gold card, which was flattering. Take it, Mr. Wang must have seen your potential. In the future, if Mr. Wang ever needs anything, just help him out. This card is usually useless, but everyone at Redstone Group must obey the person holding the gold card. In other words, you are now the second in command at Redstone Group after Wang Xingbao, and you even have the power to appoint people. Zhu Dongjun was afraid that Jiang Yi wouldn't accept it, so he gave Jiang Yi some advice.
Okay. Jiang Yi accepted the card. Now Jiang Yi is particularly idle.
Because Jiang Yi is now in his third year, he has fewer classes.
Everyone is saving time to prepare for internships. Jiang Yi has been running back and forth between Lin Wanqing's school and the villa these past 2 days. Saturday is the start of May Day, and there are 3 days off during May Day. Wanqing, where are you going on May Day? Jiang Yi asked, but in his heart, he hoped that Lin Wanqing could choose to be with him.
In the past 2 days, they have been together 24 hours a day, except when they went to the bathroom. Every day, zero distance, or even negative distance.
You know what I mean. On May 1st, I want to go back home.
Lin Wanqing thought for a long time before she spoke of her plan.
She didn't want to go either, she had really had a good time with Jiang Yi. But this summer vacation, she would probably not go back.
The more times she went back early, the lonelier her mother would feel at home alone.
That's good, then I'll drop you off at home. And then I'll pick you up on the last day?
Or will you drive?
Jiang Yi noticed that one car seemed to be insufficient. Why don't we buy another car? A better one? You want to drive? Lin Wanqing was shocked. Are you kidding?
It's not like buying a toy car, which costs a few tens of dollars.
You need a few $100,000 to $1 million to buy a car, right?
No, if we buy 2 cars, then you can drive one back this time, and in case your mother needs to go somewhere, you can also give her a ride.
Jiang Yi said.
Lin Wanqing thought about it and agreed.
Okay, if we have enough money, let's buy a smaller car for me to drive. A smaller one, it's not convenient to drive the big one.
Lin Wanqing thought about it with her clever little brain. Small cars are generally cheaper, not like a Rolls-Royce, which costs millions to buy.
Okay, there's enough money in the bank.
I haven't been able to spend money for a long time, and I've run out of energy points.
There are still so many skills to unlock. What about strength and cooking skills? It would be great if they could be filled up directly. Jiang Yi took Lin Wanqing to the Aston Martin first.
He used his credit card on the spot to buy a V8 Vantage.
It cost 2.8 million yuan in total.
The car is beautiful, but there are no cars in stock.
Lin Wanqing, why don't we drive this car later? Let's go look at some others?
Lin Wanqing said helplessly, I kind of regret going car shopping with you. You spend money like crazy, and even if you have a few $100 million, you'll spend it all in no time. Jiang Yi thought to himself, sorry, I don't have a few $100 million, I have 100 billion.
You want to spend it, you can spend it all anyway. Wanqing Bao, it's okay, we can make more money when we run out. Life is now, we should enjoy it. Besides, you know how good I am at making money.
We don't need to worry about money in the future. Lin Wanqing didn't say much after hearing Jiang Yi say that, but she secretly made up her mind to save more money herself, so that if something happened to Jiang Yi, she could support him and the two of them wouldn't starve to death. Once Jiang Yi started spending money, he couldn't stop. The villa in Donghu community could park 4 cars.
Jiang Yi simply bought a Lamborghini Urus in the afternoon.
Feeling that his family had a series of sedans, he went to Rolls-Royce and bought a Cullinan.
Jiang Yi has a special feeling for Rolls-Royce. When he was a child, he saw those rich people driving Rolls-Royce on TV, and he was so envious of the little golden man. Now that he is rich, he must fulfill his dream. In one day, he spent nearly 20 million yuan on 3 cars. Up to this point, Lin Wanqing's mind was still buzzing, and the speed at which Jiang Yi was spent money made him a little worried. Jiang Yi Bao, I won't mind if you spend my money before, but when you start working, you have to let me know all the salary or money you earn, otherwise I won't feel at ease.
Jiang Yi knew what Lin Wanqing was worried about, so he showed Lin Wanqing the balance of the tens of thousands of yuan he had earned in MXM on his phone.
From now on, you can know every penny I earn.
Seeing Jiang Yi being so open and straightforward, Lin Wanqing felt a little embarrassed. Jiang Yi Bao, I didn't mean to keep an eye on the money.
I was worried that you would spend money recklessly and run into trouble in the future. It's okay, Bao.
The money from before will be used for our expenses, and the money from now on, we'll save it up for our children.
Who's your children with? They're not even married yet.
Lin Wanqing blushed.
Ha ha ha.
On Saturday, Lin Wanqing drove the Phantom home, while Jiang Yi drove the Cullinan home. There was no way around it, neither sports car was in stock, and they would have to wait an estimated month. Lin Wanqing found the Cullinan too big. She went out to look at other cars, but ended up driving the Phantom home.
Jiang Yi's family also lived in Jiangzhou, just on the outskirts of the city.
When Jiang Yi drove the Cullinan home, he found the atmosphere very depressing.
What's wrong?
Jiang Yi asked his father, Zhang Haoran, who was sitting at home, sullen and sighing.
Seeing Jiang Yi return, Zhang Haoran forced a smile on his face. You're back? Well, what's wrong at home? Jiang Yi asked again.
Oh, it's those neighbors, Shenlin and the rest. Jiang Yi's mother, Su Wan, said angrily. It turned out that the family was renovating the wall. The original wall was a bit old and even seemed to be crumbling a little, so Zhang Haoran wanted to tear it down and build a new one. But as it turned out, once he started tearing it down, things just kept on coming. Chapter 42 Chapter 43 The poor have no status and can be manipulated by others. Zhang Haoran hired some masons to tear down the entire wall and prepare to start building it again. But at this time, the neighbor Shenlin's family came to cause trouble. Shenlin's wife, Kai Meihua, was a famous shrew in the village. More importantly, Kai Meihua had an older brother Kaiju who was a boss in Jiangzhou City.
It is said that Kaiju is doing well in Jiangzhou City and knows many dignitaries.
Many of the children of the village leaders have found decent jobs in Jiangzhou City through Kaiju's connections. Therefore, Kaiju and even Kai Meihua are hated by everyone in the village but are forced to be close to them. Zhang Haoran and the Shenlin Kai Meihua family have had conflicts for a long time. At the time when the two families built their houses, Zhang Haoran's family had a larger plot of land. Because Zhang Haoran used to be generous and willing to buy land, the homestead was very large, with one piece here and one piece there. The Shenlin family was too poor to buy land at the beginning, and they only had a little bit of land. When the Shenlin family built their house at the time, they wanted to take over a little bit of land on the side. Zhang Haoran of course did not allow it. Why should you take what you bought for free? But the Shenlin family harbored a grudge. Now Kai Meihua's brother has become rich, and along with him, Kai Meihua has become arrogant and domineering. He has coveted Zhang Haoran's land for a long time. This time, when Zhang Haoran demolished the wall, how could Kai Meihua let go of this opportunity? To be honest, in fact, Kai Meihua deliberately used various means to break the old wall.
Jiang Yi understood roughly after hearing this. But Kaiju, he basically hasn't heard of him during his time in Jiangzhou.
I don't know which company's executive he is. Tomorrow Kaiju will be home on holiday, and he will definitely help Kai Meihua and the others occupy the land.
Zhang Haoran sighed.
He regretted buying so much land at the time. If he had known that buying this land would cause so many problems, he would not have come. It doesn't matter, we'll talk about it tomorrow when he comes.
I'll step in then, Jiang Yi said calmly after a moment's thought.
I believe that with Zhu Xun's strength, he should be able to handle Kaiju without any problems. If all else fails, we can just use Zhu Xun to show them the strength of our Zhang family. However, as soon as Jiang Yi finished speaking,
"Rotten kid, why are you stirring up trouble?
Leave this kind of thing to the adults to sort out, don't you dare get involved." Su Wan slammed the table. Jiang Yi understood that his mother was afraid that he would get carried away and fight with someone else. The Shin family had a son called Shin Gangjun, who was tall and strong and a sports student.
Yes, don't get involved tomorrow. Your mother and I will fight it out. Zhang Haoran also defended Jiang Yi in this matter. Everyone in the village says that you are a cultured person and a good student.
You must not be like the people they are fighting with, who are not good students. Jiang Yi scratched his head, feeling a hint of warmth. Although his parents were not wealthy, they were using all their strength and abilities to protect him.
Okay, I understand. We'll talk tomorrow.
The family exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Jiang Yi went upstairs to bed. Early the next morning, Jiang Yi heard a lot of noise and commotion downstairs.
He washed his face briefly and went downstairs.
He saw people all over his house. Groups of villagers were surrounding Jiang Yi's house, some pointing at Jiang Yi's Rolls-Royce parked on the roadside, while others pointed at Zhang Haoran and Su Wan. On the edge of the courtyard, his mother Su Wan was screaming at them heartbreakingly.
"This is our family land we bought with our hard-earned money. How dare you take it away? Who do you think you are?"
Su Wan's voice was shrill and sad. "This land belongs to the whole village. The village says it belongs to whoever. It's not up to you to decide."
Kai Meihua gave a cold smile.
Looking at her brother Kaiju behind her and the village leaders beside him, Kai Meihua was full of confidence. The villagers on the side all shook their heads and sighed softly when they saw this. Hey, the Wang Haoren family is too honest and doesn't have any connections, so Kai Meihua is picking on an easy target.
It's also a good thing that our family is far away from them, otherwise we'd be bullied too.
Kai Meihua and their family are now rich, and it's always like this when the poor become rich, they like to show off. Let's all just keep quiet, in the future we won't be able to avoid asking Kaiju for things, everyone has offspring. Just look at the village leaders.
Which one of their children didn't Kaiju help get in?
They all rely on Kaiju. Although the villagers disagreed with what Kai Meihua's family was doing, they only dared to say so, and no one dared to really stand up for themselves. Village leaders, please help us decide what's right.
We all have certificates for this land, so why can't we use it? Why should they be the ones calling the shots? Wang Haoren pleaded with the village leaders, gritting his teeth.
At this time, the only people he could turn to for help were the village leaders.
However,
the land in our entire village belongs to the village, not to individuals. As soon as the leaders said this, the whole room fell silent.
Everyone understood that they were going to help Kai Meihua. This statement was denying that Wang Haoren's land belonged to Wang Haoren.
Before Wang Haoren could continue speaking, Kai Meihua took the opportunity to become aggressive. Everyone, look at this Wang Haoren family.
They are really not human.
They occupy the village land and claim it as their own.
Where are the tyrants like this?
Kaiju saw this and waved his hand, and immediately the group of people he called came swarming over and directly pushed down all the fences that Wang Haoren had hired someone to build earlier that morning.
The village leaders all pretended not to see. Ah, you bunch of inhumane people, I'll fight you to the death. Wang Haoren's face flushed at the sight. An ordinary person really means nothing in the face of these powerful people. Haoren, don't get angry, you can't go up there. Suwan immediately grabbed Wang Haoren tightly as she saw what was happening. Rushing up there at this time is no different from adding insult to injury. These people are capable of anything. They're all thugs, probably just waiting for Wang Haoren to charge up so they can get their hands on him. Let go of me, I'll fight them. I'll risk my life today, but I'll leave one or two of them dead. Wang Haoren struggled, picking up a bricklayer's knife from the ground. He was ready to swing it. The village leaders watched the scene with amusement, with no intention of stepping in to stop or reconcile the situation. To them, Wang Haoren was just a worm. Where was the law? Suwan held onto her husband tightly while turning to Jiang Yi and shouting, Please persuade your father. Forget it, let's just take the loss and not be bullied anymore. Fine, if you say forget it, then quickly, we'll build this wall ourselves, pushing it 3 meters inward. Kai Meihua immediately applauded when she heard this. The people who had originally been building the wall for Jiang Haoren immediately picked up their respective tools again and moved 3 meters inward. Under the protection of Kaiju's thugs, they built a new wall. And moving 3 meters inward from the original wall almost took up half of Jiang Haoren's courtyard. A house is only 10 meters wide in total. Kai Meihua's actions were a bit extreme, advancing so much in one go. Hey, poor people are bullied like this. When our family was bullied in the past, it was the same. Facts have proven that only by becoming a person of means will you not be bullied. You must study hard and become a person of means like Kaiju, do you understand? A father even began educating his son on the spot. And as these people began to build the wall, Wang Haoren and Suwan were truly desperate. They saw their own weakness and helplessness. However, just when they felt like their family was going to be bullied to death today, a person walked straight past them and went to the group of bullies. That person was really Jiang Yi. Hey, what are you doing? Don't go up there. Wang Haoren and Suwan immediately went up to pull Jiang Yi back. And when Shinlin's son, Shingangjun, saw Jiang Yi go up there, he immediately grinned. He was waiting for Jiang Yi to come out so that he could beat Jiang Yi up. Jiang Yi, you're a man, come over here, I'll fight you one-on-one. Damn it, you've always done better at school than me, and my mom kept beating me up because of it. Now I'm going to fuck you up. Shingangjun yelled as he came to the front of the crowd. However, Jiang Yi was not about to fight, as they had expected. He saw a familiar face. Among the thugs Kaiju had called, there was someone he had seen before. P.S. I beg everyone to help me click on the urgent request or small advertisement. Thanks to the support of many friends for their gifts yesterday. The number of people was large, so in order not to exceed the word count, the thank you list is in the author's words from the author. 360-degree spiral kneeling while typing. Chapter 43 Chapter 44 Is the Rolls-Royce Jiangyi's? Jiangyi pointed at one of the thugs. Brother, are you the security guard at Redstone Plaza? The person he was pointing at was the security guard he had encountered several times when he went to Redstone Plaza. At that time, this security guard had a fierce appearance and a relatively bad attitude towards the vehicles entering and leaving. He looked like someone who owed him money. Ha, how did you know that I am the security guard at Redstone Plaza? I am not only the security guard, I am also the team leader of the security guards. The man laughed. So you people are all security guards at Redstone Plaza? Jiangyi understood, and he guessed which company Kaiju was an executive of. Right, you've been to Redstone Plaza. I can't believe that you poor people actually go shopping at Redstone Plaza. The security guard's face was a little playful and mocking. Our general manager Kai was just promoted this year and will be the general manager of our Redstone Plaza in the future. I don't know how many people have begged our general manager Kai to open a store in Redstone Plaza. You guys, be sensible, don't make things difficult for yourselves. General Manager Kai knows a lot of important people, and you can't afford to mess with them. If you hurt your arm or leg, we won't pay for it. Jiangyi turned his attention to Kaiju. You can still regret it if you do. If I get involved, you people will all lose your jobs. We're all from the same village, I don't want to see you lose your family. But Jiangyi's words sounded like a joke to them, and they burst out laughing. Ha, this idiot, is he scared stupid by us that he's actually started talking nonsense? Do we a few people fear him? Kid, think clearly. You're just a skinny monkey with no ability to fight us. Believe it or not, we can beat you into incontinence. Kaiju looked directly at the village leaders around him and laughed until he fell over. You Jiang family people really are capable. At this time, you still dare to brag. I'll just watch and see how you're going to destroy our family. The village leaders probably felt that the Jiang family was too pitiful. One of them stepped forward and said, Jiang Haoran, go and persuade your son, he has no sense at all. This is a time of chaos, and the land is not the only thing at stake, people still have to work. If your son gets beaten up, who will you go crying to? Hearing their words, Suwan's face turned pale. Now all her hopes were pinned on her son. Now that her child was still at school, she believed that her son's good grades would ensure a better future than the Shinlin family's child. This is the only hope of the people at the bottom of the rural society, to see their children become successful. She took a few steps forward and grabbed Jiangyi by the corner of his shirt. Don't talk nonsense. Your task now is to study hard. After you graduate and become successful, they will naturally be afraid of us. Let's just suffer the consequences of today's events, and don't say anything. But before Jiangyi could make a move, there was some commotion among the villagers. I think this land belongs to Kai Meiwa's family. Wang Haoran used to occupy their land. Yes, Kaiju and the others know how to help people in our village. They got us all to the city, so that our children can make a lot of money. What can you, Jiang Haoran, do to make us all follow you and farm? Some people, who have no ability, like to bully others and make themselves look powerful. They are actually rubbish. It's the modern age, Jiang Haoran. If you have money, you can buy a house in Jiangzhou City. Don't you have money to buy land? Jiang Haoran looked at these villagers who suddenly jumped out, a little confused. The villagers had never acted like this before. In the past, when someone's family was teased by someone with power, they would always help the underdog. Jiangyi coldly scanned everyone. He could see the way things were going. Anyone who spoke just now had children at home who were looking for work or had just graduated. After those few people had finished speaking, they looked at Kaiju with a face full of flattery. Cough cough, everyone can rest assured, as long as they are from our village and I like their appearance, I will definitely help them find work. I am the general manager of Redstone Plaza, it is not difficult for me to arrange jobs for individuals. In our Redstone Plaza, it is very easy for a salesperson to earn more than 10,000 yuan a month. As soon as Kaiju finished speaking, there was a gasp from the crowd. 10,000 a month is already an unattainable height for those whose children went to a rubbish university, or for those who didn't even go to university. The average university graduate will earn 4,000 to 5,000 a month after joining a company. Even if they work for 7 or 8 years, it's still hard to rise to 10,000, because to earn 10,000 a month, you have to be a small leader in the factory. As a result, the villagers who had previously shouted began to shout even louder. Their words became more and more harsh, and their faces uglier and uglier. Suwan and Jiang Haoran looked on pale with fear.
They were being targeted, mocked, and abandoned by the entire village. This was the place where they had been born and raised, but they were being targeted by the entire village. It was not a pleasant feeling. Among those who spoke, many were even people who had received Zhang Haoran's kindness in the past. Now, not only did they not repay the kindness, but they turned their backs on him and became people who stoned someone in a well. What's more, they were thinking about how Jiang Yi was going to live in this rural area in the future, surrounded by a group of people who had a grudge against his family. The two elderly people didn't have many years left to live, and if they died, they died. But what about the next generation? Jiang Yi laughed, his gaze cold as he looked at everyone. He had originally planned to invest in a large company on this side of the house in the future, so that the villagers could work nearby. Now the idea was immediately rejected by Jiang Yi. These villagers, who like to watch the fun, don't mind if it's a big deal, just want to see their own family's jokes, and just want to curry favor with kaiju through their own family. There is no need for me to consider them. Since they want to take a shortcut through kaiju, then I will take away this shortcut for them and see what they do? People who don't want to rely on their own efforts and only want to use their connections will never get anywhere, and deserve to stay in the village for the rest of their lives. Okay, since everyone is like this, kaiju, let me show you something. Jiang Yi said, pressing the switch for the Rolls-Royce in his pocket. The Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside immediately lit up. Ha! Jiang Yi's the owner of the Rolls-Royce? I thought it was Kaiju's. What? Kaijun's car is that one, and that BMW is Kaijun's. Oh my god, Jiang Yi really drives a Rolls-Royce, and his car is even better than Kaijun's. Has he already become so successful since he started studying in Zhangzhou? It's also possible that he just rented the car. There are still a lot of people renting cars these days. Yes, I also don't think Jiang Yi can afford such a car. If he can buy this multi-million-dollar car, why doesn't he buy his parents a house and let them live outside? Most people are suspicious when they see this. Jiang Yi got into the car and took out the red stone gold card that Wang Xingbo had given him from the storage space in the car. P.S. I'm begging everyone to give a push for more chapters and a small gift. If there are any mistakes, please feel free to point them out. I hope you don't mind. Thanks to the pumpkin-loving steamed potato for the push for more chapters. And the small gifts you sent when you were calm. Chapter 44 Chapter 45 How did you get the red stone gold card? Jiang Yi appeared in front of Kaiju's waiting entourage, holding the card. Look at what Jiang Haoran's son is holding in his hand. A sharp-eyed villager saw the gold card in Jiang Yi's hand. It's probably some kind of trick to scare people. He dares to rent a luxury car, let alone such a trinket. Let him go rent one, who knows? Don't believe him, he's definitely lying. Actually, this shiny thing looks very noble. I wonder where I can buy one for fun. I don't know if 10 yuan is enough. 3 or 4 yuan should be enough. I'll go to the kiosk and ask. Only Kaijun, when he saw the gold card in Jiang Yi's hand, had a thump in his heart. As a long-time employee of Redstone Group, he slowly rose from a junior staff member in the business development department of a shopping mall to a junior supervisor, then to manager of the business development department, and now, by chance, he has become the general manager of the shopping mall. It can be said that in Hongsher Plaza, he is considered a long-serving veteran employee. However, in every position and in all the training for each position, the first rule is to treat the Hongsher Gold Card as if you were seeing the boss of Hongsher Group, Wang Xingbao, in person. Even in each position, there will be some internal personnel holding the Redstone Gold Card at any time to come and test whether the employees will truly respect these cardholders. Therefore, seeing the card and bowing has become a conditioned reflex for all Redstone Group staff. And the respect that the employees have for the cardholders all comes from the bottom of their hearts. Because all the cardholders can be said to have absolutely extraordinary status. The only one Kaiju has ever met is the son of a provincial leader. It is said that this leader helped Mr. Wang to acquire nearly 100 acres of land, and that is why he was given this card. Now Jiang Yi actually has one in his hands? Hello, leader. The security guards at Redstone Plaza couldn't hold back any longer. As soon as Jiang Yi picked up the gold card, they immediately shouted in unison. This scene scared all the villagers. What the hell is this? These people who were just so aggressive are now calling Jiang Yi leader? Leader. Jiang Yi, how did you get the Redstone Gold Card? Kaijun asked, trembling with fear as he stepped forward. He couldn't believe it. Why can't I have a gold card?
I'll ask President Wang. It seems that this useless gold card, why would he give it to me? Not even the general manager of a small Redstone plaza can give orders to. President Wang? Ha ha.
Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Yi said this, Kaiju, who had just been a little reserved, immediately laughed. Because the boss of the Redstone Group, which owns Redstone Plaza, is surnamed Gao Hanwen. His surname is not Wang at all. As the general manager of Redstone Plaza, Kaiju naturally knows who the boss of the Redstone Group is. And there is not a single boss surnamed Wang in the senior management of the Redstone Group. The bosses of these subsidiaries of Redstone have no power to issue gold cards at all. Kaiju patted the mud and plaster that had got on her clothes when she walked in a hurry just now.
Go ahead and hit me, the boss of Hongshire Plaza is surnamed Gao, not Wang. Ah, you're really something, you're so full of yourself that you're even showing it to me.
Kaiju was like a cock that had won a battle.
The frustration and shock she had felt just now had all been transformed into insults, contempt and ridicule for Jiang Yi.
Ah, the Jiang family really is full of no good, good-for-nothing people. Kai Meihua had also been shocked, and had almost thought that her day was ruined. She had never imagined that Jiang Yi was just putting on an act.
And what an act!
She had worried for nothing.
She stepped forward and joined Kaiju in berating Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, you little animal-born animal, my brother is a real executive, and so many people in the village have found decent jobs in the city thanks to him. You're nothing, fighting with us. I want to beat him up. Shen Gangjun rushed up to beat Jiang Yi.
However, several security guards from Hongshire Square stopped him. The arrogant security guard from earlier was now leading his subordinates and holding Shen Gangjun back. President Kai, think twice, how could this card be forged? He shouted while pulling Shen Gangjun hard. He was afraid that Kaiju had really offended the gold card holder. Even if Kaiju asked them to do it, he might refuse. The main reason was that he didn't know the upper echelons of the company.
He was a small person and simply wasn't qualified to understand.
Therefore, he didn't have the same confidence as Kaiju in his heart, and felt that Jiang Yi was still sacred and inviolable at this time. However, Kaiju didn't care about this at this time. Since Jiang Yi said that President Wang didn't have this person, he would now do whatever it took to get rid of Jiang Yi.
However, Jiang Yi was unruffled.
He was the only one who knew that behind Hongshire Plaza was the Hongshire Group. And behind the Hongshire Group was the Hongshire capital.
He took out his mobile phone and called Wang Xingbao. Seeing Jiang Yi making a phone call, Shen Lin came up to him and whispered, "Should we stop him from making the call? Could it really be related?"
Kaiju was very calm. Let him make the call. I want to see how strong his so-called backup is.
I'm going to expose this liar today.
I suspect that he stole this card from somewhere, or that the person who used to drive this Rolls-Royce left it in the car. He had several theories in mind to prove that the Redstone gold card did not belong to Jiang Yi. At that moment, Jiang Yi's phone also rang.
"Hello, Jiang Yi, you remembered to call me." Wang Xingbao's tone was much better than last time.
In fact, he knew that after Jiang Yi cured Zhu Dongjuan's illness, he learned that Jiang Yi had such medical skills and was even more afraid of looking down on Jiang Yi. Rich people are afraid of death and afraid of illness. They have endless money, and as long as they live, they can enjoy it. President Wang, thank you for giving me the gold card.
Jiang Yi chatted with Wang Xingbao.
At the same time, he briefly told Wang Xingbao about what happened today. In particular, he emphasized how Kaiju had seen the gold card and simply not cared.
How could this have happened?
It seems that I haven't managed Hongshire Group for a long time, and it has already fallen into such a state of decay.
Wang Xingbao was a little angry.
This really hit him in the face. He had given Jiang Yi the gold card like it was a precious treasure. But then his subordinates didn't take the gold card seriously.
How many times did he emphasize the importance of the gold card? Now that he has been away for a few years, they have forgotten?
Jiang Yi, don't worry, I will give you an explanation for what happened today. He hung up after saying that.
There was silence in the crowd for a few minutes.
Everyone was waiting to see if Kaiju's leader would call Kaiju. However, after a few minutes had passed, nothing had happened yet.
Everyone's expressions became a little mocking.
It seemed to confirm that Jiang Yi was really a liar.
What do you think? Kaiju immediately came over smugly. Look, it seems that my leader doesn't know about this. Let me be honest with you, I have a good relationship with Gao Hanwen, the CEO of Hongshire Group. Do you think I'm afraid of your tricks?
Kai Meihua, Shen Lin's family, and the village leaders on their side all let out a long sigh of relief and burst out laughing. As long as Kai Zhuiying is there, they have nothing to worry about. What Jiang Yi said on the phone just now was even more convincing than the truth, and it made them a little scared. And every now and then they could hear the sound coming from the other end of Jiang Yi's phone. At this moment, a shrill phone ringing sound came. It was Kai Zhu's. Everyone's smiling faces instantly paled. Kai Meihua in particular couldn't even recover from the smile on her face, and just stood there with her mouth open, stunned.
General Gao.
Kai Zhu immediately respectfully answered the call when she saw it was Gao Hanwen's, and affectionately called out his name. In the quiet environment, the sound of the conversation on Kai Zhu's phone was clearly audible.
Kai Zhu, do you still have the phone number of the babysitter you found for me last time? I'd been home alone recently and would like to hire someone to help me with the cleaning.
There was a hint of meaning in Gao Hanwen's words. Kai Zhu immediately realized what Gao Hanwen meant. He wanted him to help find the lady from last time.
And also, I'll contact her for you right away.
No matter how busy she is today, she has to come to your house and clean your home for you.
It'll be so comfortable.
Finally, he emphasized the word comfortable very strongly.
Good, good, good. And immediately hung up the phone. Jiang Yi frowned slightly.
This Wang Xingbao is a bit slow, as usual.
Kai Zhu was even more pleased.
The smile on his face split to his ears. You have to know that the reason he was promoted so quickly was because he met the group's boss Gao Hanwen when he went to the club once.
So he and Gao Hanwen are like-minded.
He often covered for Gao Hanwen and introduced him to pretty girls. This made Gao Hanwen value him quite highly and give him the green light for promotion all the way. But he hadn't been able to gloat for more than a few seconds before he had to give Jiang Yi a hard slap in the face.
Gao Hanwen's phone rang again. P.S. I'm begging for a 5-star rating. And please help me to speed up the updates. If you can, please help me to collect small gifts. In the afternoon, I received many more small gifts. The list of thanks is in the author's words. Chapter 45, Chapter 46. You got me fired. Hey, Mr. Gao.
Kai Zhu suppressed her smile and chatted with Gao Hanwen as usual.
I was about to call the nanny. What's wrong? Is your sister-in-law back? Do you want me to help you cook at your house tonight?
His words were so well worded that there was no way of telling that he was asking Gao Hanwen to find a girl. It was obvious that he had given Gao Hanwen countless times of support.
Kai Zhu. On the other end of the phone, Gao Hanwen was almost screaming in a growling voice. The volume was so loud that everyone could hear it clearly. Gao Hanwen was so scared by the sound that he held the phone at least 20 centimeters away. Are you fucking causing trouble outside? How many times have I emphasized in meetings that when you see Jin Ka, you should treat him as if he were in person? Are you fucking doing that behind my back?
Because Redstone Capital has developed rapidly in recent years, and they intend to remain low-key, they do not claim many of their subsidiaries as their own.
The capital market is like a battlefield. The enemy is in the open and we are in the dark is the key to victory.
Those powerful consortia in the world are always in the dark, using an invisible hand to rip off the public. Redstone Capital and its subsidiaries have all signed confidentiality agreements, and only Redstone Capital can unilaterally announce their relationship with the subsidiaries. The subsidiaries have no rights. Therefore, the CEOs of those subsidiaries that Redstone Capital is preparing to hide are like bosses to the subsidiaries.
They usually don't say that they are just a dog. Kai Zhu was shocked when she heard Gao Hanwen's words. What's wrong, Mr. Gao?
He still didn't believe that it was Jiang Yi's phone call that caused Mr. Gao to come over and scold him.
You dare to ask me what's wrong? Have you no shame? Is there someone in front of you with a gold card? Apologize to me right now.
If Gao Hanwen were in front of Kai Zhu at that moment, he would probably spit so much that he could wash Kai Zhu's face.
Kai Zhu was completely flustered. Looking at Jiang Yi, where was the pride he had just now? That, Mr. Gao, let me explain. Explain your ass, you've got me in trouble. Not only were you fired, I was fired as well. It's too late, the big boss has intervened this time. Gao Hanwen's voice was a little frustrated. Kai Zhu was anxious. How could this be? Gao Hanwen was his only support. Mr. Gao, you must have a way out, right? Didn't you build this company from the ground up? How could there be someone higher than you? Do you need to send money?
I'll send you 1,000,000 yuan tomorrow.
Or do you want a woman? I have a lot of resources for women.
But Kai Zhu had not finished speaking when Gao Hanwen sighed. Kaiju, let me tell you, you are completely finished. If you don't have the support of the big boss, do you think a little person like me could have reached my position today? Don't be ridiculous, would there really be people in this society who started from scratch? I'm telling you there aren't. Those so-called self-made men are actually just people who don't want to stand out. Take you, without me, you would still be a small clerk today, wouldn't you? You're finished this time. That important person of mine is someone I can't resist. And I signed a confidentiality agreement, so I can't tell anyone who he is. You should prepare for the afterlife. You're going to prison for the rest of your life. Gao Hanwen finally persuaded Kaiju, out of consideration for the countless girls Kaiju had helped him find. He knew that if Wang Xingbao didn't act, he would definitely send someone to prison if he did. Just now, Wang Xingbao had already cited several pieces of iron evidence of Kaiju embezzling company funds. This alone was enough to send Kaiju to jail for years. Buzzing. A ringing sound violently sounded in Kaiju's head. Kaiju covered his head and crouched down in pain. Gao Hanwen had already hung up on the other end of the phone a long time ago. The fact that he was able to say so much was already a clear indication to Kaiju that he was going to die. Ah Zhu, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Kai Meihua immediately came forward to support Kaiju's body. Get out. Get out of my sight. You've ruined me. Kaiju collapsed to the ground, no longer caring about appearances. All he could feel was despair and grief. He lay on the ground, covered in plaster, like a drunk, laughing and crying at the same time. It's over, completely over. Kaiju muttered. Brother, don't scare me. The worst that can happen is that we give up this land. Kai Meihua pulled Kaiju hard and shouted anxiously. It's too late. Kaiju smiled in despair. Sister, after I'm gone, you'd better keep a low profile. Just as he finished speaking, an angry shout sounded. What the hell is this? You've built the wall into someone's yard? Have you no sense of public decency? Stop it. Move the wall back 6 meters. This piece of land will belong to Zhang Haoren's family in the future. The one speaking was the village leader. A moment ago, he stood behind Kaiju, allowing Kai Meihua's family to bully Zhang Haoren's family. Now that Kaiju's situation looked hopeless, Zhang Yi actually had the energy to speak up. He immediately jumped out of the way. Upon hearing the village leader's words, Kai Meihua immediately crumbled to the ground. The workers who were building the wall were dumbfounded. At first they were called by Zhang Haoren, and then Kai Meihua asked Kaiju to pay them more to build the wall for her, and now the village chief wanted them to build the wall in Kai Meihua's courtyard. Go quickly! The security guard who had just pulled Shingangjun shouted. He was glad that he had not done anything bad just now, but instead had helped Zhang Yi persuade Kaiju. Now that Zhang Yi's status was confirmed, of course he had to work even harder. The wall builders were startled by the security guard's shout, and after looking at the village leader, they knocked down the wall again and walked towards Kai Meihua's house with the bricks. Who dares? Shingangjun stopped in front of these people. This is my house. If you want to build a wall, you can only build it 3 meters away. Don't even think about taking my land. Who says this land is yours? You didn't hear your mother shouting just now. This land belongs to the village. Just hit me here. The village leader was resolute in his attitude, and after he finished speaking, he came to Zhang Yi's side. Zhang Yi, I can't tell, you're young and accomplished, and you're doing well in the city. He spoke in the tone of an elder, patting Zhang Yi on the shoulder. Zhang Yi gave him a cold look. So, it's people like him that I can crush at will. He said, pointing at Kaiju on the ground. I was going to ask Zhuzhen to come and find out more about you, but now I've changed my mind. As soon as the village leader heard Zhuzhen's name, he felt a chill down his spine. He felt like he was walking on a tightrope, with a bottomless abyss below. Who the fuck said that Zhang Yi was just an ordinary college student? You call this ordinary? He even casually called Zhuzhen by his name. If he had just called Zhuzhen instead of the So and So Wang. Zhuzhen's name is well known in the Jiangzhou underworld. Who would dare to touch him? Who would dare to provoke him? The village leader shivered and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. You guys have done a good job. I'll mention it to General Manager Wang and give you some small positions to sit in. Zhang Yi ignored the village leader, despising such a fawning dog. Instead, he took a liking to the security guards. Leader, I'm really sorry, we don't want to be like you guys, and there's really nothing we can do about it. He's the general manager. The leader of the security guards explained apologetically.
It's okay, it's already very good that you can stand firm in the face of power. Zhang Yi waved his hand and said.
The farce was over. As for Kai Zhu, he didn't need to do anything himself, because people he had offended came to add insult to injury. The village leaders and security guards had been standing there all morning, not daring to even drink, and they didn't leave until they saw the wall being built. The wall builders were sweating all over, and being watched by so many people, they had to hold back their urine. Fortunately, they were sweating a lot, otherwise their bladders would have exploded.
When he finally finished, he didn't even dare ask for his money and left in disgrace.
The villagers who had gathered to watch the scene were shocked by the series of twists and turns. Kai Zhu, who had once been so arrogant, was ruined by a phone call from Zhang Yi, a young man. Zhang Haoran, who was originally going to lose his land, ended up building the wall 3 meters out, and gained 3 extra meters of land for free. It was mind-blowing. The child, who had been warned by his father to study hard and become a person of the people like Kai Zhu, pointed at Kai Jun on the ground and looked up at his father. Dad, if I study hard in the future, will I become like him? I don't want to study anymore. His father was speechless, but secretly vowed that when he got home, he would give the boy a good spanking. Zhang Haoran led Zhang Yi into the house and asked curiously, how did you get such powerful connections? He clearly remembered that his child was just an honest student, so how could he know these big shots? Dad, I just have some relatively good friends at school who are more powerful. Zhang Yi scratched his head, as it was a bit difficult to explain how he had suddenly become powerful. Then what's the deal with your car? It looks like it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Su Wan pointed at the Rolls-Royce outside. Hundreds of thousands of dollars? Zhang Yi's forehead was filled with dark lines. Mom, I've recently made some money in the financial market. You can see that I've made tens of thousands of dollars a day. Zhang Yi once again brought up the profit interface of MXM. I'm in the finance department, so I've been studying these things. I made a lot of money earlier, so I bought the car. Zhang Yi's words had just finished. Pop. Zhang Haoran slapped Zhang Yi on the forehead. Are you stupid? With this money, you should buy a house and find a partner first. What's the use of buying a broken car? P.S. If you see this, please help to leave a comment to urge for more. Click the shit yellow button. Thanks to the big guys who sent gifts. Can you guys help by giving a 5-star rating? My rating is a bit low. Chapter 46 Chapter 47 Oh no, is the school beauty angry? Zhang Yi was full of questions. Excuse me? You call this multi-million-dollar car a wreck? Su Wan sighed. You're still too young to know how to spend money wisely. Nowadays, when it comes to finding a wife, who doesn't want a house? A car is secondary. For the adults in the countryside, the top priority is for their children to get married. Nothing is more important than finding a wife for their son. So many families put up with a little hardship before their children get married, just to show their generosity. And as everyone's conditions keep getting better and better, the families of the girls are also becoming more and more demanding about their daughters' marriages. The bride price has gone from tens of thousands of yuan at the beginning, to hundreds of thousands of yuan, and now to several 100,000 yuan. There are also more and more additional conditions, such as a house, a car, a diamond ring, gold bars, everything. That's why people say that having a son is like swallowing gold. Ordinary people should never have a son, because having a son is suffering. Su Wan and Zhang Haoran have saved quite a lot of money over the years, and they have enough to buy their son a car, but not a house. House prices are just too high, and they are even prepared to go into debt. Seeing that their son has money, they are thinking about buying a car first. Can they help but sigh? Mom and Dad, actually I have a girlfriend, and we have a house outside, and we bought it for you too. You can go and live with us if you want. Zhang Yi released 2 more shocking news in a row. Su Wan's body swayed after hearing this, and she almost fainted. The shock she had received today was really a bit too much. Zhang Hao ran things down more calmly. You have a girlfriend? Who is she? Is she a classmate from university? Where did you buy the house? A few quick-fire questions that had Zhang Yi flustered. He had underestimated his parents' interest in his life. There was no way to hide things from his parents. Mom and Dad, my girlfriend is from the same university as me. You haven't met her. Her name is Lin Wanqing. I'll introduce you to her later. We bought our house in Donghu Jiayuan. We had a bit of spare cash, so we bought a few more, so you can all live there when you go. Su Wan, who had just calmed down a little, was shocked once again by Zhang Yi's words. You bought more than one house? Several?
Because I know their boss, so the price is more realistic. That's why I bought a few more. Oh. Jung Haorun understood a little. His son had picked up a bargain using his connections. How much is the unit price? Suwon asked curiously. It's not expensive, on average it's this much. Jiang Yi held up a finger. What he didn't know was that Jung Haorun and Suwon thought it was more than 10,000 yuan per square meter. Because there are quite a few properties in the countryside of Jiangzhou that are sold by the square meter, with prices ranging from a few thousand to 10,000 yuan per square meter. Considering that they have a son, the two of them actually went to find out about the house prices in the town and learned that houses are all sold by the square meter. It seems that the price of houses in your city is similar to that in our countryside. Jung Haorun broke his fingers and felt a little relieved. He was glad that he hadn't bought a house in the countryside. If he had, he would have lost a lot of money. That day, Jiang Yidu stayed at home. As an otaku, he didn't go out much. Oh no. He had just gone upstairs to get ready for bed when Lin Wanqing called. Hello, Jiang Yibao, are you awake? Lin Wanqing's gentle voice came from the other end of the line. She thought Jiang Yi had not yet woken up. What? I've already done a lot this morning. Jiang Yi told Lin Wanqing everything that had happened this morning. How annoying, there are actually such neighbors. If something like this happens next time, just tell me and I'll help you beat them up. Lin Wanqing can't bear to see Jiang Yi suffer. Hearing that Jiang Yi's family had almost been beaten up, she immediately came to his defense. No, it's fine, it's over. The two were silent for a moment, and Lin Wanqing asked first. Did you miss me? A little, we just parted. You only missed me a little? Humph. I'm angry, I couldn't sleep last night thinking about you, and you didn't even send me a good night. Lin Wanqing spoke through her nose. Crap. I forgot. When we parted yesterday, Lin Wanqing said she would call in the evening. But I ended up talking to my parents for so long that I fell asleep as soon as I got into bed. Jiang Yi explained in a flustered manner. No, that's not it. Well, I don't know why, but I fell asleep as soon as I stuck my head under the pillow. Put. Lin Wanqing snickered from over there. I'm a big person and I'm not going to hold it against you, but when we get back to Donghu, you're going to have to make up for the last few days' worth of sex. Jiang Yi's heart sank. Oh my god, this has to happen several times a day. Can you not think about this? Jiang Yi was a little speechless. Everyone says that girls tell boys not to think about these things, but Lin Wanqing was the one who took the initiative. Is it true that hairless ones have a higher demand? He had no idea that once they've tasted the sweetness, girls actually like it much better than boys, and naturally have a higher demand. After all, girls don't have to make a big effort. Those who say that guys shouldn't act like little teddy bears all the time are just saying that because they're not getting any. Yes, my mom knows I have a boyfriend now. She said to let you come back sometime. But I think we should wait until we're both settled at work before we meet the adults again. What do you think? Lin Wanqing told her mother about Jiang Yi the same day she got home. She comes from a single-parent family, and her mother is the only one she can rely on. In addition, she is naturally closer to her mother than to other people. So that night, she slept in the same bed as her mother, Lin Tinghua, and the two of them talked until late at night. Naturally, Lin Tinghua could see that Lin Wanqing was no longer a young girl. After a while, Lin Wanqing told her everything about Jiang Yi. She also told her about Jiang Yi and Li Zhouwei. Unexpectedly, Lin Tinghua not only did not think Jiang Yi was stupid, but instead praised him endlessly. She kept praising her daughter for having good taste in men, and for choosing such a devoted man, someone who was worthy of being relied on for a lifetime. She also told Lin Wanqing to bring Jiang Yi home sooner so that she could meet him. After Jiang Yi learned that Lin Wanqing wanted to introduce him to her parents, he also told Lin Wanqing a bit about his situation. Wanqingbao, actually, my parents already know that I have a girlfriend. How about when we both have stable jobs, our parents meet? Jiang Yi casually suggested. No. Don't do that. P.S. Please hurry up and update. Chapter 47 Chapter 48 Barbecue, being eavesdropped. Jiang Yi was taken aback by Lin Wanqing's sudden nervousness. What's wrong? Lin Wanqing paused for a moment. How about this, you come to my mom's first, and then I'll come to your parents' side. And finally, we'll ask both sets of parents to meet. Is that okay? The school beauty queen, who was normally aloof and intimidating in front of others, was humbly pleading with herself in this matter.
It wasn't her fault, she was also a victim, but she was like a wounded cat, constantly curling up, not wanting her wounds to be opened again.
Jiang Yi felt a twinge of sympathy.
He knew that Lin Wanqing was afraid that her single-parent family status would make Jiang Yi's parents unhappy, which was why she wanted to meet with them separately first, using herself as a decoy, before finally meeting with both sets of parents.
It's okay, Bao, my parents are not that harsh.
I think they will be smiling from ear to ear when they meet you.
Just don't gang up on me, Jiang Yi said with a pretense of sadness. What? How have I bullied you?
Lin Wanqing's somewhat depressed mood was relieved by Jiang Yi's words.
You telling me to pay extra taxes is not bullying me. I want to drag you back to the villa tomorrow. Stop being so cheeky, this is not bullying, this is love. Oh no, this love hurts my back. Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing spent the afternoon on the phone. They didn't want to hang up until their parents called for dinner.
I don't know why, but in the past, when I watched TV dramas and saw people on the phone for hours, I felt sick. Where did all those words come from? Now it's my turn, and a few hours really flies by. Just a few casual words, and it feels like evening.
This is probably the power of love.
Jiang Yi touched his waist while walking down the stairs. When he got downstairs, he realized that there was a bunch of people sitting in his living room. They were carrying all kinds of things, some were carrying gifts, some were carrying their family's local products, and some were carrying half a pig.
This? Jiang Yi looked at Zhang Haoran and Su Wan with confusion.
These people are here to see you. Since you were on the phone just now, your mother didn't knock in. After all, your marriage is the top priority.
Zhang Haoran coughed lightly and looked at Jiang Yi with teasing eyes. It's over. The room is bugged.
I even said so many embarrassing things to Lin Wanqing.
Judging from the look on his father's face, it's probably over covering his face.
He had to divert his attention and looked at the people sitting in the living room, including the village leaders and the prominent figures in the village. Originally, they all avoided their own family members like the plague, but now, well, they were all here because he had brought down Kaiju.
Jiang Yi, look, these are our tokens of our appreciation. You are young and accomplished, and adults don't hold grudges,
said the village leaders, rising and fawning over Jiang Yi. He also pointed at the things placed on one side of the living room.
It's fine, I don't hold grudges. If someone wants to come looking for trouble, then don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Yi waved his hand expressionlessly. You can all take these things back. I'm not some big shot, I'm just an ordinary college student.
What you're doing is corrupting the social climate.
Jiang Yi could care less about these things.
The thing he lacks the most right now is money, so he can buy whatever he wants.
These things are a little something from our folks in the village for your parents. How could they corrupt the morals of society?
A shifty-eyed village leader stood up and grinned at Jiang Yi, revealing his wretched nature.
But in his heart, he was speechless. You're just an ordinary guy, and the rest of us are all going to end up in the ground. Fine, just leave it. Don't worry, I, Jiang Yi, am not an unreasonable person. As long as your children are in Jiangzhou and as long as they are honest, I will not take action against them. I will do this for the sake of my parents. Otherwise, I will deal with everyone who spoke today one by one. Don't doubt it, I have the ability to do so.
Jiang Yi finished speaking and disgustedly drove them away. Although he looked at his home and saw that the yard was much bigger than before, he felt a little relieved. But he knew that he no longer had the slightest interest in this village. Some things, once stabbed, cannot be healed by a few kind words. The scars will always be there. During dinner, Jiang Yi mentioned that he wanted his parents to go and live in Donghu Garden.
However, they were rejected by their parents. They were used to living in the countryside and did not want to move.
Suddenly changing to a new place and having to get to know new people would be difficult for them to adapt to. Moreover, his parents were respected because of their son. Now Jiang Yi is doing so well, and everyone in the village is afraid of them. They believe that their lives will get better and better in the future.
Jiang Yi saw that he couldn't persuade them, so he didn't push. He just looked a little frustrated.
After all, the environment of Donghu homeland was really good. He also wanted to let his parents enjoy the good life. In the end, Su Wan said, "When you have a baby, please invite us to live there with your in-laws.
By then, there will be a child and a home smell." Zhang Haoran also nodded repeatedly upon hearing this.
Goodness, this is treating me like a tool for passing on the family line.
Jiang Yi's head grew heavy.
Right, Mom and Dad, my girlfriend comes from a single-parent family, with only a mother and no father. Don't poke people's scars when the time comes.
He thought of Lin Wanqing's appearance today and fought the battle for her. You're all grown up.
As long as you like it, your mother and I won't object.
And your girlfriend must be beautiful and virtuous, since she listens to you. Don't worry, your father and I have it all figured out. The two parents spoke in unison.
Jiang Yi's head got even bigger. How long have you been listening outside my room?
Every year on May 1st, Zhang Haoran and Su Wan would take Jiang Yi back to their grandmother's house. Grandma's house was also in Jiangzhou, but on the other side of the city.
In the past, they didn't have a car, so they had to take several buses each time. Now that Jiang Yi has a car, naturally they go to their grandmother's house in a luxurious Rolls-Royce. Su Wan muttered all the way after getting in the car.
Why is the door of this car open on the opposite side? Did the person who built the car put it in the wrong place?
Old man, you're right, this car is quite comfortable to sit in.
You can't even feel the vibration when passing through a speed bump.
The leather feels so soft, it's much more comfortable than the Volkswagen my colleague's son rode in last time.
Jiang Yi, this car must cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, right? It's really nice inside. Jiang Yi casually responded without alarming his parents.
Older people, when told that something is expensive, are afraid to use it or ride in it. My goodness, I have to tell my colleagues when I get back that their shitty car also costs over 200,000 yuan, and it feels like riding in a tractor. Jiang Yi silently apologized to Su Wan's colleague's son. Seeing that they were almost there were only a few more traffic lights.
Jiang Yi parked the car steadily at the traffic lights.
He was about to check his phone, but the next second, the scene in front of his eyes made Jiang Yi's eyes instantly narrow. P.S. Kneeling to beg for a faster update, 5-star rating, small gift.
Kowtow. Chapter 48 Chapter 49 A road accident.
There were 2 lanes for straight traffic.
Jiang Yi took the one on the left, and the other one was originally empty.
But just as Jiang Yi looked at his phone, a large dump truck suddenly sped past on the lane on his right. It didn't care about the glaring red light in front of it at all.
It was so fast that it even created a rolling thick fog.
Gravel and dripping water splattered onto Jiang Yi's windshield, and yellow mud slowly trickled down the top. It looked like the driver had no intention of braking, and there was no sound of brakes being applied. Normally, even if you can't stop at a red light, you should at least symbolically apply the brakes a little to try to stop the car. At this moment, the green light on the road running perpendicular to the one Jiang Yi was on had already turned on once.
Many cars were already driving on the road.
The dump truck ran the red light and, if nothing unexpected happened, there was going to be an accident.
Sure enough. Bang 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 bang. A few loud bangs sounded.
Jiang Yi quickly used the windshield wipers to clean his windshield. The scene in front of him made him gasp. The dump truck had crossed the road and crashed into the median strip in the middle of the road. The tremendous force had bent the concrete median strip directly.
And at the intersection, 3 cars were lying miserably on the ground.
The entire back of one of them had been crushed. Another car had been overturned, its tires pointing inward in an inverted figure 8, which meant that it must have rolled several times. The last car was a red Range Rover that had rotated several times sideways, with the passenger side mounted on the sidewalk railing. Zhang Haoran and Su Wan were sleeping soundly in the car.
At this time, they were also awakened by the loud noise. Seeing the scene in front of them, the 2 country folks reflexively exclaimed in alarm. Hurry and save someone.
With that, they both jumped out of the car and ran towards the several cars involved in the accident. Jiang Yi also hurriedly ran down from the car to check if there were any people in the cars who could be saved. Perhaps they were infected by the actions of Jiang Yi's family. Immediately, many more people got out of their cars and ran to save people. After looking at the 3 cars, everyone realized that the people in the first 2 cars were already dead. In particular, in the car that had rolled several times, there was a 1-year-old child pulled out, but he was already dead. Only the red Range Rover was considered the luckiest. The woman in the driver's seat was a stunningly beautiful woman, and the girl in the passenger seat was a young girl of 10 or so. After the woman was rescued by everyone, she immediately rushed to the girl in the passenger seat. However, the entire passenger side door had been dented by the guardrail. The girl was unconscious, and her right hand and right foot were stuck inside. No one dared to pull it, as they could not get it out.
Hurry!
Everyone worked together, just lift the car a little. Jiang Yi looked at it and shouted, as long as the front of the car is lifted a little from the guardrail, the passenger door can be opened.
Everyone found that it was just as Zhang Yi said.
Several men then started lifting the car together at the front. At first, everyone was a little straining, but as more and more people came over, they finally managed to move the front of the car a little. The twisted car door was forcibly pulled open by several strong men. The girl's body inside was already twisted. Her right arm and right leg were already twisted and even purple. Everyone quickly lifted her carefully and laid her flat on the ground.
No one dared to move her again.
Someone had already quickly called 120. But more people still gathered around the little girl. Her skin was fair and her face beautiful, and her long eyelashes could be faintly seen above her tightly shut eyes. Unfortunately, such a pretty girl had been involved in a tragic car accident. Judging from her physical condition, it was estimated that she would not recover without several major surgeries.
A girl in her teens would inevitably be left with scars for the rest of her life after major surgery.
Everyone shook their heads and felt sorry for her.
The driver was driving like a madman, and he didn't even see the red light.
It looked like intentional murder to me.
Could it be that he has a sociopathic personality?
Who knows, the driver is long dead, and only the judge in hell can judge him.
He got off easy, ruining so many lives.
As the traffic got more and more congested, the line of cars behind him got longer and longer.
Many people are not angry.
It's the May holiday, everyone is free and in no hurry, so they have all got out of their cars to come and watch the fun.
Quick, look at the girl's hand, it's swelling. Suddenly someone in the crowd exclaimed.
Zhang Yi quickly pushed his way through the crowd and came to the little girl. Sure enough, not only her arm but also her leg had started to swell and turn purple. There must be a serious dislocation and broken bone inside. If we don't help her now, it may not just be a scar, there is a risk of amputation.
Is there a doctor here? Can someone help me save my daughter?
The shocked woman was already panicking. She knelt down next to the girl and reached out to hold her several times, but then thought that she shouldn't move her with such a serious injury. In her panic, she could only helplessly beg the people there to see if there was a doctor who could come and help.
I'll try.
Zhang Yi finished speaking, and a man with glasses stepped forward.
Which school are you from? I can see that you are still a student. Do you know what kind of place this is? Lives are at stake. How can you just stick your nose in?
The man with glasses looked at Zhang Yi, who looked young and acted like an elder, and lectured him earnestly.
Have you passed the medical practitioner's qualification exam? Have you treated any patients?
He kept talking non-stop, like a barrage of gunfire.
Zhang Yi didn't bother to respond. Since he wanted to show off, he let him.
He looked older than Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yi hoped that he could heal him.
I'm a doctor at Jiangzhou Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, I can help examine him.
The bespectacled man said, taking out his hospital staff ID.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
The stunning woman knelt on the ground and bowed repeatedly. The bespectacled man enjoyed the scene and went up to help the stunning woman up, his eyes lingering on her body. He then noticed that someone in the crowd was filming the scene on their phone, so he quickly said with righteous indignation.
Don't be polite, saving lives and helping the injured is our duty as doctors. We must do whatever we can to help, no matter what the situation.
After this long speech, he finally crouched down and started examining the girl's body. Zhang Yi can guarantee that if this person says one more word or acts like a prick, he will definitely go up and slap him. A few minutes later, in the scorching gaze of the crowd and the hopeful look on the stunning woman's face, the bespectacled man looked up and said, "The bones are severely distorted, we need to arrange an X-ray immediately. P.S. The author's desire for more chapters, gifts, and 5-star reviews, can you see it? Chapter 49 Chapter 50 Believe it or not, I can cure her." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sudden hush in the crowd. He's still from a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, but it turns out that in the end, he still has to rely on Western medicine. You're just wasting the reputation of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital.
He looks to be in his 40s, so he's been a doctor for 10 years, right? Why does he talk like he's farting?
Quickly, everyone started filming him on video.
He made me so angry. I thought he was going to cure the girl.
Some people who weren't originally taking photos even directly picked up their phones and started filming. I think this person just wanted to learn from those doctors who save lives online and come out to show off and get some heat.
Some anchors even started live streaming to expose him. Dear friends, I'm broadcasting this live in an emergency.
I just encountered a traffic accident on the road, and the little girl is in critical condition. This doctor examined her for a long time and said that she needs a CT scan.
Dear friends, aren't you angry? So angry that you're clicking the angry button on the public screen. This person has a lot of followers. Just a short while after the broadcast started, thousands of people were already online. As soon as the man finished speaking, people immediately started leaving comments in unison. Angry. Angry. I'm a medical student, so I understand this. You do need a CT scan. But as soon as the man finished speaking, he was immediately drowned out by the angry comments. The bespectacled man was also embarrassed. He was just an ordinary doctor on duty at the hospital. He didn't have X-ray vision or a system, so how could he possibly tell what was going on inside? This patient had injured a bone, and without the aid of medical equipment, it was impossible to see what was really going on inside. Seeing someone broadcasting live on the spot, the bespectacled man began to defend himself. He had only wanted to show off how noble his spirit was in wanting to save someone. He had not expected the public to react so negatively. He had really lost out. There were many angry comments on the public screen. Are you crazy trying to become an internet celebrity? You're incompetent and you're showing off. The whole internet is picking on you, quack doctor. Trash doctor. Did you buy your diploma? It's just quick. Someone left a comment on the public screen. Holy shit, look, suddenly someone so young has also come forward to help. Damn, they'll do anything to become internet celebrities. This person hasn't even graduated from university yet. I hope he doesn't kill the cute little girl. This girl is really cute. He's actually taking her pulse. Is this person a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? A traditional Chinese medicine practitioner so young, it's hopeless, my baby girl is going to die. Bullshit, that's my daughter. The host saw the comments on the public screen and looked back. He was shocked. He saw Zhang Yi already kneeling next to the girl. One hand was placed on the girl's pulse. He was listening to the pulse quietly. What medical skills do you have? You haven't studied medicine since you were a child, don't take someone's life. The most anxious people were Zhang Haoran and Su Wan. They were panicking. This could be fatal. Zhang Yi had been raised by them since childhood, so how could he possibly be able to heal people? If he makes a mistake and kills someone, paying compensation would be the least of their problems, and they could even end up in jail. The two of them were counting on Zhang Yi to carry on their family line. How could they let Zhang Yi get into trouble? As soon as Zhang Haoran and Su Wan finished speaking, immediately, everyone looked at Zhang Yi with suspicion. At least there was a doctor's certificate for the one before. This one here doesn't even have a medical license. Quick, rush up and pull him away, we can't let him harm the child. A man roared and rushed up. Hearing this, the others also became agitated. You pulled and I pulled, and Zhang Yi was forcibly pulled away from the girl. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. That should be his adult. Sure enough, adults are more honest, knowing that their son is incompetent. It's a pity that such an honest and kind-hearted couple have taught such an insensitive son. This young man is probably crazy about wanting to become famous, and he dares to take advantage of this kind of popularity. On the face of his parents, I won't accuse him. What about my daughter? Yes, I feel that my daughter-in-law's life is at stake. Where's the ambulance? Forget it, there's bound to be traffic jams after a car accident of this magnitude, and the ambulance won't be able to get through. Right, with all these people gathered here, the ambulance won't be able to get through. The people of Jiangzhou are like this, they'll block even the sidewalks with their cars. Brother, are you from Jiangzhou too? Me too. Damn, this is what Jiangzhou is like. Every time something happens, a bunch of people gather in the middle of the road. I wish I had wings so I could fly to my daughter's side. However, at this time, Zhang Yi was surrounded by several men on the roadside. This sister, do you believe me? I can cure her. Zhang Yi suddenly shouted. Don't be ridiculous, with your appearance, you still want to cure her? Cure your own brain first. The doctor with glasses actually stepped forward and began to scold Zhang Yi. There is no other way now. The biggest problem with this girl is not her hands and feet, but that a cervical vertebrae has been crushed on her neck, compressing her airway. If we don't set it right now, she will die. Zhang Yi shouted anxiously. Just now, after feeling her pulse for a while, he felt that the girl's pulse was becoming weaker and weaker. How is that possible? I can see that she is breathing quite normally. The man with glasses sneered.
The live broadcast room suddenly exploded again. This young man looks very professional, much better than the guy who wants an X-ray. Yes, I also feel that we should let the young man try, it would be a shame not to try. My precious daughter. Hurry, let him try, save my daughter-in-law, I'll send a rocket. Holy shit, look at the little girl's face. It's really starting to turn red, is she really having trouble breathing? Holy shit, really, hurry and save her, this young man seems to be quite something. A hidden master. The person who was broadcasting live also hurriedly helped Zhang Yi and said, let him try, maybe it really works. If we don't save her now, it will be too late. No, people without a medical license are not qualified to save lives. What if you kill the little girl? What a pity it would be if such a pretty little girl died. The bespectacled man said, looking back at the little girl on the ground. Oh my, how did it come to this? The little girl on the ground began to breathe rapidly, her face turned red, and her body began to spasm and convulse. Young man, please save my daughter. If you save her, my life will be yours in the future. The stunning woman suddenly came to Zhang Yi's side and knelt down. At this time, the people surrounding Zhang Yi had long since sensibly left. Seeing the girl's symptoms, how could they not know that Zhang Yi was really quite capable? Good. Zhang Yi came to the girl. You can't let him save her, it will harm your daughter. Only the bespectacled man was still shouting. If I save her, you will kneel down and apologize to everyone today, and you will not be allowed to practice medicine for the rest of your life. If I don't save her, I will give you 100,000 yuan on the spot, do you dare to bet? Zhang Yi looked up and pointed at the bespectacled man and said, do you dare to bet? Bet, what's there to be afraid of? The bespectacled man was very pleased with himself. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. P.S. Kneeling to beg for a faster update, rewards, and 5-star reviews. Chapter 50 Chapter 51 No, this person is my master. Zhang Yi was seen using his hand to gently feel down the back of the little girl's head. At the neck, he closed his eyes and felt it. Then he applied a sudden force. Click! With a crisp sound. The little girl's body, which had been spasming, instantly stopped, and her breathing became much smoother. Seeing the little girl's condition suddenly improve, everyone applauded in praise. This young man really has some skills, it seems that he is a real doctor. It really is true that our traditional Chinese medicine is profound and profound. In the future, when you go to the doctor, you should go to a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and Western medicine doctors are just trying to make money from my checkups. After half a day of examination, they still can't find out what's wrong. The bespectacled man's legs were now beginning to tremble faintly. It seemed that he felt like he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. The stunning woman, Silly Jiao, had her mouth wide open, and had completely lost her noble air. At this moment, she looked like a scavenging old woman on the ground, staring blankly at Zhang Yi's miraculous hands. Zhang Yi's hands had already lightly pressed on the little girl's arm. No bone fracture, just a broken bone. He could feel that all the bones were intact, but due to the severe impact, they had been seriously misaligned, and the misaligned bones had compressed the blood vessels and meridians. That's why her hand is so swollen. He felt for a few joints and applied a little pressure. Click! Click! On the silent road. After a few crisp sounds of bones colliding, the girl's hand has returned to normal. The arm that was swollen and high just now has also begun to slowly subside. Zhang Yi rubbed his hands together, warming them, and gently massaged the swelling on her hand to activate the blood vessels. Okay, there's no major problem. Si Lijiao struggled to look at the girl in front of her. Apart from some slight swelling in her right hand, the rest was just some superficial injuries. Her breathing was steady, and the sad expression on her face had disappeared. Thank you, thank you. Si Lijiao looked up at Zhang Yi and kept saying thank you, except that her stunning face had been messed up by tears. It's okay, it's a trivial matter, Zhang Yi casually patted the dust on his lap and said nonchalantly. Zhang Yi's calm demeanor and his superb medical skills have completely won over everyone, including the viewers in the live broadcast room. The number of people in the live broadcast room has instantly skyrocketed to 15,000 plus. The anchor never imagined that he was just trying to expose the evil deeds of the bespectacled man, but Zhang Yi ended up directly setting his live broadcast room on fire. On the public screen, everyone left messages one after the other. They lamented that such a young person was actually a master of concealment. When we were young, we were still struggling with whether my partner loved me or not. I want to know where this young person goes for medical treatment.
Can you cure my kidney deficiency? My wife hasn't had a baby in a few years. Anchor, can you ask the miracle doctor how to make my wife have a baby? He can help me if I can't find a boyfriend because I'm too ugly, can't he?
I'm not a human being, I was just thinking of scolding him. I want to come over and kneel down to him. I've already slapped myself twice in the face.
Oh yeah, is your child usually slightly allergic to cow's milk?
Remember to give her camel's milk or goat's milk in the future. Don't drink cow's milk anymore.
Jiang Yi suddenly thought of something else and told Si Lijiao to take note.
Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Si Lijiao's face suddenly changed. I knew it. No wonder every time I gave her milk, she said she felt sick. I thought she was just saying that because she didn't want to drink milk, and I even hit her for it a few times.
Every day I forced her to drink a bottle of milk to grow strong.
It turns out I've wronged her all along.
Thank you, great doctor, otherwise my daughter would have been killed by me,
she said, her face full of self-reproach, and her heart-wrenching tears once again gushing out like a flood.
But Jiang Yi's kind reminder once again shocked everyone. Oh my god. So it turns out that some people are allergic to milk. My son doesn't like drinking milk, could he also be allergic?
It's amazing that someone can diagnose what you're allergic to just by taking your pulse, without having to do an allergen test.
This is definitely a miracle doctor.
I believe in traditional Chinese medicine once again, and I want to let my child study traditional Chinese medicine in the future. Many people in the live broadcast room have already started recording and reposting the screen.
A miracle doctor is online. At Jiangzhou Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. There is a miracle doctor in Jiangzhou.
At Handong Traditional Chinese Medicine Association.
One by one, the medical community has been out.
At this time, Si Yuan Qin is in the Handong Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, drinking tea with a few elderly friends. Nowadays, our traditional Chinese medicine is getting worse and worse, with no one to carry on the tradition. This new generation of young people only knows how to rush and get quick results.
But traditional Chinese medicine must be practiced step by step. Only our traditional Chinese medicine is the most beneficial to the people.
Medicinal materials can be selected nearby, and there is no need to rely on imports.
Look at our hospital, more than 90% of the medical equipment is imported from abroad. If one day foreign countries block our technology and equipment, I don't know how many hospitals will have to close down. The high costs are all earned abroad. That's all the hard-earned money of our people. The old TCM doctors spoke one after the other, expressing the current decline of traditional Chinese medicine and the dilemma of getting worse every day.
Whether it is fame or profit, they have already reached the extreme.
The only thing that can influence them is the worry that there will be no one to succeed them. Lao Qin, what do you think?
Several people asked Qin Si Yuan, who had been silent.
I don't think it's that pessimistic.
After all, our country is vast and rich, and there are still some low-key hermit masters.
Qin Si Yuan gulped down the tea in the cup in front of him. I don't think so.
Right now, all those hermit doctors are dead or old.
Some of them had a different opinion. Bang!
Suddenly a young man rushed into the room.
Quick, look!
He took out the video on his phone and showed it to the elderly.
The elderly were a little angry at his rudeness.
But when they saw the phone, they were shocked. The video on the phone was the scene of Jiang Yi saving the little girl.
After watching it, they couldn't help but sigh.
It seems that, as Mr. Qin said, there are still some hidden masters in the world.
Indeed, this kid's medical skills seem to have 50 years of experience. Have you met this kid before? Could he be a doctor at one of your hospitals? The group shook their heads. It's a pity that we don't know such a master. I guess his master must be even more amazing. We must send someone to check this person out right away.
At that moment, Zi Yuan Qin spoke up, "Keep the change, I know this person." The group suddenly realized.
So it turns out to be Master Qin's proud disciple, no wonder his medical skills are so superb.
Right, it's no wonder if he's Master Qin's disciple.
Qin Si Yuan took another sip of tea. No, this is my master. Chapter 51 Chapter 52 Do I look like I'm short of money? Pop.
One of the old men had just been drinking water when he heard what Master Qin had said, and immediately spat out a mouthful of water.
It happened to go into the older man's open mouth opposite. Gulp.
The old man didn't feel a thing and swallowed the water that had come in. Under normal circumstances, these two old men would definitely want to have a big fight, but today, neither of them had the heart to do so.
Old Qin, you're not joking, are you? This young guy, you call him master?
Yes, old Sheen, we old guys all have to call you old Sheen, and you're actually calling someone master, so shouldn't we call him grandmaster? Sheen Si-yuan's face showed bitterness. You think I'm stupid, but he looks to be in his 20s, and his medical skills are much higher than mine.
I'm convinced. Silence. Deadly silence. The sound of someone swallowing in the middle of the room could be heard clearly.
I really didn't expect that the person even Master Chin was convinced of was actually a young kid. And looking at Master Chin's appearance, he didn't seem to be joking at all.
Master Chin, when can we invite your master to come and help us teach us and solve our problems?
We also want to see for ourselves what level of skill the person is that even Master Chin admires.
Chin Si-yuan sighed. I'll try. I saw him personally perform the 9 Palaces revitalization. 9 Palaces revitalization?
The old man who had just sprayed water confirmed in surprise.
Pop.
The man who had just been sprayed in the face took a sip of water and, hearing what Mr. Chin said, also sprayed. It shot precisely into the mouth of the old man opposite who had just sprayed water. Although it looked like revenge, it really wasn't.
The 9 Palaces revitalizing yang was too important to these TCM masters. Achoo! Achoo! Achoo!
At this moment, Jiang Yi was sneezing 3 times in a row on the roadside.
Damn, I wonder who is missing me. He wiped his nose.
Then he walked towards the bespectacled man. This guy has been discrediting himself just now it's time for him to pay the price. Seeing Jiang Yi closing in step by step, the bespectacled man had already become timid. Just now, he didn't believe in Jiang Yi's medical skills, and didn't expect Jiang Yi to be so rebellious if he didn't act. A person so young with such superb medical skills. It really is off the charts.
You, what do you want?
The bespectacled man's voice trembled slightly.
Ha, what do you think I want? In front of everyone, you let out the fart yourself, don't you have to eat it yourself? Just now, because of you, how much time was wasted for the patient and how much time was wasted for everyone else? Don't you have to admit your mistake? And you slandered me? Don't you have to kneel down and apologize?
Jiang Yi gave a cold smile, his smile full of coldness.
Yes, kneel down and apologize. If you don't kneel down, we'll beat you up. Someone in the live broadcast room even shouted directly. Human meat.
Everyone who has seen this person before, try your best to provide clues, let's dig this thing to the bottom. Damn it, how dare you try to steal the limelight from the white-clad angels, and I almost believed him, what the hell?
You want to be famous, you must be crazy, this piece of trash.
The bespectacled man panicked. If he didn't kneel, everyone would never let him go. If he did, it would be broadcast live across the internet, and he would be humiliated.
And if he couldn't be a doctor, what else could he do? Beg for food? Brother, I'll give you 2 million, just let me go.
He whispered in Jiang Yi's ear.
Jiang Yi shook his head. Are you kidding? Do I look like someone who needs this little money? 5 million.
The bespectacled man gritted his teeth.
I'm curious, where did a doctor like you get so much money?
Jiang Yi looked at him sideways with a cold stare.
The bespectacled man was dumbfounded. Shit. I haven't even spent the money yet and I've already been suspected. My master is the director of Jiangzhou Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, and he is the apprentice of a famous doctor.
Brother, you're so rich, do me a favor, if I ever get a minor illness or a serious illness in the future, I'll just ask my master to treat you. The bespectacled man had just finished speaking when
a loud slap landed on his face. Kneel or not? Jiang Yi did not back down. What the hell are you thinking? Do I still need to find someone to help me with my medical problems? How dare you threaten me with this?
In the end, there was really no other way. Amidst the outrage of the crowd, the bespectacled man had no choice but to touch his knees on the ground in public and swear that he would never go to the hospital again. This video was wildly reposted and recorded by everyone, and everyone corroborated and urged each other. Damn it, if I see him in the hospital again, I'll beat him up again. I'll start going to the Chinese medicine hospital tomorrow. I'm so angry, this person must have just wanted to ask our miracle doctor to spare his life. Yes, fortunately our miracle doctor is righteous.
Hey, where is the miracle doctor?
A few people looked back and there was no trace of Jiang Yi. He took advantage of the chaos to get to his car, and now there was nothing more for him to do outside.
Traffic police and ambulances arrived one after the other, dispersing the onlookers. Traffic began to resume.
On the ambulance, the stunning woman suddenly slapped her thigh.
Look at how stupid I am, I didn't even get the contact information of my benefactor. After a while, she thought of something else. Oh yes, right now the internet is full of videos of him saving my daughter, I'll go online and look for it.
Saying this, she picked up her phone.
Zhang Haoran and Su Wan also got into the car after the crowd dispersed. As soon as they got in the car, Su Wan grabbed Jiang Yi by the ear. You brat, you think you're something now, don't you? How could you stick your nose in? In the future, stay out of these kinds of things. What if something had happened?
Just now, when she saw her son being held down by the others, Su Wan almost fainted from fear.
You're just a woman, what do you know? My son is capable, saving lives is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Didn't you see him save a life? Zhang Haoran scolded. I don't care. Other people's is other people's, my son is mine.
Su Wan only has eyes for her son, this is her flesh and blood. Ear, don't use your mother's words.
You did the right thing today, and I support you.
Zhang Haoran pats Jiang Yi on the shoulder, you're the one who knows how to heal.
Give me a pulse check later, and see if I'm sick. Right, you can check me too. Now that my son is better, I want to be healthy and hold a grandchild. Jiang Yi.
I learned my healing skills at school from a mysterious master.
You are all in perfect health, I already checked you all. And please don't keep talking about grandchildren. I like daughters. After saying this, Jiang Yi turned on selective deafness. He had no choice, because he knew that his parents would definitely give him a lecture about how it's better to have a son and that daughters are just a burden. While Jiang Yi was on his way to heal the little girl, a big round table was placed in the living room of Jiang Yi's grandmother's house. The older generation is more likely to give birth.
Grandmother Jiang had given birth to 4 children in total, 2 sons and 2 daughters. So every time the family returned to Grandmother Jiang's house during the Chinese New Year, they always needed to set a big table, otherwise there would simply not be enough room for everyone to sit. At this time, there were already quite a few people seated around the round table.
A woman who looked very much like Su Wan was sitting next to Jiang Yi's grandmother, Su Danei. Next to her sat a boy about Jiang Yi's age.
The boy is quite good looking, but he is dressed very businesslike, like a hotel lobby manager, which makes him look a little funny. This is Jiang Yi's cousin, Lu Xing. If Jiang Yi were here, he would definitely not recognize this as the cousin he knows. Because Lu Xing used to dress like a student, and now he is all businesslike, it is a bit hard for everyone to accept. Although they are cousins, in fact, Lu Xing is the same age as Jiang Yi.
However, Lu Xing's academic performance was much worse than Jiang Yi's.
At least he scored a few hundred points lower than Jiang Yi in the college entrance exam. He was admitted to an ordinary college.
Studying also requires talent, and you can't force it.
Even if some people work really hard, they still can't compare to those prodigies who play games every day. The one who looks like Su Wan is Jiang Yi's sister-in-law Su Ping.
She is seen chatting intimately with Jiang Yi's grandmother Su Danei.
From time to time, she praised her son Lu Xing. Mom, our Lu Xing has already earned 200,000 yuan a year selling goods. I'd say, boys, it's better for you to start working early. After 3 years of college and 4 years of undergraduate school, Lu Xing joined a large company as a salesman last year. He's doing quite well for himself and has earned 200,000 yuan a year. This income is more than many undergraduates and even graduates earn in their first year. Su Ping felt that Lu Xing had been looked down upon by her family for 3 years because of his poor grades, although in reality, she was just feeling that way. Now that Lu Xing was doing well, she naturally wanted to show off.
Su Ping didn't believe that Jiang Yi, the boring guy from Su Wan's family, could have earned so much money after graduating from university. Oh yes, Mom, Xing from our family bought a car. What brand is it, Xing?
She said, patting Lu Xing's thigh.
It's the new BMW 5 Series. I bought it on a mortgage.
Our boss told me that the money will just keep on coming, so I bought the car first. Lu Xing said with a false air of modesty.
Next to him, Grandma's family immediately brightened up. BMW? Big Uncle Su Wei couldn't hold back any longer.
His eyes lit up when he heard BMW.
Ah Xing, you've made it, you've bought a BMW straight away. You're amazing. In the future, can Big Uncle ride in his nephew's BMW?
Of course. Lu Xing is very generous with his family. He patted his chest and said, in the future, when your cousins go to school and have a lot of luggage, just come to me and I'll take them. Everyone started praising him.
your son is so sensible. He'll do well in the future driving such a nice car. Yes, I've always thought that Lu Xing is smart. Hey, why haven't my sister and the others arrived yet? Su Ping looked at the time and said curiously. Yes, logically my sister and the others should be here soon, right? Is the bus stuck in traffic? Su Ping looked disgusted. What's the use of studying well? It's better to start working early like our Xinger and earn some money to buy a car. Chapter 52 Chapter 53 You call this car a cheap car? As soon as Su Ping spoke, both uncles immediately fell silent. To be honest, everyone could see Jiang Yi's achievements, and the nature of rural people is that they think a child can only get out of the mountains by studying. However, the reality in front of them is indeed that Lu Xingxian, who did not do well in his studies, started it first. Mom! Su Wan's voice sounded outside the door. Here. Everyone went outside and saw that Su Wan and the others had walked in. This further confirmed what Su Wan had just said about them taking the bus. Ah, Wan is here, come on in. It was very congested on the way here, wasn't it? They are all her children, and no matter what, Su Damei likes them all. Hurry, come in. Su Wei and Su Zhong, the two uncles, warmly took over the large packages in Jiang Yi and Zhang Haoran's hands. They kept saying that they didn't want to be burdened with things in the future. After the Jiang family had taken their seats, everyone started eating in a lively and boisterous manner. During the meal, Su Ping deliberately asked Jiang Yi, you're in your 4th year of university now, what are you going to do in the future? Do you want to follow in our footsteps and become a salesman? I'll tell you, sales is still the most profitable job, and it all depends on your ability. But you're a bit boring, so you should learn from your cousin. Su Ping said as if she were thinking about Jiang Yi, but in fact she was subtly praising her family's Lu Xing. Auntie, I think I'll do a job in finance, Jiang Yi said. A job in finance means going to the bank. What's so good about the bank? I see that the few kids from my side of the family who work as tellers in the bank are all under loan pressure, and they keep recommending that we install things like etc. Su Ping looked disgusted, talking about the disadvantages of financial work, thinking that Jiang Yi was talking about working as a teller in a bank. Jiang Yi smiled and didn't explain too much. Other people don't have enough knowledge, and even if they explain it to them more, they won't understand. Seeing that Jiang Yi and the others weren't talking, Su Ping continued with her new topic. Hey, Jiang Yi, have you bought a car yet? I'll tell you what, when you go to university, you must buy a car. It doesn't matter if it's a bit shabby, just say you bought it when you were studying. Su Ping taught Jiang Yi what a face-saving project is. My son Lu Xing, I wanted to buy him a Nissan before he graduated, but he definitely didn't want it, saying that he was capable and would buy it himself. Now he's bought a BMW in his 1st year. Su Wan and Zhang Haoran don't know much about cars, but they do know about the popular luxury cars like BMW, Mercedes-Benz and Audi. In their eyes, there are only these 3 types of luxury cars. Lu Xing, you can do it, you bought a BMW in your 1st year? Is that the one that just parked in the parking lot? Zhang Haoran patted Lu Xing on the shoulder and praised him. Because the road to Grandma's house is very small and cars cannot drive in, they all have to park in the parking lot in the village and walk. Pride was overflowing in Lu Xing's eyes. That's the Black 5 series, it's mine. Su Wan is a woman, sensitive and attentive. She heard the words and knew that Su Ping was taking the opportunity to praise her son, so she quickly interjected. My family's Jiang Yi also bought a car some time ago, but the child didn't know any better and spent hundreds of thousands of yuan on a generic brand. Su Wan was a little helpless, but she hated in her heart that Jiang Yi should return the car and get a BMW instead. What? Jiang Yi actually spent hundreds of thousands of yuan on a generic brand car? Lu Xing almost spat out his mouthful of rice when he heard what Su Wan said and looked at the somewhat dumbfounded Jiang Yi again. He thought to himself, sure enough, nerds are nerds. If you want to buy a car, you'd rather buy a low-end high-end car than a high-end low-end car. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Jiang Yi, you've made a huge mistake. A few 100,000 yuan in China can buy you the entry-level models of all BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi cars. You should have asked me back then. Lu Xing looked very experienced, shaking his head and sighing. Everyone thought that Jiang Yi had used his parents' money to buy a cheap car. They began to shake their heads and feel sorry for Zhang Haoran and Su Wan. So much so that no one wanted to ask Jiang Yi what brand of car it was. Jiang Yi didn't want to be too high profile, so he just casually answered. Lu Xing has indeed become more and more talkative since starting work. He said that he knew which big boss. which company's raw materials he provided,
how many customers he had, and so on.
Everyone listened with envy and praise.
Lu Xing, this kid, now talks a bit like a big boss in business. Yes, in the future, after Lu Xing has worked for a few years, he can start his own business, and by then, all of our relatives will go and help you.
What?
In the future, the company that Lu Xing opens will definitely be a big company, and we are uneducated, so we can only go and work as security guards for him. This meal was the most comfortable Su Ping had had in years. It was so enjoyable, and she was so proud of her son. Because Lu Xing had not done well at school, she had always been overshadowed by him, but now that he had become successful, she, as his mother, naturally felt pleased.
It was not until evening that everyone dispersed.
In the somewhat dim light, the two uncles, their families, and grandma saw off Su Wan and Su Ping.
They walked all the way to the parking lot. Lu Xing couldn't wait to press the key to his BMW. Immediately, a black BMW flashed its lights. "Grandma, look, this is my new car. Do you want to go for a ride and experience it?"
Su Damei waved his hand. "I'm covered in mud, it would be bad if I went up there and stepped on your car." Big Uncle Su Wei suddenly thought of something and turned back to Jiang Yi and asked,
"Hey, Jiang Yi, which car is yours?" Before Jiang Yi could answer,
Lu Xing pointed to a Buick Regal on the side.
"Jiang Yi, is this the one?" "I wouldn't say so. You'd really be losing out if you bought this one. It's better to buy a BMW 3 Series.
The price is about the same, and the BMW brand is always more prestigious." Su Ping also hurriedly went up and felt it.
"Hey, this car, the feel in the hand is indeed not as good as a BMW."
Jiang Yi was speechless. "Can you tell the quality just by touching the shell?"
Su Damei looked at the strange Suan family and stepped forward to be the peacemaker. "I think this car is quite good and quite big. Jiang Yi, let's not listen to them. Grandma, I like you. You study hard, and you will definitely make a lot of money in the future."
Su Damei also felt that what Su Ping and the others had said today was a bit excessive. The person has already bought the car, and you are saying so much, which is just causing trouble.
Can the person just return it and buy another one?
"Grandma, actually, this is not my car, it's the one in front." Jiang Yi said this, and pressed the key to the Rolls-Royce in his hand. At the other end of the parking lot, a dark car shadow lit up. Since it was dark, no one had noticed the other behemoth over there. "Oh, I thought this car was yours, but it turns out yours is that one," Lu Xing said, turning around and looking back.
But the next moment,
"Holy shit! A Rolls-Royce, and you call this a cheap car?"